Good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here on DriversEye Live. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek, and we'll be joined a bit later this morning by Brian Bielanski. As it does each year, the Palm Tree Winter Majors opens the Sports Car Club of America's U.S. Majors Tour in sometimes sunny, sometimes warm Homestead-Miami Speedway in its 2.3-mile, 10-turn infield road course. And now almost 30 years old, the Speedway invokes the Art Deco vibe of South Beach while challenging our racers with a mix of high and low speed corners, including a very tricky infield hairpin, as well as parts of that banked NASCAR oval. And so let's welcome in Brendan Kaczmarek from DriversEye Live, who will be with me this morning for qualifying, and we'll talk a little bit more about this unique layout and what we're going to have going on through the rest of the day and the weekend. Good morning, Brendan.
Good morning, Gregg Ginsberg. Thanks for, I'd say thanks for having me, but this is a DriversEye Live collective production here. It's great to be with you, Greg. Great to be here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. I've got my perch set up here on the 6th floor of the tower right across from start finish. Great view of the front straightaway here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and that big diving arc down into turn number 1 that sets us off on the infield road course. Ryan Bauer is our producer this weekend. Happy to have him on board with DriversEye Live for the first time. As always, we've got cars on course, Mr. Ginsberg. Group
yes,
1.
Indeed we do here, Brendan, and we'll talk a little bit about the format of the weekend. These drivers that are heading out right now is the first of our 7 different race groups that we're going to have over the course of the weekend. And this group, much like the 6 that will follow, are going to be going out for their second qualifying session of the weekend. That the event actually started yesterday, and we had a number of drivers. We had a first practice and a qualifying session for each one of our racers, and today it is a combination of qualifying. We'll see qualifying in the morning. This afternoon we're going to go racing, 25-minute timed races for each of our 7 race groups, and then we'll do it all over again tomorrow. But Brendan, as our drivers are heading out, and this is a combined group of the Spec MX-5 class, Super Touring Under, Touring 2, 3, and Touring 4. Let's do this. Why don't we give our viewers a look at what our drivers will encounter here at Homestead-Miami Speedway?
It's not necessarily an iconic circuit, but it is home to the Florida region of the SCCA. A 2.3-mile layout utilizing both the infield and the oval here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. You see in the center of your screen the meandering layout that surrounds the infield lake here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And then we utilize NASCAR turns 3 and 4 throughout this weekend at the Palm Tree Winter Majors. It's a fast layout. It's a very, very fast dive down into turn number 1, which our drivers are negotiating now for the first time at speed on what is a slightly damp track. It gets very technical through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then it stretches out down on the brakes into turn number 6, the sweeper at 7, and then arguably the best braking zone on the track down at turn number 8. That'll set you out in many cases a flat-out run through turns 9 down the back straightaway, and then the oval out at NASCAR 3 and 4. There is that big arc into turn number 1. You see all the skid marks veering off in literally every direction as you transition into the flat.
Directly through the grass and back into the oval.
On more than one occasion yesterday, Greg, we had cars backwards, forwards, sideways out there in the grass, some of which had to be then recovered by various emergency vehicles. This morning, we've also got the added challenge of a slightly damp track.
Yes.
It was nice and dry yesterday, but the temperature stayed pretty high last night, 70, 71 degrees, very, very humid through this early morning. And even as the sun has come up, it stayed that classic brand of South Florida humid. And should dry out fairly quickly once we get some temperature into the track. But boy, as I look out to my right-hand side, that curb that delineates the arc into turn 1 and the braking zone for turn 2. Big splashes of water for those cars that are brave enough to dip a couple of wheels over that painted curb.
Yeah, so that is definitely going to create a challenge for our racers. All right, so as we've got our racers heading out, and again, this is a I believe 25-minute, pardon me, it's a 20-minute qualifying session. Let's do this very quickly, Brendan. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. If you could start heading to the grid, race group number 2, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. This is your first call to the grid. All right, and so as we're starting to see times start to come in now, Brendan, let's take a look, because as I mentioned, this is the second qualifying session for this group. And we'll just give you a quick little breakdown of where we stand after that first qualifying session. Our races this afternoon, the starting grids will be based on the fastest lap time from either yesterday afternoon's qualifying session or this morning's qualifying session. So pretty important to take that into account. In the SMX class, what is known as Spec MX5, new class here this year in the Sports Car Club of America. Harbir Das was your fastest driver on track with a qualifying time of 136.1. Then Mark Cephalo at a 136.25, and Max Schweid. Those are your top 3 drivers in a field of 8 cars. In Super Touring under, and all of those Spec MX5 Challenge cars or SMX cars, they are the NC Miatas, I believe, from 2006 to around 2013 or so, Mazdas. Then in Super Touring under, Jose Osiris Pena in his 90 Honda CRX was your fastest driver at a 131.7, with Michael Kuna in a 2004 BMW M3, a 134.723, so only 0.02 of a second separating those two drivers in qualifying yesterday. Ray Philibert in his 99 Miata, about a half a second off of that time. That was your top 3. Interesting to note, Paul Azon, former national champion in the class, did not turn a wheel yesterday. We'll have to see if he makes it out today. And a matter of fact, he is on track now for qualifying. In Touring 1, Max Opolsky, who's been putting in a lot of time in the Global MX5 Cup Series. He's driving a 2019 Mustang, and he was your sole driver in Touring 1. In Touring 2, Garrett Adams in his BMW M2 Club Sport, your fastest driver at a 130.4, 3 seconds, or probably 3/10 of a second clear of Tyler Delgado, also in an M2 Club Sport. Oscar Hernandez, your 3rd fastest driver in the class. And then finally here, let's take a look. In Touring 3, Oris Voigtman in his 2010 Mustang, your only driver to go out for qualifying. And then in Touring 4, normally a very competitive field here, made up all of those NC Mazda Miatas. Jaden Lander, your provisional pole sitter, a 136.26, 0.4 of a second clear of Jeremy Butts, with Dirk Strassfield, your 3rd fastest driver in the class. So that gets us about halfway through qualifying, Brendan.
Yeah, it comes and goes quickly here.
It does.
Mr. Ginsberg. 8 minutes gone, and 20-minute sessions this morning to round out our final qualifying session of the weekend. We, of course, had practice yesterday morning as well, timed but not competitive. Those lap times set early yesterday morning didn't count for anything, didn't set our grid, but did give these drivers a chance to look at the Homestead-Miami Speedway, find their feet. It is, of course, a new racing season, and particularly with this first group. That yellow and red Honda there, just about dropping 2 wheels off in the braking zone for turn number 1. This is the group with the new national class in the Sports Car Club of America for road racing, that Spec MX5, which you already mentioned. Of course, that class ran at the Portland Super Tour last year as an invitation class, and then again ran 2 races of its own, 1 or 2 races of its own at the SCCA runoffs down at VIR.
Absolutely. We had, for the past number of years, and this is a series that is supported by Mazda Motorsports, had been running primarily as a tag-along to regional races, both in the Sports Car Club of America and also some other sanctioning bodies. I had an opportunity to see them race quite a bit at a number of events last season before we got to the national championship runoffs. And Mazda, and I think the SCCA kind of looks at it, not necessarily, it's not certainly not a replacement for Spec Miata, but with much newer car chassis, I think it's going to be kind of the future of Spec Miata somewhere down the line here. And these NC Miatas, essentially the third gen, second major body style, the Miatas, they have some very important race car parts. They've got Penske shocks. They've got Roush heads on the motors. They have some beefed up transmissions. There are a lot of really neat go fast parts on them, but more importantly, and there are definitely some exceptions here. I think we're going to start to see this class really work as a springboard for upcoming drivers looking to move up through not just the amateur and club racing ranks, but into the pro racing ranks as well. And so in SMX right now, your fastest driver is Max Schweid with a 137.42. That is, and I think, Brendan, probably owing to this damp track, and we just saw a look at some of those puddles that are there in some places on the track that are... with this damp track, drivers not quite getting to the speed that they had yesterday afternoon on what was a very quick track. But, interesting as in the SMX in particular, as I mentioned, that this is going to be, I think we're going to see this as a class for some upcoming drivers. And we do have some very young drivers like Ayrton Grimm driving the number 55 machine, currently your fourth fastest driver in SMX. I believe he's all of 14 years old. But then we go up to folks like Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 machine, and Whitfield. And let me pull this up here. Whitfield is in his 20th year of racing, and he is all of 76 years young. So heck of a spread there in ages and experience in the SMX class.
Yeah, this SMX class already, Greg, Michael Borden with the quickest time this morning. Just a couple, let's call it 3.5 tenths ahead of Max Schweid on the number 98. Mark Seffler, who's got maybe more laps behind the wheel of an NC Miata than anybody else in the field, sits there in third. So even with all that experience and all the pace that we know that Mark Seffler has out of Sawyerville, Pennsylvania, having the fight taken already in this early stage, both of qualifying 2 this morning and of the SMX's tenure as a national class in the Sports Car Club of America. 3 wide across the start-finish line, picked up by our producer Ryan Bauer there. Cefalo is in that mix, and it looks like a handful of other NC Miatas there as well. It's going to take us some time to get acclimated with some of these new cars, new paint schemes, and new drivers, but that drafting trio working well around the banking. They stayed together right through the infield here, this little chicane at turn 4 and 5.
Yeah, and I think one of those drivers, and obviously we're going to talk about some of the other classes that are out here as well, but one of those drivers, I believe, in that group with Mark Cefalo is Michael Borden, driving the number 42 machine in what is a brand new chassis. We're going to find that a lot of these SMX cars are brand new builds that many times is the first time these drivers have been in the cars. Michael Borden, who did not set a qualifying time yesterday, had some mechanical issues with the car, both during the Thursday test day and also through yesterday, turns in a 186. That is 86 thousandths of a second off of Harbir Das's provisional pole time that he set yesterday. And that allows Borden to leapfrog, with the exception of Das, the entire field, including Mark Cefalo, who was your second fastest driver yesterday, and also Max Schweid. So for the moment, now Borden, the second fastest driver in SMX. If we take a look, and by the way, you'll see we've got their timing tower up on the left-hand side of the screen. Obviously here, and things are nice and color-coded, broken down by class. In STU, Paul Azon, who, again, former national champion, who did not go out for qualifying yesterday, he turns in a 132.211, and that is still half a second off of Jose Osiris Pena's time set set yesterday in the Honda CRX. Pena out of Miami, Florida at his home track is currently your second fastest driver. Actually, let me take a quick look here. I'm looking at things incorrectly. Osiris Pena turns in a 1:31.525 now. So he actually knocks about 0.2 of a second off of his fast lap time from yesterday. Paul Azon at that 32.211, your second fastest driver.
Shouts to Christopher DeShawn. Currently the second quickest time in Touring 3, at least for this second qualifying session. Recognizable name out of my region of record there in Central Florida region. Nice to see Chris make the trip down here.
Yeah, a matter of fact, and Chris, as you mentioned, from Central Florida, a little bit further north here than Miami. My understanding is that this is the first race, first SCCA race that he has done since, I believe, 2020. He had been campaigning a Honda Prelude for a number of years. That Prelude now up in the Washington, D.C. area. And now Chris is running a BMW 330i, a Spec E46 car that he and his late father worked on together.
It's funny you say that. When I saw his name on the entry list here, I immediately started looking for that red Honda Prelude. That was a staple of CFR events during my time living there in Central Florida region. Immediately recognizable as belonging to the DeShong family. As you mentioned, his late father Dana raced that car as well, and then when Chris became of age, he took a couple of turns behind the wheel, but now need to look out for the number 41 BMW 330
330i. Yes, and it's
Spec E46 car,
bright red, and I believe it's the first time that he has campaigned the car. Interesting story about Chris. He just recently started working for Skip Barber Racing School, primarily as one of their truck drivers to bring vehicles from racetrack to racetrack. But he has now been recruited as one of their driving instructors as well. So
your classic foot in the door story.
Exactly.
Yeah, good for Chris.
Yeah, good on him. As we now have just about a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining in qualifying, and so. Again, an SMX fastest driver on course, Michael Borden. In Touring 4, Jaden Lander is your fastest driver currently. And with a time in the books right now of 1:36.891. It's about a half a second clear of the rest of the field. And I just happened to lose my sheet that I had with all of the times from yesterday. And I'll have to pull that back up. But, oh, hey, there it is. And so in Touring 4, Jaden Lander yesterday, 1:36.269. And what about 0.6 of a second off those times? Jeremy Butts, much like he was yesterday, your second fastest driver in the class. And let's take a look here. Is Steve Shelton and Dirk Strasfield. Shelton has the measure of Strasfield today, with about 1.2 seconds separating them. Strasfield yesterday ran a 1:41.293. That is still about 2 seconds faster than Shelton has run today. So at the moment, Strasfield still scheduled to start third in Touring 4.
So we wind down the final minute and a half of Group 1, qualifying 2 on this fine Saturday morning. I wanted to make a quick observation about the Spec MX-5 field. We don't have a ton of knowledge about how they race on a national level, although we did have the Spec MX-5 Challenge Tour at various events last year. But one of the things I'm noticing, particularly around the banking here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, is not just how well they draft, but how well they execute what would be, I think in NASCAR terms, the slingshot.
Yes.
Right? They speed really well together in the draft, but the second and third cars in line really build that speed up. And with that long run through NASCAR 3 and 4, by the time you head towards the start-finish line, as we saw earlier, there's no reason you couldn't be 3 wide coming to a checkered flag at the end of one of these races. So we know what the racecraft is like in the Spec Miata class, the NA and NB friendly very popular class in the SCCA. But these Spec MX-5 cars, I think, are going to wind up racing a little bit differently than those older cars. And we're going to see it on display with that long flat-out run from turn 8 all the way around to the start-finish line here. And I think we're going to see something pretty special when these cars take the track again for race 1 this afternoon to come after lunch around 12:30 p.m.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, as we mentioned, again, this morning is primarily qualifying. This afternoon, 25-minute timed races, and this is not a time certain schedule. Obviously, there are things that could happen to delay things a bit, but we are anticipating the first race of the afternoon to, as you mentioned, this race here for SMX Super Touring Under and 3 of our 4 touring classes. To start about 12:30 today, as the checkered flag is now out on the session, and we'll go and quickly here run things down, and I'll try to quickly tell you what I believe. Now, of course, these are not official, but what I think we'll see as the starting order for each of our classes in this group. Let's start off with SMX. Where today on track, Michael Borden turned in a 136.186. That was not enough to hold off Harbir Das. Yesterday, Das ran a 136.1. So he is, and I believe that was also, actually, it was not the fastest time for the entire group, but it was fastest for Spec MX-5. Should note that Das only ran a single lap in qualifying today and was 8th fastest in the class, but it looks like it's going to be Das, then Borden. Borden, and we hadn't mentioned this before, but Borden had been a driver coach for the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series in previous years, and mentoring some of the scholarship award winners that Mazda had awarded in Spec MX-5 Challenge over the years. So Borden, who has always been behind the wheel, and he's also the 2024 Touring 4 SCCA National Champion, certainly knows a thing or two about these NC Miatas. Then 3rd fastest with a time of 136.2 for be Mark Cephalo. And then I believe we'll see Will Robinson, the Max Schweid. Robinson besting Schweid here in the second qualifying session. Then Ayrton Grimm, I mentioned the 15-year-old, he was 3rd fastest in today's session. In Super Touring Under, Jose Osiris Pena will be your pole sitter in the class with a fast time of 131.5. He set that today. Then we've got Paul Azon with a 131.613. He's going to start second in class as he bested Michael Kuna, driver of the BMW M3.
Yeah, less than a tenth of a second.
Yeah, not by much, but just enough. And Kuna did not go out for qualifying, nor did Ray Filbert. He may be regretting that decision. In Touring 1, Max Opalski did not go out for qualifying today, but he, with his 126.218. He's again sole driver in Touring 1 in his Ford Mustang. He's going to be your overall pole sitter for this afternoon's race. Then Touring 2, Tyler Delgado today ran a 130.919, not quite enough to best Garrett Adams' 130.457 from yesterday. So Garrett Adams will be your Touring 2 pole sitter with Delgado starting second. Garrett Adams, who went out for qualifying today, pardon me, wrong class. Let's try this again. Actually, here's something interesting. Now I just found out why Max Opalski wasn't in his T1 Ford Mustang, and that's because he was driving a Touring 2 machine in today's qualifying. So we'll have to see which machine he brings out for qualifying tomorrow. The number 2 car showing as being second fastest in Touring 2 behind Delgado. So let's take a look here in Touring 3. Boris DeShong was our fastest driver in today's session, and he turned in a 135.259. He will be your Touring 3 pole sitter, besting Oris Voigtman's times from yesterday. Jasper Drengler in his Honda Civic in the 01 car Did not turn in 6 laps. He was your third fastest in class. Neat story about Jasper. We'll talk about him maybe during the race today. And I believe in Touring 4, we're going to go into today's race pretty much the same way we finished qualifying yesterday. Jaden Lander is your pole sitter. Jeremy Butts. Dirk Strassfield will be starting third, with Steve Shelton starting fourth.
We've gone 1 for 1 on schedule starts and finishes this morning, Greg. The 2024 SCCA Road Racing season is off to a flying start here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors will continue here on DriversEye Live in a couple of moments' time. Right around 8:30, we'll have the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 cars on track for their second qualifying session. Brendan Kaczmarek and Gregg Ginsberg with you. We'll be back in a few moments.
And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway for the 2024. Brendan, what is this? It is the Palm Tree Winter Majors. I'll get it right eventually. I'm actually already in Super Tour mode, so I was about ready to say the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. But no, Brendan Kaczmarek and I, we are here at Homestead-Miami for the Palm Tree Winter Majors and heading out on track right now for the second qualifying session of the weekend. It is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. All 45, well, hopefully all 45 cars that we had go out for qualifying yesterday. And Brendan, it was a very interesting qualifying session for a number of these drivers. As we had checked in, as we were getting everything all set up for today, we had checked in with about 5 minutes remaining, and drivers that we saw in like 30th through 35th fastest in this 45 car field are suddenly in your top five 5 minutes later. So big thing here with some former national champions, with some pole sitters, with some drivers starting again. And the Palm Tree Winter Majors, it not only starts off the United States Majors Tour season for the Sports Car Club of America. We should mention, as I said, that I was getting into Brendan getting into that Super Tour mindset already. This is very, very often considered to be like a tune-up for the Super Tour, and so we do see a lot of drivers from all around the country descending here on Homestead-Miami Speedway to get the season kicked off right.
Yeah, this event used to be swapped the other way with Sebring, right? So the Sebring Super Tour would kick off the season the first weekend in January, this current weekend, and then Homestead would follow it. And a couple of years ago, it went back the other way, so we go to Homestead first as part of the Majors Tour, and then the Super Tour itself kicks off the following weekend at Sebring. I think it actually works out much better that way.
I agree.
It draws a lot of people here to Homestead, as you say, as kind of a tune-up to the 2024 racing season, but we'll also qualify for part of your runoffs qualification needs for later this year up at Road America. So it's a good opportunity to, as we would say, do the double. Tow yourself down to Miami and then head up to Sebring a little later on next week. But it means we've got not just these 45 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, but something like 260 cars that were registered for the Palm Tree Winter Majors this weekend. It's a very, very healthy field. The infield is well populated. All roads of the infield, both the main paddock, the main access road behind the paddock, and then the secondary paddock at the south end of the circuit down at near turn 8, the hairpin. So it's a great way to kick off 2024, Greg, and love seeing these SRF3s on track.
Oh yeah.
It's very interesting. You would think maybe on a slightly damp track we just take it easy, establish ourselves, maybe go out and do a couple of laps on your own, bring things up to temperature, and then find your drafting partners. But we are immediately in the thick of it this morning.
Yeah, indeed, and drivers already heading out with early on here, Denny Stripling, your fastest driver on track with a time of 1:37 flat. That is still about 7 full seconds off of where things ended up yesterday. Let's quickly, and I'm certainly not going to run down through a whole 45 car field here. Grant Vogel was your fastest driver yesterday, turned in a qualifying time of 1:30.216. That is the bogey time that all of our drivers are going to be looking to beat. Second fastest driver yesterday in a brand new car to him, Morgan Burkhardt, who was your pole sitter in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 at the runoffs, had some mechanical issues partway through the race, had to retire. But he was working and drafting with Stripling, with I believe Sandy Satullo, Todd Vanacore, and also Russ Turner. So Sandy Satullo the third, I should mention, because coming from a long line of racers, their third fastest driver, with Mark Eaton and Denny Stripling rounding out your top 5, and in that top 5, only 0.3 of a second separating them. And if we take a look, the first 10 drivers are all within 1 second of one another here. So Again, very tight, close running as Russ Turner now out of Montpelier, Virginia, out of Montpelier, Virginia, driving the blue number 23 machine. He goes to the top of today's leaderboard with a 131 flat. So getting a little bit closer, about within 8/10 or so of yesterday's lap times.
Yeah, we need to be a little bit more specific with the lap times there, Greg, because the top of the leaderboard is separated by as fine a margin as we can measure here in the Sports Car Club of America. 1,000th of a second separating Charles Russell Turner's quick lap, a 131.087. Denny Stripling, a 131.088. These lap times still roughly 3/4 of a second off of yesterday's quick times, but as we've mentioned a few times already this morning, the track is just a touch damp. And in particular, it's not so much the racing surface, it's the curbs and the extra shoulder that sits behind the curb, where you've got to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more ginger on your throttle application. Normally you commit hard to the throttle in these cars and really stab that right pedal as hard as you can to get a good launch off of these corners and set yourself up for the long draft around the oval. But here, especially in the first few minutes of qualifying, really needed to keep the car planted and stable on corner exit. And I think that water that sits in the serrated curbs and on the apron behind them may just hinder us from getting up to the ultimate lap times we saw in qualifying yesterday in the low 1:30 30s.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see that just on the outside of the curbing, that there is a lot of very loose dirt over there, as some drivers have gone and ventured there so early this morning. And and there's as you mentioned here down in South Florida, the humidity even in the middle of January never really leaves the air, and so if you end up with somewhat lower temperatures, it really leaves you again with that damp track. The track surface itself, as you mentioned, is going to dry out the more cars circulate around this 2.3 mile course here, but it does mean that you have to be very, very and we have their car going right in front of us over at turn 6, and I think that's exactly what we just saw there. Is they actually got into one of the areas where there is it's paved area, not grass, not gravel trap, and they're going to get back underway. That, I believe, with that black car, that might have been John Vogel in the 47 machine. We'll see if we can pick that out. We'll know soon enough by who turns in a slower lap here. But again, very challenging conditions this morning. And and Brendan, we were talking, and we can kind of see it when we see drivers come down out of turn 1 into turn 2. There is a portion of this course that I think may stay damp for a good portion of the weekend, and that is going down into turn 2, because directly to the driver's left, there it is. Actually, kind of hard to see it because our timing tower is sitting right over it. There is a big pond there. There you go. Thank you very much for taking that out of the way, Ryan. There's a big fountain there, and the wind isn't really picking up right now, but we saw yesterday some huge winds blowing across the infield that was taking a lot of the water coming off of those fountains and blowing it right onto the track surface.
Yeah, it certainly didn't help the grip situation down there in the braking zone at turn 2. Don't know that it made it that much worse, but like we said, it didn't help the situation any. A bunch of cars off in the grass there. I've been made to be a liar by a couple of drivers: Brian Schofield, Charles Russell Turner, Denny Stripling, all bettering their times from yesterday. We're now down into the 1:30 flats.
Wow.
A 1:30.016 there for the number 61 of Schofield. Charles Russell Turner has picked up a 10th from his time yesterday, 1:30.107, and then Denny Stripling, still just a couple of thousandths behind that number 23, sits in third. And by virtue of those cars being quicker than yesterday, that is the way, at least provisionally, they're going to roll off for tomorrow morning. Now into the 1:29s. Another minute and a half ticks by, and we've crested underneath that 90-second bracket. Stripling now to the front, ahead of Charles Russell Turner by 17 thousandths of a second. So it's still basically a pick-em there at the top of the grid. Todd Vanacore sits back and forth at the moment. James Goffrey in 5th in the number 68 into the 1:30.4s. But this trio up at the top of the qualifying order at the moment has just begun to separate themselves in terms of ultimate pace a little bit.
Yeah, and so should mention, and we've having called the Super Tour event down at Sebring, now running on, I think this will be year number 7 or year number 8 for me in a row. It is not uncommon for Brian Schofield to come in as the favorite, as he has taken this event here at Homestead-Miami many years. Matter of fact, he was your winner both days last year, taking the win last year over Denny Stripling on Saturday, taking the win over Russ Turner on Sunday. And hey, look, in the top 3, there you go, Denny Stripling, Russ Turner, and Brian Schofield. Is Stripling now, both Stripling and Turner, into the 129s with a 129.869, a 29.886 for Russ Turner. And Schofield, he's just kind of tickling those 29s. He's at a 130.016 currently. Vanacore moving up to 4th fastest. James Goffrey, who finished 7th here last year and finished 11th at the runoffs at Virginia International Raceway this past year. He is now sitting in the top 5.
I know this isn't technically a Super Tour event, but man, doesn't it just have the feel of one?
It does. Again, we see these very large, very competitive fields. They migrate north for the spring. And start off here and head just slightly northward up to Sebring. But I mean, it is so competitive here, especially in big single mark run groups like Spec Racer Ford. Again, to see 45 cars here, and with, I'm sure, many of these racers have the 2024 National Championship runoffs on their minds already. Of course, the runoffs this year are going to be held at Road America. Moving from Virginia International Raceway, where we've had it the last 2 years. The next 2 will be up in Elkhart Lake. And I mean, you can see here, we're watching this view as the drivers are coming through that hairpin. And we've got another driver running a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin over at turn 8. These drivers, they are using that draft to their advantage in order to try and set their fastest qualifying times.
As we said, Greg, you've got to commit so early to the throttle in these cars. Very, very easy off of these slow corners to get your trajectory just a couple of inches wrong and run yourself a little bit wide. In particular there, you're flat out from 8 to the braking zone for turn 1, which is the better part of a mile.
Yeah, exactly.
I would estimate. So
a good portion of this entire course, yeah. Yeah,
really, really important to get the run off of turn number 8 there. Denny Stripling in the number 4 is going to call it a session and rest on that 129.869. My guess is that with Charles Russell Turner having lost one of his drafting partners out there on circuit, that will probably lock in those 2 at the top. Todd Vanacore has, at least for the time being, displaced Brian Schofield in the top 3, the number 19 now sitting on a 129.979, so the 3rd car underneath the 92nd banner. James Goffrey still sits there in 5th ahead of the 07 of Sandy Sotullo the 3rd. Morgan Burkhardt, name you're well familiar with, Greg, the number 102, sitting in 7th currently. Now, it's easy to pick these cars apart by lap time anywhere in the 129s and 130s, but when we go racing this afternoon, as is often the case in Spec Racer Ford, they'll head off as one pack down into that really tricky turn number 1, and there isn't any reason we couldn't have 10 or 15 cars in a lead draft halfway through our 25-minute race this afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, that's how they race. These cars are, I would say that they're built or they're designed for the draft. The body styles with that little ducktail rear really promote close racing. They, although they look somewhat aero efficient, they do put a pretty big hole in the air, and it is pretty easy to draft up behind them. And so, yes, I think the battle within the battle will be these drivers trying to keep the noses of their Spec Racer Fords tucked under to the gearbox and the differential of the car directly ahead of them here. As we are starting, as you mentioned, with Denny Stripling heading into the pits, a number of other drivers starting to call it a session. But right now we'll see here again if Russ Turner can improve upon Stripling's pole sitting time without his drafting partner, was not able to do so here as he appears to be, and he just turns another lap, still not able to improve. And looks like Russ maybe, and might want to check and see if he's coming down the pit lane. It showed that he was almost 15 seconds off his previous fast lap there, Brendan, but he may have just called it a day as well.
I believe he has, Greg. I didn't see that car come down the pit lane, but certainly tripped the beam in timing and scoring. You know, one of the thrills about having a 45-car field, A, it sounds very impressive, and B, obviously you get the great racing up at the front because of the depth up at the top of the field and the big names that we love to talk about. But it provides tremendous depth of racing in the mid-pack as well. We've got 11 cars that are sitting in the 1 minute 131 bracket. We've got 13 cars in the 132 bracket. And while those aren't hard delineations for how these cars race, like we said, you tend to get these big strings of cars that follow each other around. And even if they do separate into 3 or 4 packs, there's still going to be 3 or 4 packs of 10 to 15 cars apiece, which is what we love about Spec Racer Ford racing and any of the other sort of draft-heavy classes in the SCCA as well.
And if you're interested in watching this afternoon's Spec Racer, as we've got now just about 2 minutes remaining in qualifying, if you are interested in watching today's Spec Racer Ford sprint race, it's scheduled to start right around 1:05 p.m. today. Of course, we're going to hope that you stay around with us for all of our coverage here from Homestead-Miami Speedway, but that Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race should be a barn burner. As you mentioned, not uncommon to see 15, 20 cars all locked nose to tail and all battling it out for the win. As again, time is ticking away here. We're starting to see what were some very large draft groups kind of get whittled down to groups of 2, sometimes 3 cars there. And there is, we just saw coming down the front straight, looked like Schofield. We can tell Schofield, he's got that blue and silver kind of split nose there, the second car line that just came down through turn 1, and I believe he was out there with Todd Vanacore in the number 19 machine. And actually it appears to be, I think that's the 7 of Trey Ayers that is with them as well. Trey, who had been running Spec Racer Ford for a number of years, took a little time away to dally in some of our prototype classes here in the Sports Car Club of America. Good to see him back racing in a Spec Racer Ford.
Time ticks down to 0 up in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. That is an unofficial timer, but loosely based on the target for the schedule that's been set forth this weekend. May have to do a little manual control there on the timer. But in any case, we'll be wrapping up the final qualifying laps for our SRF3 competitors. Next session to come will be our Things Without Wings group, Formula 600, Formula V, Formula F. One of my personal favorites, Greg. I mean, we, throughout the Super Tour last season, as the checkered flag now waves at start-finish, the number of just incredible Formula F and Formula V races we saw throughout 2023. Yes. They race exceptionally well around these, not so much the infield road courses, but anywhere we can let these cars stretch their legs a little bit, like we do here on the oval. It's looking forward to both qualifying this morning and their race this afternoon.
Yeah, and of course, those, and we'll see as they go out, those cars, our smaller open wheel cars, they don't have wings, they don't have big side pods or anything, so it's all mechanical grip, and so, you don't necessarily have those choices to make between how, being able to handle the infield portion of the course versus trimming the cars out on the oval. But, Brendan, and we'll have to see if they go out with this group for qualifying. I did notice yesterday in that small open wheel qualifying group that we also had the Formula Continentals included, which is one of our
very interesting.
Yeah, which is one of our larger open wheel groups, and does have front and rear wings and some minimal side pods as well. But some very fast drivers in that group, including a former national champion. So we'll definitely have to see that. All right, so checkered flag is out on the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 field. Your fastest driver today and your provisional pole sitter going into this afternoon's race, which, as we mentioned, is scheduled to start at a little bit after 1 p.m. today. Denny Stripling out of McKinney, Texas, with a qualifying time of 129.869. Russ Turner only 17 thousandths of a second off that Stripling's teammate, driver, the number 23 car out of Montpelier, Virginia. He's scheduled to start second. Then Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida, and our winner from last year, Brian Schofield, they'll make up row number 2. James Goffrey, Trey Ayers, Sandy Satullo, and Morgan Burkhardt, and then Mark Eaton and Grant Vogel. Remember, Vogel was your provisional pole sitter coming into this morning's session. That will make up your 10-car, your front 10, your top 5 rows out of a 44-car field.
With the field having thinned out prior to the checkered flag a little bit, it's a quick wrap up here for our second qualifying session of the morning. Spec Racer Ford 3 done and dusted. As Greg rightly pointed out, next up it's mostly things without wings, with the Formula Continentals thrown in as well to help even out the open wheel grid sizes from the looks of things. Top of the hour is the scheduled start time right at 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll be back on DriversEye Live, Brendan Kaczmarek and Gregg Ginsberg from Homestead-Miami Speedway for Group 3, Qualifying 2.
And welcome back to the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. First stop on the 2024 SCCA US Majors Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brendan Kaczmarek here on DriversEye Live. And Brendan, as we've now worked our way through, almost a quarter of our qualifying sessions, our next group up, our first open wheel group of the day is, would you refer to it as small wings without things? Is there things without wings?
Well, there's wings and things, and there's things without wings.
That's right.
Yeah, so these are things without wings, but they've thrown a wrench in it this weekend because they've put the FCs, the Formula Continental cars, in with the non-winged cars in an effort to kind of even out the field size a little bit, I think. Plenty of cars to come in that mainly winged group a little bit later on. But this morning, 15 cars on track and a healthy dose of the FCs in there as kind of the main feature. Keep eyes out for the FFs this weekend as well. They always race really well around circuits like this, as we said a moment ago. The green flag waves, and we'll get the timer set up here momentarily as we start our second qualifying session for Group 3.
Yes, that looks like a bunch of Spec Racer Fords still in the timing tower there. I'm sure we'll get that fixed up. But dear, while we have our drivers on their outlap right now, let's take a look here at how things have finished up. So as we mentioned, this is Formula F, Formula V, and Formula F, otherwise known as Formula Ford, Formula V, Formula 600, and then joining for this session here also, you'll be able to pick them out fairly easily because they're going to be the only cars with the rear wings on them, are the Formula Continentals. And the fastest driver in yesterday's session was one of our Formula Continental drivers. It's the 2014 and 2020 national champ, Rob Aller, driving is Van Diemen. He turned in a 122.511, almost a full second up on Chris Charno, who was the second fastest driver in the Formula Continental class, with Paul Farmer, your third fastest driver in the class, and about half a second separating Charno and Farmer. There were 5 drivers racing in that class. In Formula F, John Robinson was your fastest driver in his 92 Swift DB6 with a time of 127.46, 1/100th of a second clear of Jonathan Kotek. Kotek, a multi-time national champion, driving the number 108. I don't want to start the season off on a bad note, Brendan. Migali, correct?
Greg?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes?
Miguel.
Oh, God, no. Miguel, thank you. All right. In his Miguel SJ13, he had a 127.473.
I can't throw trail mix over the internet, but if I
know.
could, you tried.
I figured. I did want to get on your bad side early this season.
Okay.
James Morgan was your third fastest in Formula F. All right. And then in Formula V, Donnie Isley driving the number 30. I love this chassis name. It is the Agitator. Donnie Isley in his 42nd year of SCCA Road Racing was your fastest driver in the first day of qualifying. Jeff Filipkowski in his Caruso DBR1, and by the way, I think this is probably the newest chassis in the field in Formula V, with a 142.518, so about a second and a half off of Isley's times. Then Ray Carmody in his Mysterian, a 142.791. And let's take a look, because we're missing one class. Oh, yep, that would be Formula 600. And only a single driver put in a time yesterday in Formula 600. That was Keith Jocelyn with a 127.712. We'll see if he has any compadres join him in qualifying. And to this point, no, he is the only Formula 600 on track currently.
Shouts to our hosts here in the Florida region, SCCA, who have deployed an electronic number board at start and finish for a black flag. I'm sure they're not the only region with such a device, but very tidy looking, very bright, very visible, and certainly makes the lives of those up in the starter stand a little bit easier when it comes to doling out the necessary signage.
All right, as our drivers now starting to work their starting to work their, I believe, their fourth flying lap here, actually their third flying lap. And let's take a look, see where we stand in Formula Continental. Chris Shardo with a 1:23.669. That is the fastest time in the session. Still about 0.15 of a second off of Robert Aller's times from yesterday. Robert Wright, second fastest. Mark Deffer, third fastest currently in the session. In Formula F, your provisional pole sitter, well, probably not your provisional pole sitter. Provisional pole sitter in Formula F after yesterday was John Robinson. Kotick has a 1:27.163. That is exactly 0.3 of a second clear of what was the provisional pole time in Formula F. John Robinson today with a 1:28.815, not quite to his times from yesterday, but Jonathan Kotick, your new provisional pole sitter in Formula F. James Morgan, third fastest. In Formula V, Ray Carmody with a 1:42.863, and that is about 1/10 off of where he was yesterday, but more importantly, it is still about 1.8 seconds off of Donnie Isley's provisional pole time from yesterday. And want to thank all the folks joining in, Brendan, in the chat here. Got my good friend and announcing partner, Brian Donati, Patrick Lipsinick.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
No.
And there we go. We got word about the Caruso car debuting at the 60th birthday in June last year, and it is the first new chassis in a long time. And I believe that 60th anniversary for Formula V's was at the pit race last, as well as T. Carmody 7491 mentioned last June. We've got Elijah Dobkins here in the chat. Want to welcome everybody who is joining us, and Yuri Colossos, who we'll see a little bit later today in his Mazda RX-7 in his production car, or as he likes to put it, Star Wars Racing. Yuri Colossos is his name on YouTube. We'll talk when we get to our small bore group number 7. We'll talk about Yuri's love for Star Wars a little bit later. But I want to thank everybody for joining us. Oh yeah, plays a lot. Yuri's a huge Star Wars fan. So let's take a look here and see as drivers are continuing to put in new fast laps. Ray Carmody now from Horseheads, New York, a 1:42.863. The fastest time in the session. Russ Fredericks at a 1:42.609. Should mention that Donnie Isley looking to stand on his provisional pole time from yesterday, that 1:41.08. He has not turned a wheel yet in qualifying this morning.
Sorry for leaving you hanging there, Greg. My cold is starting to get the better of me.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Halfway through qualifying for Group 3 already this morning.
That's right.
Would you like a little fun fact about open wheels here at home?
I am always looking for fun facts.
A lot of people don't know this. In 2000, and I guess this would probably apply more to our Wings and Things group a little bit later, but now's as good a time as any. In the year 2000, the Toyota Atlantic Series raced here for their season opener as part of the I think it was kart still in 2000.
It was
here at Homestead.
Now, was that before they changed the oval? Because I mean, the original layout here was very much like an Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It was it was not. So that changed in late 1997.
Okay.
The fall of '97 was the first to be run on the first race weekend to be run on the flat oval. But by the time we got to the year 2000, it was still that flat oval prior to the banking being implemented.
Right.
However, the Formula Atlantics wouldn't use the full oval, and instead of using the infield through the main portion, making the left-hand turn before you get to the oval turn 1,
right,
they actually used oval 1 and 2 and road course 3 and 4.
Ah,
yes.
interesting.
So kind of the reverse. They ran two 50-lap races. more or less flat out, or maybe a quick breathe of the throttle through the 6-degree banking at turns 1 and 2, and then a dab on the brakes through the really, really fast kink down at turn 10 that we're not using this weekend, through the chicane at the end of the lap, and then hard on the throttle again down the front straightaway. So, yeah, I don't know that it would work so well for club racing, particularly with the banking there at 1 and 2, but certainly a brief moment in time where somebody dared to do something different.
And 23 years later, yet to be repeated.
And then everybody forgot about it, except for old Brendan Kaczmarek.
Thank you, Brendan. By the way, Brendan was all of about 2.5 years old at the time, and
now.
Oh my, oh my. All right, let's take a look here as we are again a little bit past halfway, and in Formula V, Jeff Felkowski just turns in a 142.615, and that is about 25 hundredths of a second, about a quarter of a second faster than Ray Carmody at the moment. So Felkowski now going to the top of the leaderboard in today's session, still quite a bit off of Isley's provisional pole time set yesterday. In Formula F, Justin Kotick turns in a new fast lap, a 126.162, and that is well, quite a bit faster than he ran yesterday, but it is at the moment now almost a full second up on John Robinson, who had come into today as your provisional pole sitter. James Morgan, another second back from there, then Dan Thorogood, your fourth fastest driver in the class. And in Formula Continental, let's see if any of our Conti drivers are getting close to what Robert Allaire put down yesterday, Rob Aller put down yesterday. Again, the provisional pole time yesterday in Continental, 122.511. And Charno, he's getting close. He's at a 122.659, and that is definitely an improvement on what he was able to turn in yesterday. Yesterday he managed a 123.492, so he's about 0.8 of a second faster than yesterday, but still not able to get up on Aller. Aller took the car out. Looks like he put in an installation lap and one flying lap. Brought the car back to the paddock. His fastest lap time, a 5:33. So looks like he was just kind of tooling around there. We'll see if hopefully nothing wrong with the car.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not going to get it done here, Greg.
No, probably
5:33s is not.
Yeah, a little bit off the pace. Maybe he's looking to average his times from yesterday and today. I don't know. Paul Farmer.
Now, there's an idea.
Yes. See, now wouldn't that be a
aggregate new qualifying?
I kind of like that. Paul Farmer in the number 11 machine. Has not turned a wheel yesterday. He put in a 123.977 in his radon, and so he's still in good standing there in Continental. Hopefully the car is in working order, and he just made the decision not to go out. Hey, Brendan, look who has just joined us in the chat.
I was just going to say, Death, Taxes, and Irwin in a DriverSeye Live chat.
That's right. Thank you for joining us. Irwin coming to us all the way from the Netherlands, if I remember correctly.
That is correct.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for finding us.
I have a bit of a personal message for Irwin, just very briefly.
Do you want me to turn away or go to another room while you talk to him?
No, it's fine. Irwin, allegedly your shirt's in the mail. Good morning. Or good afternoon, I suppose. So that takes care of that. 5 minutes. Here we go. 5 minutes remaining. And again, the field thins out. Mark Deffer in the number 08 into the pit lane to end his qualifying session this morning. Jonathan Kotick in the 108 also into the pit lane. Just about 0.3 of a second separating Jonathan from John Robinson II in the number 19 for quick time in FF this morning. A good lap from Keith Jocelyn as well. I know he's the only car in class, but you're going to have to find the competition from somewhere. Right now sits third in the overall timing, and just about a little more than half a second behind that second FF, and splitting John Robinson from James Morgan, who is third in the Formula F class.
Yeah, shame that we don't have any competition here for Keith this weekend. Last year at Homestead-Miami, we did have Russ Straight as well as Jack Walbron joining us, but looks like right now the Grand Island, New York driver in his Scorpion is our only taker in F600 or F6 pardon me, this weekend.
Yeah, you know, when you think about the cars that we've got here this weekend and the layout we're running here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the FFs and the FVs in particular, very low power and therefore draft very, very well around the long banking. The F6 cars are more cars that they're more fun to watch when they're being chucked around, rather than just running in long straight lines continuously. So if we were going to pick one class to be a little thin this weekend, I don't mind that it's the F600 so much. Of course, we'd want to see more of them just in general, but yeah, it's not such a loss to not have those cars in throngs here at Homestead-Miami. I'd definitely rather see the big packs of FFs and FVs. We've got a car off in the grass, driver's right at the exit of turn 2. So if we head up to the camera that's mounted, actually I think it's going to be just behind the palm tree there. There you see, is that Keith Jocelyn?
That does look like our sole 600 racer indeed. And Brendan, it looks like that is going to force an early checkered flag. So we'll be cutting the session short by about 3 minutes, but yeah, indeed. And, we talked about this before our first group went out for the day, that we were going to be looking to see which cars maybe come in a little hot into turn 1 and maybe with that damp track have a little trouble getting the car woed down or around for turn number 2. And, well, it looks like Jocelyn wasn't able to make it all the way to NASCAR turn 2, but he got pretty darn close. He's out there right in the middle of the grass. So with the checkered flag out on the session, and interestingly enough, Brendan, some of our Formula V drivers on the previous lap had just turned their fastest lap. We'll see here as we've got a few more drivers coming around. Let's looking to see here. We've got, I think the drivers coming out of the hairpin now have probably already taken the checkered flag, but we'll see. We'll give it a couple seconds here and see if they come down to the apron to go into the pit lane or not. Then we'll run down the finishing order here.
Yeah, 2 of the FCs have made that sort of gentle left-hand turn onto the apron. Now the Formula V there out of 8 does. So I think you're correct.
Yeah, I think all of them have taken the checker. Yeah, so we'll run down the finishing order here. Should mention that this group here, our Formula 600s, Formula Vs, Formula Fs, and Formula Continentals, they are scheduled to roll off for their 25-minute sprint race today at 1:40 p.m. Again, that's time is approximate. Probably won't happen before 1:40, but if there are any kind of delays in the schedule, we may see it pushed just a little bit. So let's take a look and see where we finished up here. Let's start off with Formula Continental. Chris Charnow was able to get his Van Diemen RF01 down to a 122.659. That is not going to be enough to displace our it's going to turn out to be our overall pole sitter for the entire group, Robert Aller, in his Van Diemen RF02. So Aller will be on the pole. Charnow will start second. I believe we will then, in Formula Continental, have let's take a look here, 124.24, and I'm doing all these on in my head at the time here. Paul Farmer scheduled to start third in Formula Continental, then Robert Wright, then Mark Deffer. In Formula F, it is going to be Jonathan Kotek with a qualifying time today of 126.162, and then John Robinson, who was your provisional pole sitter coming into today's race. Then we'll have James Morgan and Dan Thorogood. In Formula 600, of course, Keith Jocelyn, our sole racer in the class. And then in Formula V, and who said it? I think it was Brian Straczynski put it in the chat, that Donnie Isley was absolutely flying yesterday, and indeed he was. Isley did not set a time in qualifying today, but based on his 141.080, he will be your Formula V pole sitter this afternoon. Ray Carmody with turning his fastest lap on the very last lap, a 141.904. He is scheduled to start second. Then Jeff Filipkowski, and then we've got Russ Fredericks, William Stasinski rounding out the 5-car Formula V field.
We're going to wrap up our Q2 coverage here for Group 3 in just a moment. But before I do, attempt to get through this without getting a little bit emotional here, but shout out to friend of DriversEye Live, James Candelaria, who's just sent me his first Facebook message here in probably about 4 to 5 weeks from his recliner at his new home in Jacksonville, Florida. James is, of course, the owner of Candelaria Racing Products and the Sentinel onboard camera system, which we saw feature more than a few times last year in the Hoosier Super Tour broadcasts, and we may see 1 or 2 of them in our coverage here this weekend. James has been through some health issues in the last 2 months or so, and it was not exactly a guarantee that things were going to come out on the right side. James has made it home out of the hospital, new heart, new ticker, and just sent me a quick message to say that things are looking great and he's relaxing comfortably at home. So James, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for kicking off your 2024 with us here on DriversEye Live. It's great to hear from you, and certainly look forward to seeing you at the track sometime soon with your Corvette. We're going to take a break here on DriversEye Live. This is the 2024 Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors, part of the U.S. Majors Tour. We'll be back here on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kaczmarek and Gregg Ginsberg with you. Back in a few moments' time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by the Florida region of the SCCA. It's the first stop on the U.S. Majors Tour this year. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brendan Kaczmarek, and we'll have Brian Bielanski joining us a little bit later today, out from the West Coast, and now up on track for their second qualifying session of the weekend. Is the group that I think Brendan, a lot of folks here online wait for. A lot of folks that are sitting in the stands over at Homestead are probably waiting for also, and that is Spec Miata. You know, we saw, I think, 45 Spec Racer Fords a little bit earlier today. We had 50 Spec Miatas go out on track for qualifying yesterday, and talk about stacked fields. And as we watch the field now coming through turns 6 and 7, the drivers up at the front of the field are the fastest drivers that we had on track for yesterday's qualifying session. And is it apropos to have the 2023 reigning co-champions in Spec Miata as your two fastest drivers? Preston Pardus, who picked up his 4th national championship, and Nick Bruni, who picked up his 2nd national championship at the runoffs this year. They were your two fastest drivers in qualifying. They lead the field out for their out lap. Nick Leveroni, your 3rd fastest driver, Jim Drago and Danny Stain making up your top 5.
It's a good thing you brought up the dual national champions we had in the Spec Miata class last year, Greg, because I would have completely forgotten about it somehow.
That's what I'm here for, man.
The historic.
And we can see that group, and with the exception of Leveroni, all of those drivers are East Street Racing teammates, but now crossing the line and starting their first flying laps here in the field. And if we take a look at some of those times from yesterday, so the bogey time set yesterday by Preston Pardus, a 139.176, about not a quarter of a second, about 25 thousandths of a second faster than his teammate Nick Bruni. Again, those two are your reigning national co-champions. Nick Leveroni, who was your 2019 Touring 4 national champion, and put on a really good showing at the runoffs this year in Spec Miata. He was your 3rd fastest driver, 139.475, so about 2/10 off of our lead pair. Then Jim Drago, multi-time national champion, at 139.54. Danny Stain, multi-time STL national champion, 139.6. Frankie Barroso, Matt Stretch, Brett Kowalski, and Logan Stretch, the two Stretch brothers, in the top 10 as well.
Just a quick programming note here as our Spec Miata drivers get up to speed and find their drafting partners here. We are running slightly ahead of schedule this morning. This session was due to start at 9:30. We obviously kicked it off around 9:22, 9:23 as our field rolled off from the false grid at the east end of the track. There's no reason to stick to the time certain schedule here. However, it's worth noting that there is a little bit of weather expected this afternoon in South Florida. So rather than relying on the published schedule here, keep it with us on DriversEye Live and on the SCCA official YouTube channel throughout the day, because there's every chance we could wrap up our day a little on the early side here if things go, I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud, but if things go as well as they have for us so far this morning.
So what you're saying is that our last race of the day is scheduled to start around 8 p.m.
Well, listen, I am all for any cars under the lights. Spec Miatas under the lights are an absolute treat. I think at some point last year during our Super Tour coverage, we had our runoffs rewind segment feature Spec Miata Friday Night Lights.
From Daytona.
From Daytona, yes. That was also the night of my rehearsal dinner for my wedding, up on a big screen projector at the rehearsal dinner. That is not a joke.
What better way to get the truth?
I sat in the sacristy watching the Spec Racer Fords. prior to the wedding start. I was so nervous. The only thing I could focus on was
the race.
I couldn't let myself think about anything else because I was an absolute ball of nerves. Now, to be honest, watching Spec Racer Fords around Daytona is not the way to calm your nerves, but somehow it was less nerve-wracking than getting married 20 minutes later. So anyway.
I can only imagine.
Anyway.
As the single guy here, I can only imagine. All right. All right, so we've got one flying lap in the book so far. Brett Kowalski, you're actually 2 flying laps in the books now, and wow, moving up to the top of the leaderboard, at least for the time being, we'll see if he stays there, is Ethan Goulart. Ethan is the son of multi-time national champion, multiple classes, but I believe it was your 2012 Spec Miata national champion, Elvin Goulart. And Ethan, who, let's take a look and see, I mean, he's all of 14 years old to start with. And it was a neat thing at the runoffs this past year that he and his father but the kid certainly has talent, and he was invited over to the shoot this year.
I think we're off.
All right, very cool. And so Ethan was invited to the Mazda Shootout this year for a ride in MX-5 in basically a scholarship for Spec MX-5, and unfortunately did not retrieve that. But it's very clear as a 14-year-old that he is definitely a chip off the old block and racing steps right here. Very, very accomplished already at the young age of 14.
Yeah, I don't think not winning a Mazda Motorsport scholarship at the age of 14 is a career ender.
No, certainly
for young
not.
Ethan. If anything, that is step one in what is hopefully a long and purposeful career for that young man. Spec Miata is a great way to get experience in really close wheel-to-wheel racing, and being involved in the Mazda ecosystem of club racing and amateur racing ranks is not a bad way to kick things off.
All right, so let's take a look now as we've got 3 flying laps in the books, and we're watching that lead pack of Pardis and Jim Drago's in that group as well, heading out, and looks like the lead car in that group is Nick Leveroni currently. Jim Drago is your new provisional, well, I don't want to say provisional pole sitter, but he's your fastest driver so far this morning with a 138.657. And yes, let's call him your provisional pole sitter, because that is quite a bit faster than the 139.17 that his East Street Racing teammate put in yesterday. So 138.657, that is your new bogey time. Nick Leveroni with a 138.702. Then Pardis at a 138.703, only 1/1000th of a second off of Leveroni's times. And then we were just talking about Ethan Goulart, Elvin Goulart, the father, driving the number 70 machine. He is currently your 4th fastest driver to 139.362. So currently 4th fastest, Ethan Goulart at a 139.468, just 1/10 off of his father's times. They are running 4th and 5th. Should mention that Nick Bruni, who was your 2nd fastest driver coming into the day, he is now down in 11th. Another young racer who's definitely been moving up through the Spec Miata ranks over the last 2 seasons. Boris Said Jr. Out of Escondido, California. He's currently your 13th fastest driver in the 133 machine. He's got a 140 flat in the books. And somebody I know very well coming out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, out of the Washington, D.C. region, John Hotz, driver of the number 63 machine. He is sitting down in 14th place currently. But this is such a stacked field here this weekend. Should mention that Felipe Senaretti, Norman Fuller, Mark Gibbons, those three drivers have not gone out and set qualifying time, so we have 47 of the 50 cars currently on track in Spec Miata.
Yeah, it's worth noting, you mentioned Nicholas Bruni there in the number 6, sitting in, well, he was in 11th. He...
Ninth now,
yeah, for that number 6 car. His time from yesterday is still carrying him at the moment. A 139.211 set yesterday afternoon would still leave him 4th on the grid when these cars roll off a little later this afternoon. So not the end of the world here. Only the top 3 have broken the provisional pole time set yesterday by Preston Pardis, and Preston himself has dropped into the 138s as well, just 1,000th of a second behind Nick Leveroni. So much like the SRF3 field, which is about a similar size, we've got really razor-thin margins up at the top. And then we kind of get into the mess right in the middle, but that mess means depth, and depth means great racing. So.
Oh, and it looks like we got a couple of folks running wide out through the hairpin there, and I believe that is, that was Leveroni in that group there. Nick Leveroni is the lead car, then Bruni is the 3rd car in that group, and it looks like the center car in that group ran a little bit wide into the dirt coming out of the hairpin. Now back online, and so we'll see. It looks like at least one of those drivers is not going to be able to set a new fast lap. Should mention, as you said, Bruni currently 9th fastest in the session, and hanging off of his times from yesterday. Just slightly faster than Bruni today, Danny Stain with a lap time of 1:39.639. And that is about 400ths of a second off of his best lap from yesterday. Stain currently 8th fastest in this session. He came out of yesterday's 5th fastest. And again, Stain, a multi-time national champion in STL, and had qualified very well at the runoffs this past year. Last year at this event, Stain finished 3rd. And interestingly enough, we were talking about Ethan and Elvin Goulart. In day number 1 in the 25-minute timed race, Elvin Goulart was your winner. Jim Drago 2nd, Danny Stain 3rd, Preston Pardis 4th. And then in the Sunday extended length race, and here's somebody who we may see in some Spec Miata races this year, but talking about somebody who started in Spec Miata at a very young age, and his career has just taken off. Connor Zilich out of Mooresville, North Carolina was your winner. Finishing 2nd, Danny Stain, Nick Leveroni, and then Preston Pardis finished 5th in the extended length, the feature race. Those feature races are going to be tomorrow. They are 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. So I'm trying to pick up, Brendan, who the driver of the yellow Spec Miata is that just crossed the start-finish line.
I have to confess, Greg, I haven't been paying the most attention out of the window here. We're being sent some interviews here from down in the pit lane. We'd like to get involved in our qualifying coverage this morning. I see that car headed through. It's the car headed down into turn number 6 now. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I don't have a pair of binoculars up here, so I can see him out of the window, but can't quite pick up the number.
Yeah, it's... There's a pair of cars right now. It's yellow Miata, and I'm just trying to get that number, and it's with, looks like with Nick Bruni trailing. Actually, they're coming through 6 and 7 right now. Yeah, we'll get them when they come around the next time. So that would be great if we have some folks that we can interview.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hand my headset off to do it, but we can definitely make it happen.
Okay.
Give me just a moment here.
All right, so as we wait for that to happen, again, sitting at the top of the leaderboard right now, and it looks like in our, at least in the top 5, haven't had any fast laps set for a while here, and it looks like a lot of the drivers had started to let out of it a little bit and maybe bring their cars down the pit. Looks like Jim Rago had decided to call it a session, resting on his 138.657. And again, that is your provisional pole time. Currently, Nick Leveroni with a 138.702. Frankie Barroso and Danny Stain have just set new fast laps. 139.571 for both drivers. We'll let them fight out who's going to be 7th fastest there. As they've now turned in identical times. We've already seen a couple of instances this morning where drivers are 1/100th or 1/1000th of a second off. But there you go. We've got 2 drivers setting the exact same lap times. Oh, and we just got note. There we go. Thank you, Chuck McTudis. And I'm surprised that Chuck isn't out there with Danny Stain right now, putting in lap times. A couple of laps ago, I mentioned that it is Brett Kowalski in the yellow Spec Miata that we're watching. That's the 15 machine, along with Nick Bruni, and it was actually Nick Bruni who went off over at the hairpin a couple laps ago. We can see Nick Leveroni a little bit further back in the pack there, and one of the Flat Out Motorsports machines there coming out of turn 7, making their way down to the hairpin now, as we only have about 2 minutes remaining in qualifying. All right, so it looks like we have sitting on the headset now Walter Fernandez, who has his son racing in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Good morning, Walter. How are you doing today?
No, this is actually Walter. Bonky's standing right next to me.
Oh, okay. Well, so excellent. So Walter, we'll talk to you for a second then before we move over to your son. So far, how are you finding things in the SCCA here at the Super Tour, or probably not at the Super Tour, but at the Palm Tree Majors?
Oh, fantastic. I mean, the guys are doing a great job of putting this show together. We have a lot of drivers out here, folks that are watching it online that have never been to an SCCA Majors race in person. They don't know what they're missing. And just quick correction, so Bonky is my father.
Oh,
and he was an IMSA driver in the 70s. And
gotcha.
I'm Walter Fernandez, and I'm driving a number 65 SRF3.
Excellent. Okay, gotcha. And so, yep, I've got you here. And so, why don't you tell us a little bit about your racing history, Walter?
I've been racing about 23 years. I started in the Skip Barber series, did that for about 10 years, the Southern series, the Skippy cars, as a lot of people call them, and open wheel formula cars. And I've been driving now with the SCCA for about 15 years. Driving a Spec Racer 4, and I rented for a few years, and I own my own car for like the past 10 years. I get support from the local customer service representative, which is Dwayne Nyer, and he does a really nice job because in our class, there's customer service representative in all the different regions, and they have not only spares but also technical know-how. So when there's repairs that are beyond our ability or knowledge, they're able to support us.
All right, and I see obviously that you're this. I would assume you would consider Homestead to be your home track, as you're out of Miami Beach.
Yes.
Now, are you planning on running more of the majors tour this year, or doing regional SARC races, or running the Super Tour this year?
I think we're going to stick to the Southeast division. I'd love to do Sebring next weekend, but work duties call. This is a hobby for us. We'd love to do it full time, or spend more time doing it. But we're not going to do Sebring next weekend. But we hope to do road at the end of the year, maybe Barber, VIR. But we're going to stick to the Southeast division.
Gotcha. So, as we're getting ready to, we're wrapping up Spec Miata over here. So, how did you see your qualifying go today? Is the competition a little bit? I mean, a lot of these drivers, obviously, you see, each year down here in the South and the Southeast. But obviously, we get a lot of drivers down for this event that the snowbirds that come down from the north. And how are things shaping up for you here today?
Oh, guys in the field are fantastic. There's several, national champions in the field. I have Denny Stripling right next to me in the pit, and I think Russell Turner. And these are guys that just are always running at the pointy end. So just kind of watching them and what they do has been fantastic, but the competition is pretty fierce. There's 49 cars in our field, so yesterday's qualifying went a little bit better for me. The conditions were nice. When we went out this morning, the track was wet, and there's so much traffic that it's challenging to get a clean lap. But man, we're ready to go for the race at 1 p.m.
All right, very good. Well, everybody, and I apologize. I'd love to talk to Bonky a little bit, as you mentioned, with history and IMSA, and I'm sure there's a, you've been racing for quite a while, but a lot of weight on your shoulders coming from a racing family. Does Bonky put any pressure on you here at a weekend like this, or is he just a great support person for you?
Nah, no pressure at all. He's just great. It's great to have him around and get his feedback and just watch him, be excited around racing.
All right. Well, very cool. Everybody, I want to thank so much. I want to thank you, Walter, for joining us here this morning. Good luck this afternoon. Again, Walter racing in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And, Brendan said we're running actually a little bit ahead of time. But we would expect the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 race to start somewhere around 1 o'clock, 1:05 this afternoon. Walter, thanks so much for joining us here on DriversEye Live, and good luck this afternoon to you.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, that is Walter Fernandez. And so with Checkered Flag has been out for a few moments here in Spec Miata. You can see him coming down the pit lane now to head back to the paddock. Let's take a look and see where things finished up. And Jim Drago is going to be well, again, nothing is official. Nothing that comes out of my mouth is official. But Jim Drago should be your pole sitter for this afternoon's Spec Miata race. That race scheduled to start right around 2:15 today with Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts, the Flat Out Motorsports driver, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Preston Pardus, who came into the day as your provisional pole sitter, scheduled to start third. Elvin Goulart, scheduled to start fourth, and then that makes up your top two rows with Ethan Goulart and Brett Kowalski scheduled to start fifth and sixth. That will make up your third row. All right, so let's take a quick little break here, and when we come back, we will have our next group on track for qualifying at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and that is going to be our other open wheel race group this weekend. Going to be Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. You are watching the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors from Homestead-Miami Speedway on DriversEye Live, and we'll be back in just a few moments. And welcome back to the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brendan Kaczmarek, and we have 4 of our 7 qualifying sessions this morning in the books. Our 5th is out on track now, with our drivers finishing up their out lap and getting ready to start putting in flying laps here as part of their 2nd qualifying session of the weekend, a 20-minute qualifying session for our open wheel and prototype cars, Formula Atlantic, FE2, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. And they are now, as you can see, trying to pick up speed through NASCAR Turn 4 to start their first flying lap. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Let's take a look at where we finished things up after qualifying yesterday. And our fastest driver on track yesterday, Todd Vanacore, in his Elan DP02. And Vanacore, let's take a look here. Give me 1 second. Todd Vanacore, he is your reigning national champion in Prototype 1 after what was a hotly contested race, both on track and in the tech shed and in the stewards room at the 2023 National Championships. But he had a qualifying time of 1:14.84, a couple seconds up on James French. French driving a Swift 014, and then John Dunches in his Elan DP02. In Prototype 2, Sherman Chow, your provisional pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 1:19.977. Let's just call it a minute 20 even. A second and a half faster than Peter Shadowin. Shadowin, a multi-time national champion in GT Light. Here racing in Prototype 2 in his Store WF1. And then Bart Wolf and AJ Snyder rounding out the 4-car field in Prototype 2. If we move over to the winged cars, to the open wheel body cars, let's take a look at Formula Enterprises 2, where, of course, this is a spec class, and Russ Turner was your fastest driver in the class. And Russ is your reigning national champion in Formula Enterprises 2. He put in a 1:19.7. That is about 1.2 seconds up on Paul Schneider, with Alistair McEwen, your 3rd fastest driver, Eric Cruz, 4th fastest. And then we've got Steve Whitston, one of the famous Whitston brothers, running 5th fastest in class. And then finally in Formula Atlantic, Dudley Fleck, your fastest driver in his Swift 016, with a 1:16.25, about 0.4 of a second clear of Matt Buxton, also in a Swift 016. Austin Yelkin, 3rd fastest in his Swift 014. Brandon Schwartz, J.R. Smart, rounding out the top 5. And so drivers now completing their first flying lap, starting their 2nd, and we'll check in on them in just a moment. Here, I'll give these drivers a little bit of time to either get their feet wet or get their tires dry, whichever the case may be. But Brendan, it's starting to look, the track surface that was, and even the outer portions around the curbing that were looking a little bit damp this morning for the first couple run groups. Looks like things are starting to dry out there. Well, we'll check back in with Brendan in just a moment. Maybe it is still damp, and the wiring at Homestead has gotten a little fried. But let's check in. We'll start off with Prototype 1. Again, Todd Vanacore, your fastest driver today as well, and he has a 1:16 flat, so about a second off of his provisional time from yesterday. Then Dunches at a 1:21.36, and then looks like James French has not taken to the track, at least as of yet. We do have one Formula X driver, and I unfortunately excluded him from my rundown yesterday. That is Ken Denault. Ken is driving a Formula Mazda. Of course, Formula X was begot, I guess now 3 seasons ago, merger of Formula Mazda, brought in some of the old tube frame USF 2000 cars, a number of other chassis, and just a single car here this weekend. And he turned in a 129.830 yesterday. He's at a 131.1 currently.
I've made it back, Greg. I'm sorry to leave you hanging like that.
That's all right, my friend. I was just saying, it looks as though the track and some of the areas around the curbing and maybe not so much in the grass and the dirt, but it looks like the track really now starting to dry up as the sun has gotten a little higher in the air, and we've had many cars. I guess it helps when you have 50 Spec Miatas and 45 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s moving across the surface, and things are starting to dry out there.
I'll say this, it's still very, I mean, it's Florida, but it is very humid outside, and we are, and have been for some time, at a warmer temperature than we were at any point yesterday. So this is the hottest it will have been for any of our drivers this weekend, and in some ways, it helps you get up to speed a little bit quicker, but in other ways, you've got to keep an eye on the tire temperatures, particularly with the way those outside tires load around the banking. These are not oval-specific cars, so they do tend to generate a lot of load and therefore a lot of temperature in those outside tires. A long front straightaway will help to cool them off by the time you get to turn number 1, but as we creep up into the 80s this afternoon, worth keeping an eye on, even for a short 25-minute race. In the heat of the day.
And when we see there at least one car getting a little bit loose, coming through that I don't want to call it a chicane area, but coming through turns 3 and 4. This is, and I kind of alluded to this earlier, Brendan, when we were talking about the having the Formula Continentals out in our first open wheel group, in having to set these cars up to deal with not only the infield, but make sure that you trim them out enough for the fairly long run that you're going to be spending on the oval, and making sure that you're not introducing too much drag out there. And we're already seeing some of these drivers, and they may still be trying to get some heat in the tires, but certainly running into some challenges there in some of the slower speed corners, getting the stick.
It's a really good point you bring up, Greg, actually, with regards to aerodynamic setup. So often when we see, particularly these winged downforce cars at places like Daytona or anywhere with these longer straights or banked portions, you'll see teams run maybe only a lower element on the rear wing,
right?
And they'll chew the high-mounted rear wing. FC is a common one there. The prototype cars also already pretty low slung, but they'll drag that wing all the way back. And I'm actually not seeing that so much this weekend. These cars are maybe a little bit trimmed out when you look at the Formula Atlantics, but everybody's got the full element rear wing set up on these cars. Now, some of that may be a concern about weather. I mean, that dive into turn number 1 is sketchy in the dry, even with downforce. So if you're going to trim it off and send it into turn number 1 in the wet, maybe that's not the ideal solution. We've got a car spun at the exit of turn 4. Looks like an FE2. Looks like an orange and blue or orange and black car. It gets itself righted. It is definitely an FE2.
Yes, that is one of our FE2 machines, and we'll pick that laptop. We'll know in just a few moments exactly which driver that was. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. As you can imagine, I have enough trouble picking up car numbers on big, giant, open or big tin top cars. But when I have to go and look at the end plates of wings, it becomes a little difficult. But we'll pick that up here in just a few moments. Should mention now, with 4 flying laps in the books in FE2, make it 4 flying laps. Russ Turner, your fastest driver in the session, with a 120.221, and that is still about a half second off of where he was yesterday. Paul Schneider with a 122, I'll call it a 122 flat, and he was second fastest yesterday, second fastest again today. Eric Cruz turns in a 122.485. So Cruz is still about 0.3 off of where he was yesterday. He's third fastest in today's session. He was fourth fastest yesterday. Alistair McEwen who was our third fastest driver in qualifying yesterday in FE2, has not turned a wheel in this session. And so we'll see if he decides to come out and look to improve upon his fastest time from yesterday, which was a 1:21.973.
Using some sharp eyes, critical thinking, and observation skills, I think we can infer that the spun FE2 was Jonathan Weisheidt, the number 67.
Okay.
Lost about 20 seconds of track time there in that spin at the exit of turn number 3. It's not a particularly tricky corner down there. You're in this long arc between 2 and 3, but it's still more or less a pretty straightforward braking zone, and then just the long hairpin left-hander.
But the challenge that you have there exactly is as you come.
Big lock up at turn number 8.
Yeah. Oh yes. Wow. Carrying the brakes all the way down, manages to keep the car on track. Yeah, that was, I believe, one of our Formula Atlantics. We'll get the number on that in just a moment. But I think that the challenge there, Brendan, is not so much the sweeping through turn 3, but you need to get the car back over to driver's left to set up for the right-hander at 4. And because you've got that car leaned over all the way, and then you're putting more load on that right rear tire. Very possible to put it around. But it looks like, given where given where Weisheidt went off, it looks like he may have just dropped the wheel in the grass on the exit of turn 3 earlier. We'll try and get a number on that car that no doubt now has Flintstone mobile wheels on that, their tires on that car. Some pretty heavy flat spotting going down into the hairpin there just a few moments ago from one of our Atlantics. Fastest Atlantic right now on track, Brendan, is Dudley Fleck out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, with a 1:16.162. And so Fleck was your provisional Formula Atlantic pole sitter yesterday. He had a 1:16.257. He improves upon that time today. Matt Buxton, yesterday at a 1:16.66, and hasn't quite gotten down to that yet. He's at a 1:16.9. And then Asen Yelkin is your third fastest driver today in Formula Atlantic, much as he was yesterday. Yesterday he had a 1:17.199, today a 1:16.948. So Yelkin finding some more speed here today here in Formula Atlantic. In the prototypes, again, your reigning national champion, Todd Vanacore. Yesterday he ran a 1:14.840. That was the fastest of anybody in this session. He is still 1.2 seconds off of that time, but he only turned in 3 flying laps, and it looked like he brought the car behind the wall. James French as well, just a handful of laps. French only gets down to 1:19.69, almost 2 full seconds off of his best time from yesterday. John Dunch is still circulating on track. And Dunchis is he's not about a 10th off of his fastest time from yesterday, but still good for only 3rd in Prototype 2. Probably in Prototype 1. And in Prototype 2 is we've got just about 5 minutes remaining in the session. Oh, yeah, look at this. We've got a car that has gone around, and Brendan, right at that
it's Adrian,
transition between 3 and 4.
Adrian Morrell in the number 5. That is the same car that had the big lockup down at turn number 8 a few minutes ago.
Okay.
That was a braking issue. This one looks more like an application of the throttle, maybe just a little eager, trying to, as you said earlier, get that car set up to the left side of the track to take advantage of the camber and the radius there at turn number 4 to really carry that speed. And looks like the car just got away from him, maybe nosed into that blue wall on driver's left, just a touch, but anyway, hasn't done any suspension damage to the car as far as we can tell. Briefly had it moving in reverse, but that car now come to rest in the grass outside of turn number 4.
Yeah, pretty clear is he's had some pretty big openings in traffic. That car has not moved. We'll see. Obviously, there's going to be a local caution over turn 3, and with a little bit less than 4 minutes remaining in the session, I don't know if we'll see them checker this session early, but he's certainly not in a very good spot there currently. And so, as you mentioned, that was the number 5 Formula Atlantic. It's one of the Ligier JSF3 chassis. Well, and there you go. Looks like they're going to checker the session early. Adrian Morrill was running 6th fastest in the session. Had a fast time. Best time of a 1:21.009, and that is going to bring out the checkered flag. I would assume, Brendan, here that given that local caution, most of these drivers are not going to be setting personal bests in the session.
No, we did have a couple of PBs there just as this was starting to go down between turns 3 and 4. Matthew Butson in the number 24 put in a personal best at a 1:16.736 to close the gap to Dudley Fleck on the front row in Formula Atlantic. J.R. Smart in the number 09, also a personal best, a 1:18.531. So good depth there in Formula Atlantic up at the top. The top 4 cars in that class all kind of bunched together for the start of this one a little bit later on this afternoon. But as you say, Greg, I don't think anybody will have been on a flyer when that checkered came out as a result of this full course yellow.
No, indeed. And so in FE2, looks like Russ Turner is going to hold on to that class pole with a fast time of a 1:20.221. Still doesn't, well, actually, it's going to be based on his time from yesterday, a 1:19.696, with Paul Schneider starting second in class, then Alistair McEwen and Eric Cruz. And Alistair McEwen, the only driver not to go out for the second qualifying session in Formula Enterprises 2. Looks like he might have made the right decision there as he holds on to third in class. Eric Cruz fourth. Steve Whitston will start fifth in FE2. As we mentioned, in Formula Atlantic, it's going to be Dudley Fleck, Matt Buxton, Asen Yelkin, your top 3. J.R. Smart, who turned in that 1:18.5, does it not leapfrog Brandon Schwartz? So Schwartz had a slightly faster time yesterday than today. Schwartz going to start 4th in Formula Atlantic with Smart starting 5th. Then Adrian Morrill, assuming he can get that car repaired for this afternoon, will start 6th. And I think Rob Radman then starting in 7th. And if we then move over to our prototypes, it's Vanacore and French, your top 2 in prototype 1. Vanacore is going to start on the group pole, then Don Juntis. And then in prototype 2, let's see if we have any big changes here. Sherman Chow and Peter Shadowin will start 1 and 2 in prototype 2. And then Bart Wolf and AJ Snyder. And lest I forget, Ken Denault in his Formula Mazda, our sole Formula X racer in the field. All right,
so yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Brendan, this group here, this is our group 5 of 7, and they are scheduled to race today just before 3 o'clock, around 2:50 p.m. They are scheduled to take to the track for their 25-minute sprint race.
Yeah, the way things are going, Greg, I want to make the point that let's not rely on the published schedule for these start times.
Sure.
We are marching things ever so slightly forward. A couple of early checkers for incidents have worked actually in our favor, trying to beat some potential rain and thunderstorms this afternoon. So we're in good shape as the schedule is concerned, but if you're looking for a specific group this afternoon, you might as well just park it and watch them all.
That's right.
Because it's going to get even more fast and frantic than the action we've had or Q2 sessions this morning. Next up, Group 6 will be our big board group, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, and American Sedan to come for their final qualifying session of the weekend. Was scheduled for 10:30. Shouldn't be more than a few minutes to get this Formula Atlantic recovered from turn number 4. And then here on DriversEye Live, we will return with Q2 coverage. For Group 6, from Homestead-Miami Speedway in the 2024 Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors, I'm Brendan Kaczmarek, joined by Gregg Ginsberg. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to Homestead-Miami Speedway in the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA, the opening weekend of the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brendan Kaczmarek. Brian Bielanski is going to be joining us a little bit later. And Brendan, we've got the ground pounders heading down the pit lane and actually now out on track to start their second qualifying session of the weekend. And these are going to be some of these cars here, they're going to have very much the same challenges I think that we were talking about with the open wheel cars in trying to determine the best aero setups for the infield versus the oval. We go all the way from the big ground pounders, the GT1 cars. We've got the American sedan machines, the pony cars, all the way down to what I like to call Spec third gen RX-7, and there they go through the entrance to turn 6 now. Our GT3 machines that they're two-frame but incredibly light, high horsepower machines. And it's a neat dynamic here with all of the different classes that we have on this track and how they make speed around Homestead.
Yeah, this group in particular is a true sensory experience. You've got obviously the bright colors and the great looking cars, the typical American muscle in a lot of these classes. GT2 and American sedan obviously in particular. You've got the big V8 engines in those GT2 two-frame cars. A lot of TA2 spec machinery is becoming kind of the easy button for that class, as it were. GT3, a lot of RX-7s and rotary engines in those cars. You get the high-pitched scream that offsets the big ground-pounding V8s in the front of the GT2 entries. And then American sedan, kind of the same sound or the same engine note as those GT2 cars, but those cars are so much more lively to watch out on track. Very little downforce, not a whole lot of tire there, and boy, do they like to move around, both under braking and on the throttle. So this has always been one of my favorite groupings of cars. Would love to see some GT1s here this weekend. Conspicuously pretty thin, actually, but we more than make up for it in the GT2 and 3 categories, as well as a couple of AS cars to go with it.
And I want to thank some more folks for checking in and joining us on the chat here today. We've got Jim Daniels, one of the fathers of Spec Miata, here, very interested, not in. Well, I'm sure he's interested in Spec Miata, but interested in Max Sapolsky, racing in Touring 1 today in his 2019 Ford Mustang. We've got some folks that I know from the Washington, D.C. region, like Spike Benning. We've got Nick Bruni, co-champion in Spec Miata, his father, Vic Bruni, checking in. Stevie Ray from Ray Esports Racing here as well. And I want to thank y'all. And Zach Rivard, who no doubt was here for the FE2 coverage just a little while ago. I want to thank all of you for joining us here this weekend. Yeah, absolutely. And that Cadillac, we'll get to it here. That is Thomas West, one of our American sedan drivers. So let's take a quick look at how we finished things up yesterday. And that Cadillac of Tom West, he was your fastest American sedan driver. He had a 132.5, almost 5 full seconds up on Kelly Lubosh, our only other American sedan racer driving in I believe it's a third-gen Camaro, if I remember correctly. But let's start with the, I'm sorry? Oh. All right, so let's take a look here, and we'll jump over now to Touring 1. And Max Sapolsky was our fastest driver yesterday in qualifying, turned in a 126.023. Hugh Stewart, second fastest, so the 126.208 in his BMW, his E46 M3. And then Steven Ryder did not put in a qualifying time yesterday. In GTX, the sole driver qualified but did not put in a time, Michael Schmitz in his Norma M30. We'll see if he puts that car on track today. He has not put in a time as of yet. So let's take a look then at GT2 and GT3, because we did not have any of the real big ground pounders, the GT1 cars, out yesterday. In GT2, Barry Bowes in his 2021 Ford Mustang was your fastest driver on track, the 122.041. And if any of you watched the 2023 runoffs from VIR, you'll know that Barry Bowes is his biggest fan is your champion in GT2, Jared Odrick. We'll see if Barry Bowes picks up some more cool points this weekend with a GT2 win. Ray Mason making a return to GT racing. Ray, he's raced everything from Formula cars to World Challenge touring cars. Ray was our second fastest GT2 car, also in a Ford Mustang, this time a 23 Mustang at a 1:24.609, so almost a little over 2.5 seconds off of Barry Bowes' times. Michael Smelly in his 95 RX-7 third fastest, and then Tim Gray and Mike Henderson. And we'll see if Jared Odrick puts in some times today in GT2. He was scheduled to race, and I don't see him out on track currently. In GT3, Bill McGavick, your fastest driver with a 1:30.9. We call him Rabs. Richard A.B. Smith with a 1:31.206, second fastest driver in the class. Ray Stevenson, third fastest with a 1:32.415. And should be noted that the top three are all third-gen Mazda RX-7. But the fourth fastest car, and this was a little surprising to me, not your prototypical GT car, Andrew Locke with a 1994 Pontiac Sunbird J car. They're your fourth fastest driver in GT3, and then we've got more Mazdas. We've got many-time national champion Michael Lewis and Scott Sansone running fifth and sixth in the class.
One of the things I'm watching from the window up here above start finish is these cars headed down into turn number one. We've seen throughout most of the morning how aggressive the most of the classes can be on that run into turn one, but these heavier, more powerful cars approach at such a high speed. As you make that left-hand turn, sometimes a quick dab of the brakes or even a downshift into one before you've really got to stand the thing on its nose and send it into turn number two. Quick off to the exit of turn 4. Looks like one of the GT3 RX-7s. Sorry, to see the exit of turn 3. It didn't get a number there again, but no harm, no foul.
All right, we'll try and check that out as we take a look as they were coming through 4 and 5. That was the red third-gen RX-7. I think that may have been Ray Stevenson in the number 7. Oh, nope, that wasn't the number 7 machine. Well, we'll get that number. Actually, I think that might have been Richard Smith. We'll try and get that here in just a moment as we have now, we're just about halfway through this qualifying session in GT2 for the second day in a row. Barry Bowes, your fastest driver on track and fastest driver overall for that matter, with a 1:23.496, still almost a second and a half off of his best time from yesterday. Tim Gray, your second fastest GT2 car, with a 1:28.655 in the books, and that is about 0.3 off of where he was yesterday. Then Mike Henderson, third fastest. In T1, let's take a look. Steven Ryder still not getting his car out on track, so it is just 2 T1 cars putting in times. Max Sapolsky with a 1:26.028, and Max is nothing if not consistent, Brendan. Yesterday, his fastest lap time was a 26.023, so currently about 5 thousandths of a second off of his best time from yesterday. Hugh Stewart at a 1:28, or probably a 1:26.375, and that is still about 37 hundredths off of where he was yesterday. And so it looks like, and you'll notice one car out on track. We had a shot of him just a few moments ago. One prototype car out on track, and that is the Norma of Michael Schmidt, the number 30 machine, GTX. I guess now 3 years ago. And we should be seeing him now in just a moment. There he is on the brakes, a little early on the brakes, letting that GT2 car by. But there's the closed-top Norma, second car coming out of the hairpin. That is Michael Schmitz. And so the GTX class was brought into being a couple of years ago in the SCCA as a home for homologated, typically GT4 race cars. But there was another class, and that was Prototype X, that was also brought in at about the same time, for homologated prototype cars coming in from other series like Lump 3s, LMP3s, etc. And what has happened is Prototype X has gone away, and the GTX now has absorbed the cars that would have been in that class, and so that's why you see one prototype out with the rest of the GT cars there. There is Schmitz, and Schmitz right now has a fast lap of 129.003. So a little bit off the pace of some of the other GT cars, but he's only put in a handful of flying laps. I think he's still trying to get some heat in those tires. All right, let's take a look as we had two of our Chevy Camaros go by nose to tail, I believe. And let me double check here. I think one of them was Mike Henderson in the number 21 machine, one of our GT2 entries. His fast lap of 132.693. And I'm trying to pick up where that other Camaro is, or if that was indeed a Mustang, and I just can't tell the difference between pony cars, Brendan. Well, it sounds like we might have lost Brendan here momentarily, so let's take another look and see how things are playing out. And so Barry Bowes, again, still your fastest driver in the class at a 123.24. Let's take a look at American Stand. We haven't checked in with them lately. Well, it looks like Kelly Lubosh has decided to keep his Camaro back in the paddock, and so Thomas West, our only American sedan driver to go out for qualifying here this morning, he has a fast time of 131.563, which bests his time from yesterday, just about a full second faster than he ran yesterday, and he has now, I think, well, he's put in 6 flying laps, so he may still be circulating in that silver Cadillac, the four-door American sedan pony car Cadillac. But we'll see how that plays out. And let's take a look then in T1, where Max Zapolsky now just runs his fastest lap of the session, dropping the Touring 1 pole time down now to 125.918. So he's knocked a couple more hundreds off of his previous fast lap. Again, he came into the day with a fast lap of 126.023. Patrick Utt now setting a personal best in his GT2 machine. Let's see. Patrick Utt out of Riverview, Florida, turns in a 127.372 in the number 49 machine.
Good morning, Greg. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh. Could it be? Could it be, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Brian Bielanski checking in from beautiful, sunny Southern California, as opposed to beautiful, now getting to be somewhat cloudy, Homestead-Miami. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I got up early here this morning, and I've been watching the first hour or two of what you've been doing and getting my stuff together out here on the West Coast, and want to welcome everybody to our 2024 race season.
Well, thank you for joining us here this morning. And still a big day and a big weekend ahead of us, Brian, before we even think about starting the Super Tour next weekend at Sebring. We've got a full day of racing ahead of us, not a full day, but a good half day of racing ahead of us here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, scheduled to start somewhere around 12:30 today, although it might be a little bit sooner than that. So stay with us, keep the feed up and running here from DriversEye Live, and we will let you know exactly when we are going to be going racing with our first group of the day. But first, we must finish qualifying, and we've got now just a little bit under 5 minutes remaining in our 6th of 7 qualifying sessions. And at the moment, our fastest driver on track is Barry Bowes, looking for those cool points, Brian. And Barry with a fast time of 1:23.245. And again, a bit of a surprise. We expected to see Jared Odrick in his Porsche 911, our reigning national champion, out here this weekend in GT2. But I know that I saw him in a couple of other places. I think we had him out in the Spec Miata field a little bit earlier today, and we may even see him. Where did I see him? I think I saw him running in STL yesterday in qualifying. So we may see Jared Odrick in our final qualifying session of the morning.
Yeah, and he, of course, a reigning national champion, and he is. His hero is Barry Bowes, apparently. So, and Barry Bowes is on top of our leaderboard at the moment with a couple of minutes left here in qualifying. So that should be fun to watch if he can. If he's not out here this weekend, I'm pretty certain he'll be out in this group next weekend at Sebring.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be very surprised if he was not. So definitely looking forward to seeing his attempt to repeat as national champion. Is again, we have so many drivers here this weekend starting on that journey to the 2024 National Championship runoffs. Again, this is the opening weekend of the U.S. Majors Tour, and these are qualifying events for the National Championship runoffs. And I know, Brian, of course, both of us are going to be at Sebring International Raceway next year for the kickoff of the Super Tour. But I think the second Majors Tour event all the way across the country next weekend.
Yes, absolutely. So it'll be, and where is that second Majors? Is that
might just be at Buttonwillow Raceway Park?
Oh yes, of course. Like, you're making my brain work too early, Mr. Gregg.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the second Majors of the year is at Buttonwillow, and I know that there's a lot of fun stuff going on there, and I will not be there in person, but I will be there in person, and my good partner Tristan Parker will be there doing the live race coverage for all the Cow Club folks out there.
That's right, and I assume that race will be streamed as well.
It will be. It'll be streamed on the Racing Network, and follow all of your socials to get the links for those. So there's a car off there on Driver's right there, probably an escape route. Now that car's coming in. That looks like a GT.
That is, car. I believe that is one of our GT3 machines that went off, and we'd seen it go off a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, I think that's Andrew Lott in the 76 car.
Yeah, indeed, out of Lake Worth, Florida. And Lott there in that 76 car. Believe that is actually the Pontiac Sunbird. And we saw him go off, and from the trajectory that he was taking, Brian, it looked like he may have gone all the way around NASCAR 1 and 2 and rejoined and not made the dive down into turn 1. So I would expect him to head back to the paddock. But yeah, indeed, that's the Pontiac Sunbird, which leaves us with nothing but Mazdas on track in GT3. Surprise, surprise.
There are worse places to be, Greg.
No, than the Paddock or in a Mazda.
Well, just left with only Mazdas.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is still okay.
I mean, like I said, I always call GT3 Spec 3rd Gen RX-7, but of course Michael Lewis in the number 32 machine, he's in a 2nd Gen Mazda RX-7, and then Scott Sansone certainly running another rotary Sansone in a Mazda RX-3, so a mid-70s Mazda machine. And I love it. And I'll tell you, if we do have wet weather conditions here for either of these big bore races, that RX-3, which is seemingly the track, the width between the wheels, front wheels and rear wheels, seemingly the same as the wheelbase. It's practically a square car. Those cars are absolutely magical in the wet. So I think Sansone might have a weapon. As the checkered flag is now out on the session, 20 minutes of qualifying is complete. And so let's take a look and see where we end up. Our overall pole sitter for this group is going to be Barry Bowes, driver of the number 132 GT2 Ford Mustang, with a qualifying time, based on his time from yesterday, mind you, of a 122.041. Barry wasn't able to get down to that time today. He ran a 123.245. Max Sapolsky, T1 driver, and Max, we've seen him quite a bit over the last couple of seasons driving in the Global MX-5 Cup. We'll want to welcome him to SCCA Road Racing. He is in his own Mustang. This is a Touring 1 2019 Ford Mustang, and it looks like Jim Daniels has some investment, at least in the driver, if not the car. And Max is scheduled to start on the outside of row number 1, I believe, with a qualifying time of 125.918. So he knocked just about a tenth off of his best times from yesterday. But knowing that, let's go and break things down by class. In GT2, as we mentioned, Barry Bowes, your provisional pole sitter for the class. And then we have Ray Mason. Ray did not put in a time this morning, but based on his times from yesterday, he will start second in GT2. He had a 124.609 yesterday. Then we've got, believe, Michael Smelly in his 95 Mazda RX-7 with a qualifying time of 125.971 set yesterday. He also did not put in any laps here in this morning's session. And then Tim Gray, Mike Henderson. In GT3, Bill McGavick yesterday turned a 130.922, but that was not enough to hold off Ray Stevenson, who turned in a 130.389 today. He's going to be your GT3 pole sitter. McGavick will start second in class. Then Rabs, Richard A.B. Smith, will start third, and then Andrew Lott will start in fourth. In Touring 1, we mentioned Max Sapolsky, who's going to start on the front row today. Hugh Stewart will start second. Steven Ryder, well, if he comes out for this afternoon's race, he's going to be starting at the very back of the pack. He did not put in qualifying times yesterday or today. Michael Schmitz turns in a 126.105. And that is going to put our sole GTX driver right around, probably will start on the second row today, or this afternoon. And then in American Sedan, Thomas West, your sole driver to head out on track today. Again, he improved on his times by a full second. The Cadillac CTS-V driver is your pole sitter on American Sedan. Kelly Lubosh did not set a time today, but yesterday a 137.84, almost 5 seconds off of West's times.
All right,
so that's going to wrap things up for our big bore qualifying session. So, Brendan, we've got one more qualifying session left today before we go racing, and it is our small bore group. It's our production category racers, E production, F production, H production. It's GT Light. It's the last of our GT racers. We've got B-Spec out for their very first competition weekend of the season, and first on new Spec tires, moving from the Hankook tires to the Goodyear tires this season. And then we've got Super Touring Light coming out again, and this should be a battle. Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, Danny Stain, multi-time national champion in his Mazda MX-5, and a whole cast of characters in a 14-car STL field, all coming up next here for our last qualifying session of the morning from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors. We'll be back here in just a few moments on DriversEye Live.
Back at Homestead-Miami Speedway, 2024 Florida Region SCCA Palm Tree Winter Majors kick off the 2024 SCCA Road Racing season and the U.S. Majors Tour. This is DriversEye Live. Brendan Kaczmarek joined for the final qualifying session of the morning by Gregg Ginsberg and Brian Bielanski, who recently just chimed in to offer his thoughts on these last two qualifying sessions. Gregg and Brian will carry you through the first block of races this afternoon. 25 minutes for 7 different run groups in the same order we saw them this morning. Group 7 now is your Super Touring Light STL, along with your production, your purpose-built race cars, EF and H production, and B-Spec in here as well as GT Light. Car around at the exit of turn number 7, on straight into the crossover there.
Actually, that's a pretty good move there. He's going to be able to take the car back behind the wall and then loop around to the pit, down to the pit lane from where he was. So yeah, we'll try and get a number on that Mazda Miata. No doubt a most likely an STL machine that had gone off. But Brendan, Brian, let's quickly take a look at where we stand after one qualifying session for these racers. And again, all of our races, the starting grids are based on the fastest lap time, either from the qualifying session yesterday or these qualifying sessions today. We'll start off with STL, where your fastest driver was Jose Osiris Pena in his 1991 Honda CRX. He finished 3rd at the National Championship runoffs this year in his Honda CRX, and was a very happy man, I remember, at the podium. This is his home track. Danny Stain, who finished 2nd at the runoffs and is a multi-time champion in the class. He was 2nd fastest driver, and there was all of 71 thousandths of a second separating those two drivers. Chris Clark, 3rd fastest in his NC Mazda Miata, and Harbier Das in his NC Mazda Miata. What we're seeing is that a lot of the SMX drivers this weekend, gentlemen, are running both in STL and, of course, in SMX, so getting a little bit of extra track time here, especially since a lot of these SMX drivers, they're in these cars, these NC Mazda MX-5s for the very first time. So that is STL, at the top of the STL field, and as I mentioned before we took the break, 14 drivers set qualifying times in that class. In B-Spec, Stuart Black in his Chevy Sonic, your provisional pole sitter after one day of qualifying, with a time of 1:45.86. About 0.3 of a second clear of Kent Carter. And then speaking of Kent Carter, driver of the number 92 Mazda 2, we just saw him go off there. Looked like over by, over by turn 3 and 4, as he just now rejoins. He was your 2nd fastest B-Spec driver yesterday. Chris Taylor, his teammate from Chris Taylor Racing Services, with a 1:46, only 5 thousandths of a second off of his teammate. Then Rob Connors, Luke Russell, Pete Seckerdall, and Honda Fitz. In E-Production, Yuri Colossos in his 84 Mazda RX-7. He was our sole driver in E-Production. And Brendan, I told you how we'd wax philosophical about Yuri's love for Star Wars. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into qualifying. In F-Production, Mark Webber, newly enshrined in the SCCA Hall of Fame, I believe. Mark in his 93 Mazda Miata, the number 25 machine, the fastest of the class with a 1:37.308, about 0.04 of a second clear of reigning national champion Ken Kennard in his 95 Acura Integra. Stephen Clark out of Virginia in his Mazda Miata, 3rd fastest, about 3 seconds off of the top pair. And in GT Light, Chris Copley in his we'll call it the Mini. It's actually a 1970 British Leyland Mini.
The real Mini?
Yeah, so 1:36.565 the time, about 0.04 of a second clear of Michael Lewis in his 92 Mazda RX-7. And we just saw that RX-7 on track a few moments ago. It does double duty, both in GT3 and also in GTL. Then Paul Mavoli in his Nissan Sentra was our 3rd fastest GTL car.
Yeah, and these cars will just get a little faster as they go all through this session. Getting the tires warmed up here in the early laps. By this point now, they should be up to full temp, and we should see some pretty strong performances here in the next probably 4 or 5 laps. Also new this year in B-Spec is a new spec tire, a new Goodyear spec tire. Not quite sure who's on that tire for this race. It's not required earlier in the year. They can still use some of their older tires.
Actually, Brian, I'll have to double check, but I'm fairly certain for the Majors Tour and the Super Tour, the Goodyear tires are required. It's for regional racing that they are not required, I think, until later in the spring.
You could be 100% correct.
Yeah.
Goodyear with a solid presence down in the paddock this weekend, along with Hoosier Racing Tire. If you are in need of some tire services, they're both down at the east end of the paddock. Purple trailer for Hoosier and the bright blue trailer for Goodyear.
Yeah, indeed, and I know for that certainly the Mazda 2s of Chris Taylor and Kent Carter are on those new Goodyear tires. As a lot of things evolve, the drivers in there. As I say, we've got Chris Taylor, a whole gaggle of cars, but there's Chris Taylor and Kent Carter team back up, trying to come underneath a bunch of Mazda STL Mazda Miatas going down in the turn one. They slide in right behind them as they have to figure out whether the existing wheels that they were using with the older spec hand-cooked tires are still usable, because obviously tire widths may be different, and a lot of testing and tuning for, I think, most of the B-Spec drivers on those Goodyear tires here this weekend. Hey, so I mentioned Yuri Colossos was our only e-production racer who went out for qualifying yesterday afternoon. He has now been joined by Matt Fritz, Steve Saney, and Paul Easy as well. And let's see, fastest driver right now with 3 flying laps in the books, Matt Fritz in the number 14 machine with a 139.169, and that is now good enough for your e-production poll, as he has eclipsed Colossos 140.06 from yesterday. Should mention that Colossos now down to in the 139s as well, with a 139.926. Steve Saney a 139.938. So those two drivers now separated only by 12,000th of a second.
I want to just take a brief step back to the point about the new Goodyear spec tire for Beck, if we can. And keep in mind, these cars are pretty tightly controlled by balance of performance across the different chassis and body types. They don't make a ton of power, obviously, and it's a fairly narrow tire, so they don't make a ton of grip either. So if you can find a way to make a performance difference, it could just be that using a little bit of extra knowledge on a new tire, or figuring it out before the rest of your competitors have, actually might be a pretty substantial difference maker, particularly in this early part of the season. So let's keep an eye on that through these next 2 days to see if anybody's maybe found any type of advantage with that new Goodyear. Real quickly, before we go anywhere else, I don't know if it's maybe hidden behind the timing pylon in the upper left. I believe one of the it's a Mazda that's come to rest on the banking in turns 1 and 2. No, it's just to the left of the shot. It is up high on the banking, a 20-degree portion, just to the right of where this camera sits.
And now just to the left of where this
that
one
camera sits, right?
sits, yeah, just out of our view, unfortunately. All right, well, we'll try and get the number on that one in just a moment. That's the second time in recently, Brendan, where we've seen a car up on the high banks over there that likely did not get there by overshooting turn 1, or I guess overshooting the entrance to turn 2, that they actually just never turned into the infield and went all the way around. So we'll see how that plays out here.
The peculiar thing about it to me is that it's up on the banking.
Yeah.
You think if you were just going to cruise around, you'd either duck onto the pit exit apron or the flat part underneath the progressive banking on the right-hand side, but actually he's up basically right up against the Armco on drivers right there.
Right. And to Brendan's earlier point on your handle around a new tire quickly. First of all, I hate to admit it, Greg, but you were right. The Goodyears are required for all Super Tours and majors starting now. Jay Chapman was able to send me a quick text to correct me also. But the one thing that Goodyear's got at this race and all the Super Tours this year, they're going to have an actual tire engineer who is an expert in this tire. It's not just your sales guy who's going to go sell you tires at that trailer. They have a person who's much smarter than me, who knows all about how to make these tires go fast, and they will be there to answer questions and help these drivers all season long. So Goodyear's really invested in making these drivers get up to speed fast on their tires.
You love to see it. So often in other forms of racing, you see a tire manufacturer enter a space or become a spec tire just in the interest of making money and selling tires. And more, I think it's put some real value in the idea of having support available to the teams when they need it,
right.
Especially early on in a learning process. And of course, with B-Spec, it is such a hotly contested class that yes, it's great to have an advantage, but you don't want somebody to run away with a solution and hold it close to their chest.
Sure.
In a class that's all about providing continuously competitive racing. So
right.
Props to Goodyear for being committed to being a part of the B-Spec paddock.
Absolutely. And in that B-Spec field right now, your fast car is, as I roll down here, Stuart Black in the 40 car, printing laps in this session of a 1:45.9. I don't have the benefit of yesterday's qualifying times.
But I do, Brian.
I figured you did, because that's your jam.
That's right.
You are the time man.
1:45.861 is the provisional pole time that Stewart set yesterday for B-Spec. So he's getting close.
Yeah. So good on him for that. Right now, Chris Taylor's in second on track. Kent Carter is in third on track. And Luke Russell is fourth on track in this particular session. So,
yeah, and can you tell that Taylor and Carter, their two teammates, have been working the draft? Carter had that early spin on lap number 2, but Carter now only 1/1000th of a second off of Chris Taylor. And you could see, we just saw them come through that shot, coming through 6 and 7, and they're making the run down to the hairpin now. They're just now about midway through this back straightaway coming down into the hairpin, the two Mazda 2s.
So that looked like a spin. What that really was kept waiting for Chris to come around and catch up so they could work together. Just kidding. But yeah, that was just. There you go. But yeah, it's good for them to be able to get out there and work those two tires and cars together. And we've seen B-Spec become a teammate sport also. We had Rich Roman and Stephen Trone work together 2 years ago in the runoffs. And then again, they tried to work together this year at the runoffs until Steve got punted. And Rich had to go win it all by himself. But yeah, working together with a teammate is definitely a way to get around these racetracks fast in these B-Spec cars.
And certainly not the and it's interesting here, Brian, watching the dynamic, and we saw this earlier in Spec Miata, we saw it in Spec Racer Ford as well, and we saw it with these three cars that we were just now watching. The group ahead of here, the couple STL Miatas, where we will see drivers going 3 and 4 wide down the front straight here at Homestead, jockeying to see who can get the run down into turn number 1, and then suddenly somehow they all manage to get in line and work it out that they never enter turns 1 and 2 side by side, and they can continue to keep up pace there. And in STL, it has worked out quite well so far for Danny Stain. We saw him a little bit earlier in Spec Miata today. Stain is your fastest STL driver on track right now, and with a qualifying time of 1:32.702, and that is quite a bit faster than he ran yesterday, and more importantly, it's faster than Jose Osiris Pena, who was our provisional pole sitter coming into this morning's session, ran yesterday. Osiris Pena yesterday had a 1:33.20. He has improved a little bit down to a 1:33.15. but staying now 45 hundredths of a second clear of Pena. Chris Clark in the number 109 machine in one of those NC Mazda MX-5s. Currently your third fastest driver, much as he was yesterday, with a time of 1:36.476.
Spinner back here at turn number 2. Did not catch a number, but that car just lost it under braking. Maybe a lock of the rears headed into that 90-degree left-hander. And now just sits a couple of feet off track, but very much facing oncoming traffic, still in 5th gear, probably doing 100 or so miles an hour. Some nervous times there in the runoff.
And then, yeah, there's another car there waiting to get back on track. Maybe that was the one we're talking about.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it has moved on. That became a self-clearing incident, so we can get back to green flag action here for the next 3 minutes in this session before we wrap this one up.
Jose Osiris-Pena into the pit lane in the gray, yellow, and black. The number 199 Honda CRX. My guess is that's going to be a session for Jose. Still sitting, as Greg just mentioned, about half a second off of class-leading Danny Stain, who was pretty much one and done this morning, or yeah, for this session. Did a 132, backed it off, did a 138, and then put in what is now the provisional pole time, 132.7. So all business for number 9.
Coming up with about 2 minutes left in this session, I would guess that most cars probably have what they're going to have here at this point in time. And but you know, it always seems to be one guy or one gal who squeezes off a fast lap here in the final minute or two of qualifying. But just like any other form, when you see all the cars changing tires 3 or 4 times in a session in F1, you know, these tires are best at a peak at a certain amount of time, and usually it's not at the end of the session if you've been out there the whole time.
Right. Hey, and so producer Ryan was telling us it looked like Chris Taylor and Kent Carter were starting to move up on another one of the B-Spec drivers that make it a 3-car train, and it looks like they have now latched onto the back of the Chevy Sonic, the red Chevy Sonic of Stuart Black, and we'll see how that plays out for them, and whether or not actually that is not that. I take that back. That is not the red Chevy Sonic. That is the F Production MR2 of Mark Silverberg, and Silverberg, he's got a real neat story here. That car, that Toyota MR2 used to be driven years ago. It was driven years ago by Leanne Falk. It was a showroom stock car that has been around for years and years, and Mark has been racing primarily in vintage racing, but he's brought the car out here this weekend, and is here primarily to get some notoriety for Washington University and St. Louis's Formula SAE team here. So hopefully we'll find that some of the folks see what this old race car and will jump on board again. That's Washington University, if you want to check out their Formula SAE website and give them a hand.
Before we wrap things up, a quick programming note from DriversEye Live. First, thank you for being with us, everybody. It's been a tremendous reception to our first U.S. Majors coverage. A reminder that this weekend's coverage is sponsored by the Florida region of the Sports Car Club of America. Though it looks a lot like what we do in the Super Tour, this is very, very much an endeavor by Florida region to provide a little extra visibility to their premier event for the season here that kicks off the 2024 road racing season, the Palm Tree Winter Majors. Thanks to everybody at Florida region for supporting this and encouraging this to go off because I think it's a great way to kick off 2024. If you're watching from trackside, you're here at the circuit. Reminder, you can find lunch from any of the food trucks that are down in the center of the paddock, just behind where the scoring pylon is, and building 1 down in the main part of the paddock. This afternoon's coverage will kick off noon. I think we're still waiting on a back time, but we are, as we have been most of the morning, pretty significantly ahead of schedule. And either lunch is going to extend or we'll be back a little bit. Oh, leave the stream up if you're planning on watching the races this afternoon, and you certainly should, until you hear the dulcet tones of Gregg Ginsberg and Brian Bielanski, who will be carrying you through the remainder of our coverage this afternoon from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'll leave Greg and Brian to wrap us up, but I did just want to get that out of the way and again provide my thanks and all of our thanks to the Florida region of the SCCA for being a part of this weekend.
All right, so before we take that break for lunch, and of course we'll update you on the screen here as to when we will be returning with our very first race of the afternoon, which will be Spec MX-5, STU, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Let's take a look at how things finished up here. We'll start off with B-Spec, and looks like those Mazda 2s got a nice little toe off of that Toyota MR2 in the last laps, as Chris Taylor was your fastest driver in the session. He turned in a 145.676, and here, let me adjust my glasses. That was just about 0.2 of a second faster than Stuart Black's provisional time from yesterday afternoon of a 145.861. And so Chris Taylor will be your B-Spec pole sitter, with Kent Carter starting second. Stuart Black falls back to third in B-Spec, with then looks like it's going to be Rob Connors, then Luke Russell, then Peter Zeckert, with James O'Hare in the 07 Mini starting seventh in that field. In GT Light, Chris Bovis, former national champion, with a 134.876. He bests the time that Chris Copley set yesterday. He will be your GT Light pole sitter. Michael Lewis will start second in class. Actually, no, I take the, yes. Michael Lewis will start second in class in his second gen Mazda RX-7. Chris Copley third. And then we have Paul Mavoli and Ted Phoenix. Neither driver went out for qualifying earlier today, or pardon me, went out for qualifying today in F production. And maybe the reason is I'm showing Paul Mavoli is driving an F production machine. I don't know if they have him classed incorrectly, but I'm showing him as being the fastest F production car out there. We'll try and get a word on whether or not that is correct. If it is not, then Mark Webber will hold on to his F production pole. If it is, Paul Mavoli is your F production pole sitter. Then Stephen Clark was our third fastest driver in F production today. He turned in a 149.892, but that does not best Ken Kennard's time for yesterday. So Kennard will start either second or third, with Stephen Clark behind, and then Mark Silverberg. Finally, in E production, Lord X7. The Mazda RX-7 driven by Yuri Kalatzos. And by the way, that Lord is for Lord Vader. I told you Yuri's a Star Trek fan. The number 77 Mazda RX-7 turned in a 138.148 here today. And that is 1.9 seconds faster than he ran yesterday. More importantly, still faster than the three other E-production drivers who did not go out for qualifying yesterday. Steve Saney, then Matt Fritz, and then Paul Easy. And that should bring us to the end, Brendan, of qualifying here from the Palm Tree Winter Majors.
Yep. That's going to do it, and we're going to be back here in, well, a little more than an hour. Have we been given a back on time yet, Brendan?
We have just dropped it in the Discord. 12:30 is when we go back to racing. We'll be back here live at 12:25 to reset the stage for this afternoon's 7 25-minute races. We'll do a little track tour and bring everybody up to speed, and then go racing right at the bottom of the hour.
Well, let's do that. So let's take a break so that we can take care of our lunches as well. And when we come back, we'll be kicking off with our first group: SMX, STU, T2, T3, and T4. That's right at 12:30 Eastern Time. So stay with us. You're watching the Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Nationals from Homestead-Miami Speedway. He's Brendan Kaczmarek, Gregg Ginsberg. I'm Brian Bielanski. See you in just a little bit.
PA test. PA test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test test. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. PA test. 1, 2, 1, 2. PA test. PA test. 1, 2, 1, 2. PA test. 1, 2.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody, and welcome to live coverage of the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here on DriversEye Live and the SCCA official YouTube channel. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and as it does each and every year, the Palm Tree Winter Majors opens the Sports Car Club of America's U.S. Majors Tour in sometimes sunny, sometimes warm. It looks like it's becoming a little less sunny and still somewhat warm Homestead-Miami Speedway, and its 2.3-mile 10-turn infield road course. And you know, now almost 30 years old, the Speedway invokes that Art Deco vibe of South Beach while challenging our racers with a mix of high and low speed corners, including a very tricky infield hairpin as well as a banked NASCAR oval. And so Brian, as we get ready for our very first race of the weekend, why don't we take a look at this infield road course?
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of a tricky little deal here. It's got a lot of the NASCAR track, which is kind of cool, but it's flat. It's got some camber in some weird places, but it's very, very fast in around that NASCAR spot. 2.3 miles, 12 turns, and it is pretty fantastic for a roval. One of the best rovals, I'm told, of the oval ilk of racetracks.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, not to besmirch the fine folks in Charlotte where I live, but I would definitely take this any day of the week. And, you know, you come down for the oval down into a very quick turn one, and then you got brakes going into turn two, and you're probably going to see some bottlenecks coming up. But what we have this afternoon, let me Brian, break out the schedule of events here. This afternoon, it is nothing but racing. We are going to have 25-minute sprint races for our 7 race groups, and then we're going to do it all again tomorrow with some longer feature length races, 35 minutes or 22 laps, whichever comes first, but everything today timed at 22 minutes. And we can see drivers coming off out of the paddock now onto the pit lane, where they're going to take their pace lap and start the race. So let's do this. Let's run down the starting order for our first race. That is SMX, TU, T2, T3, and T4. We had in this group 23 drivers go out for qualifying, and I believe we're going to have touring classes and super touring classes in a group, first group, and then our SMX drivers will take a second green. So let's go down, run down the starting order here, and we're going to start off with touring and super touring. On the pole in that white number 2 Mustang, it's Max Opolsky. He is your T2 pole sitter. Starting to his outside, to his right, will be Garrett Adams. Then we have on row number 2, Tyler Delgado and Jose Osiris Pena. Osiris Pena is your STU pole sitter. He starts 4th. Then we've got Paul Azon, who is your who's a former STU national champion. He's going to start 5th overall with Oscar Hernandez in T2, starting in 6th. Starting 7th, Paul Kuna in his STU machine, and starting 8th on the outside of row number 4, it's going to be Chris DeShong. He is your touring 3 pole sitter in his BMW. Then we've got Oris Voigtman starting 9th in his T3 machine. Jaden Lander will be your T4 pole sitter today in his Mazda MX-5. He starts in Jeremy Butts, also in a Mazda MX-5. He is in T4. He will start 11th with Jasper Drengler, starting 12th in his T3 with Honda Civic. Then we've got Dirk Strassfield starting 13th in his T4 machine, with Steve Shelton starting 14th. In the number 62 car. That will make up row number 7. And then rounding out our first pack will be Ray Filbert. He starts 15th in the number 15 TU machine. And now let's move on to our SMX field, Spec MX-5. All of these are NC Miatas, I believe 2006 or thereabouts, up to 2000. 2016, I believe. And I'll have to get I'm sure Josh Smith will ping me with that information soon enough. Harbier Das with a qualifying time of 136.100 is your SMX pole sitter, with Michael Borden getting past some of his teething pains on his new race car, starting second. Starting third will be Mark Cephalo from Planet Miata, with Max Schweid starting fourth. Then we've got Will Robinson starting in fifth in the 115 machine. 14-year-old Aiton Grimm will start then sixth, with Jillian Fichter seventh, and Whitfield Gregg bringing up the tail of the SMX field, starting in eighth.
Yeah, we should be coming around here for the green flag here pretty quickly for our Saturday races. These races today are going to be 25 minutes long. We'll go 35 minutes tomorrow. Here is our field here, coming through turn 11 here. And they'll be heading down. There is your pace car heading on to pit lane. And the next thing we see should be a green flag coming from the start stand. As we wait for them to roll down a little bit closer here, there is the green flag. We are racing at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
All right, and as they break down into turn number one, it is your pole sitter already jumping out to an early lead, Max Sapolsky in that Ford Mustang. We got word from Jim Daniels that Max is actually testing out some parts on some Mustang Dark Horse parts for a new car that they're going to be building a little later in the season, but already being hounded there by Garrett Adams in his BMW Club Sport. Tyler Delgado a couple car lengths back from there, and then your STU leader in the you can see him there in that Honda CRX, that black and yellow CRX. That is Jose Osiris Pena, with Azon running second in STU. He just gives up the spot to Oscar Hernandez. Hernandez running in that T2 Porsche 911.
Yep, here they are coming into turn 8 here. Single file now, so no side-to-side action at this moment, except for right there back about 10 car lengths. We've got that looks like a BMW making a move on the inside, coming out there. And now back onto the NASCAR portion of this racetrack. This is the back straight. You can see that's a good news off in the distance there. I see a fluffy white cloud and a little bit of gray. I know there's a lot of rain in the area. Hopefully we can avoid not too much moisture here for this as they come now onto the front straight again. Past start finish line, completing lap 1.
All right, and everybody all falling in line here, and it looks already, Brian, like that Spec MX-5 group is starting to spread out here early on at the completion of lap number 1, and we'll check the order here as they are just now coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight, and we'll get their times here in just a moment. But as we check each class here, it is Opalski, Delgado, Garrett Adams, and Hernandez, your T2 leaders. Osiris Pena, Paul Azon, Michael Kuna, your top 3 in STU. Jaden Lander in the battle of the NC Miatas in Touring Ford. Jaden Lander with the lead over Jeremy Butts. Steve Shelton running in third, with Dick Strasfield fourth. And as all of our SMX drivers have come across the line, and we're going to start to see them come out of that turn 6 and 7 bend here in just a moment. Michael Borden in the number 42 machine. He has gotten the measure of Harbier Das, your pole sitter in SMX. And remember, Borden had been the Mazda driver coach in Spec MX-5 Challenge for a number of years, coaching up some of the scholarship award winners, and he was racing at the same time, but now he gets to focus on nothing but racing here at Homestead.
Nice clean racing action here early in our race as we see the second lap being completed here by our front pack. We had a split start here, which is why we're not seeing those new SMX-5, Spec MX-5 cars in our view at the moment. We will pick them up at some point in time during our coverage here. Lots of wind out here as well today. You'll see a little camera shake on occasion, and that is because we are, there is weather in the area, even though it's not raining at this moment.
And now we see the Spec MX-5 field coming out of NASCAR Turn 4. And, you know, Brian is, Brendan and I were talking this morning. We expected this to be very close and very tight, very Spec Miata-like. And as we take a look, the top 4 drivers all within a half a second of one another. Michael Borden continues his run there in the lead as they're now coming out of Turn 3, and Borden getting very loose. He's got Mark Cephalo right on his back bumper with Max Schweid and our pole sitter in SMX, Harbir Das, now falling back to 4th position as he is going to have to try and battle back up. Making a great move up, Ayrton Grimm in the number 55 machine. He's locked in there as well. We just saw that the kind of the like red and white multicolored machine there, and the driver directly behind running a little wide. I think that was the 115. Help me, Will Robinson.
Yeah, you know, it'll be interesting to see as we watch this class throughout the season. You know, we really don't know how they're going to race. We saw them at the runoffs last year, and while we suspect they'll be very Spec Miata-like, we're going to have to kind of learn to see what the idiosyncrasies of this particular car is when they're all on the track together. And it will be a good learning process for all of us as we kind of get the lay of the land with this new class. We had a problem with our second place car, went off the track or had some sort of a moment that let Max Opolowski move in to second place with Adams, and then Osiris Pena moving into 4th, Oscar Henderson in 5th here.
And actually, Brian, let's take a look here. Coming down into, well, because for whatever reason, I'm showing Delgado in the lead with Opolowski second, but we can see pretty clearly now coming out of the hairpin, Opolowski now back to the lead in the number 2 Mustang.
Sounds like it looks like a right rear flat tire on that car. We can see it going a little slower here coming onto the NASCAR side.
Yeah, as that's coming up, and so I think that is the 33 of Delgado that's having an issue. I would expect to see that car heading back into the pits, but you know, there's the white Mustang of Opolowski there, clear heading down, and that indeed was our. That was indeed Delgado in the 33 machine. That now is going to move Garrett Adams in the 54 BMW M2 Club Sport up into 2nd position. And he's got a bit of ground to cover now if he's going to catch up to the back of that pony car, the Mustang. Still holding on to the STU lead, Jose Osiris Pena, again at his home track, right out of Miami, Florida. And he's got the measure of Paul Azon's BMW at the moment.
That is the trepidation of sprint racing. Tyler Delgado is going to go all the way to the back of the field with that flat tire, and when you've only got a 25-minute race, even if they have the capability of doing a quick tire change here, and a lot of times they don't even bring tires to pit lane because once you have to pull in for a tire change, your race is essentially over, and you go from first to worst here in this situation. But it's early in the season, lots of time left for Delgado to get back into the fray, and of course there's always tomorrow as well.
All right, as we're watching the Spec MX-5 Challenge battle, or Spec MX-5 battle now come through turns 3, 4, and then through 5 onto that short straight up to turn 6, it is still Michael Borden, and with about 2 car lengths or so. But look at this battle for 3rd, Brian, right behind and going very wide into the concrete there with cars spreading out. We had Harbir Das, Max Schweid, and Ayrton Grimm, and I believe that was Schweid in the number 98 machine that ran a little bit wide in probably the one spot on that infield course that is not layered with grass that he found the one off-track place where there's actually some grip there with that asphalt.
Yeah, we should probably say onto the concrete as opposed to into the concrete, because if you go into the concrete, that's probably going to leave you with a bit of a body repair there. But we knew what you meant.
Yes.
And one of the few spots where that's helpful, or at least not hurtful.
Yes. Yeah, not hurtful, I think, is the best way to go at it.
Yeah, and you can see the front of that SMX-5 field starting to now get to the back of the first pack. Max Schweid, Michael Borden, Mark Cephalo now moving up in front of a couple of our T4, T2 drivers. So they're starting to work their way up through the field. And honestly, this is going to be interesting for the Spec MX-5 field. These drivers aren't used to multi-class racing. These guys who've been running this challenge last year were always single classes by themselves, I believe. So navigating through some of these slower cars is going to be a whole new deal for some of these drivers.
Well, I know at some of the regional events that Spec MX-5 Challenge ran, they did have some multi-class racing.
Okay.
But the one big change here is that we have a number of drivers now, Brian, that have come into this class that a lot of them have prior club racing experience. And what we saw in MX-5 Challenges, we have looks like running Will Robinson continuing to have some issues there at turn 6 in the run into turn 7, takes a little bit of grass there. Primarily the Spec MX-5 Challenge, as run by Mazda, the past number of years has been a launching board in and part of the Mazda racing ladder, and it still is to this day. But we saw, primarily racing directly with karts with not a lot of race experience, and that is I think a little bit different now, as we're seeing, for example, Mark Cephalo, who has been racing in Spec Miata and ITA and a number of classes, touring for years, building up an MX-5 Challenge Cup car. And we talked about and I know you were trying to keep this name a secret, as we had our preview of the Super Tour
real quick,
this
Greg,
year.
Let me interrupt you for just a second, then you can move on. We just went full course yellow. I can see our tow truck there with the lights on, looking for a gap to get out and pick up whatever it's going to pick up. We have a car stopped at the other end of pit lane on the apron, so they're going to have to go all the way around the racetrack, it looks like, to get to them. And so that's what we've slowed down for. And I also see some debris up there on the upper high side coming out of turn 4. So they're not only going to have to pick up a car, they're going to have to grab that debris. Okay, continue your story.
Well, I was going to say, we talked about the how these drivers were in previous years in Spec MX-5 Challenges, it was known, coming right out of karts in many cases, and it was a class of folks basically learning how to race cars.
Right.
But we talked on our podcast, your podcast, on Wednesday night, about one driver in the field who has perhaps a bit more racing than almost anybody else in the Spec MX-5 field, and that is me, as I will get his name out of. I'm having all of a sudden. I'm
afraid.
That, and I keep looking at my spreadsheet, and I keep seeing Gregg with 2 G's, which completely throws me off. But it's Whitfield Gregg, a man in Washington who has raced for years in Spec Miata and a number of different classes. He has 20 years of racing experience, and I would say that he is the spring chicken in this group at 76 years old. Racing for Flat Out Motorsports. And this is an interesting little stat that he sent us, and unfortunately I don't have anybody from SCCA's statistics department to prove him wrong. But Whitfield says that he has run the most U.S. Majors races of anyone since the U.S. Major Series started in 2013. 300.
Oh yeah. That's,
so I'm guessing that he probably has a little bit more experience than some of his fellow SMX drivers, like, for example, Ayrton Grimm, who is all of 14 years old. And oddly enough, in his second year of road racing.
That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Even if he has half that number of majors, it's still a load of experience, and hopefully, honestly, with some of these younger drivers, hopefully the older drivers in this crew and with more experience will take the advantage of maybe taking some of them under their wing and helping them get used to this type of racing. It's a big step up to go from karts to a full-bodied four-wheel, full-bodied race car.
Indeed.
But this is a perfect example for mentorship and for learning, which is really for a lot of these drivers why they're here.
Absolutely. And so there you can see On screen, we've got our emergency services teams here from the Florida region of the SCCA going and getting some of that debris. And hopefully we'll be able to go back to racing soon enough here, as we're a little bit past halfway, just about 14 minutes into what is a 25-minute timed race. And you see there back behind that Dodge Challenger pace car, or pardon me, safety car. And to reset the field here, it is Max Sapolsky, your overall leader, leading the T2 field. Garrett Adams running second, also in a T2 BMW. Jose Osiris Pena currently running third overall. He is your STU leader, with Oscar Hernandez directly behind him. Hernandez in that white Porsche 911. And he had been early on holding off Paul Azon, but I guess, and I don't know if we mentioned it, I think Azon may have been the driver that we had down at the end of the pit lane. Brian is he shows now as being 2 laps, or at least 1 lap down here on the rest of the field. Azon had been run directly behind Hernandez's T2 car. Michael taken over second place in STU. He runs 5th overall. Chris DeShong is your T3 leader in his BMW 330i. The first weekend out for Sheen, the racing school instructor. Chris DeShong now running 6th overall, with Forrest Voigtman running T3 and 7th. Jaden Lander, your leader in T4, running 8th, with Jeremy Butts 9th. And then Jasper Drengler in his Honda Civic from Shawana, Wisconsin, running 10th overall. And then we've got our SMX field, and it looks like some of those emergency services vehicles now, Brian, coming down the pit lane. So hopefully we'll be going back to green, and getting word from race control we will be going green this next time by. It's Borden, then Cephalo, then Schweid, who's gotten around Harbier Das. So Schweid now running in 3rd in SMX, with Harbier Das 4th. That was your pole sitter in the class. Will Robinson 5th. Ayrton Grimm, and then Ayrton Grimm. And then we've got Julian Victor, Whitfield, Gregg rounding out that SMX field.
When we come back to green, it's going to be approximately 8 minutes left in this race. It's what it's looking like here. And that should be 4 or 5 laps of racing action here. Good job for the crews to get out there and get this cleaned up ultra fast. We appreciate all the work that they do. And we'll be getting back as soon as we see these cars coming through NASCAR 4 here. We'll be back to green flag action very quickly.
I keep looking at this sign, Brian, coming out of NASCAR Turn 4 that says contender. And
They're just talking about you, Greg. They're just talking about you.
I could have been a contender.
That's
All right. So pace car is now back on the pit lane, and Max Sapolsky has the field waiting for that green flag, and we should be going back racing. There you go, green flag, and we are back underway here at Homestead for our first race of the weekend at the Palm Tree Winter Majors.
Yep, here they are. Oh, look at that big group of cars going through turn 1. Will they all get through clean? Let's keep a look on this.
And that was a great move there, with Oscar Hernandez in the Porsche coming right underneath Jose Osiris Pena. So move the Porsche up. And you can see there the Porsche actually made 2 great moves, as Hernandez got around Garrett Adams as well. So great restart for the 03 car to move up to 2nd overall, move Garrett Adams back to 3rd, and Pena now your leader in STU in that bright yellow Honda CRX, yellow and black, and now your 4th place runner overall, still leading his class.
It's been pretty remarkable how clean this race has been so far. I'm not sure what caused that car to get in the wall that caused our full course yellow, but this has been really, really close action, and everything I can see is all of the drivers really take care of their cars. A lot of them are thinking we kind of go do a Super Tour next weekend. That might have something to do with it.
Might have a lot to do with it. Yeah. Side by side through the hairpin, Michael Kuna in the number 74 STU machine, Chris DeShong in the red BMW. We'll see how things play out there. That is for 5th and 6th overall. Not a battle for position or for class, but DeShong certainly would love to make his way around Michael Kuna and put a gap between he and Oris Voigtman, who's running 2nd in T3 currently.
Coming up here on 6 minutes left in this race, there's a lot of drivers who realize with time running out that they're going to have to get the job done here pretty quickly, and that is their focus. Oh, two cars off right there. That last camera, we go back to that last camera for a second. 2 cars off, drivers right there. One's behind the pylon, the other one's getting started and trying to get back on the racetrack.
Yeah, as I think these racers are starting to realize the time is winding down with only 5 minutes remaining. And, you know, that is, again, it is such a high-speed entry into turn 1, and then they have to really stand on the binders for the left-hander at turn 2. You know, again, not surprised that we're not seeing more cars going off in that area there, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Fast and furious action here as we get to our last 5 minutes of this race. And now it looks like they've strung out again. Not too many side-by-side battles here. Little bits of gap between each of those cars. And that is good news for the guys up front who are trying to get that going. Here's a battle for second place here, just coming onto our front straight there. That's going to be Hernandez and Jarrett Adams as they come through here. Hernandez, lots of experience in these types of cars, so we'll watch him and see if he can hold off Garrett Adams here for second place on the podium. Right now, your top 3 in T2, Opalski, Hernandez, and Adams. Your top 2 in STU is Osiris Pena and Michael Kuna. Going on to T3, your top 2 is Chris DeShong and Voigtman. And then your top 3 in SMX, you've got Michael Borden, Mark Cefalo, and Max Schweid. That's how they're sitting right now, with about 3 minutes to go, or 4 minutes to go in our first race of the day. Here's a side-by-side battle. I'm not quite sure which class cars those are.
Michael Kuna and Chris DeShong. Again, not a battle in class.
Right.
It's the STU BMW M3 of Kuna, the E46 M3, and then DeShong also in an E46, a 4-door 330i, running in Touring 3, one of the Spec E46 cars. And it looks like finally now, heading into the hairpin, DeShong has gotten the measure of Kuna's car, and you can see there some of the major differences. Kuna with the wing in the rear to certainly help with downforce going into some of the corners that the DeShong's car does not have, and I believe the STU car is probably up on has a bit more horsepower than DeShong, but this is a track, DeShong out of Northern Florida. This is a track that he has raced many times over the years, and you know, for DeShong, as far as he is concerned, the good thing for him is he now is opening a pretty good advantage over the Mustang of Voigtman. Right. Looks like about 15 car lengths back behind now as time is running out.
And more importantly, there's now that T3 car between the two of them. I mean, the STU car between the two of them. So if Voigtman wants to have a chance to win this race, not only does he have to catch DeShong, he's got to get around Kuna first.
All right, let's jump back over to our Spec MX-5 battle here, Brian, as they're coming out of turn 5, and they're going to be making the run down towards turn 6, and it is still Michael Borden, and you can see Borden right back behind that Mustang of Voigtman, and he has opened up about a 6, almost 7 car length lead over Mark Cefalo, who's running second in class, and as it has been the majority of the day, both Borden and Cefalo have got a pretty good advantage now over Schweid and Robinson, running second and third. As we've got, again, about a little bit over 2 minutes remaining, that we should be starting the penultimate lap the next time by, so with 2 laps to go here. As a little bit further back in the field, we're seeing that SMX field that had the split start has made their way around our Touring 4 racers, as Jeremy Butts is now your leader in Touring 4. Jaden Lander was the pole sitter in the class, now falling all the way back to 4th in class.
Yeah, I think we're going to get the white flag this time by here, and this will be our final lap of the race. Once the leader Opalski comes around this time. And that will take us to the finish line here. That two-car battle that you just saw, that was not for class. That was the Pena Deschong. No, I think that was Deschong and Kuna who just crossed the line there. And here we see them coming now here into turn 6. And I think right now, if I were Kuna, I would just say, I let this thing play out. There's no reason to battle for this at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Kuna, he's well situated in second, and he is about a half a lap up on Ray Philibert right now, who's running in third. As we jump back to our starter standing, coming out of the final corner now, that is the white Mustang, the 2019 Mustang of Max Opolsky. He is your leader, and he gets the white flag. 1 lap remaining, and
and there he loses it right there, going out of turn between turn 1 and 2. That's your race leader, Opolsky. Can he pull it back together? He had a 13-second lead over the second place car. Will Hernandez be able to come around here? If he doesn't get it, here comes Hernandez. That's Hernandez.
And Opolsky is trying to get the car back on track, and taking over the lead now is Oscar Hernandez in his Porsche 911. There he comes, coming out of turn number 3, and also getting by Garrett Adams in the BMW. That's going to move Opolsky now back to third in T2.
So now he's going to have a half a lap here to try to get it back together and try to get back around these two cars. He's also going to have to clean off those tires, which went off in the wet and the mud. I don't think he's got enough of a car right now to make up that gap in these last few corners.
That's right. As they come now out of turn 6 into turn 7, they're going to make that run down towards the hairpin. And yeah, horrible time there for Max Opolsky. Of course, again, this is a car they're doing some part testing on, and you know, one of the things that as they're looking at is they've got, although this is a 19 in the last body style, last generation Mustang, they've got a lot of parts from the Dark Horse Mustang, the brand new 2024 Mustang, on the car as a test bed for the new car that they're building up. And you know, they may have just found a weak link in the system here at the end of this 25-minute race. Is coming out of NASCAR turn 4 for the last time. There it is, Oscar Fernandez, and Opolsky's going to try to make a run on the BMW of Adams as they come to the line. Can he do it? No, Garrett Adams, he's going to hold off Max Opolsky. Difference between second and third in T2, 24 1/1000ths of a second. Jose Osiris Pena will take the win in STU in the 199 Honda CRX, and our starter's just waiting. He's waiting. There we go. Next car coming out of turn 4, and there he is, Chris Deschamps. He is your T3 winner. Finishing second in T3 will be Chris Voigtman, who ran his fastest lap on that last lap. Should mention Michael Kuna finishing second in STU and taking the win in SMX, the initial SMX race here as a runoffs eligible class. Michael Borden out of Lisbon, Wisconsin. Mark Cephalo will finish second. Max Schweid will finish third.
Wow, what a disappointment for Max Opolsky, having a 13-second lead starting the final lap. Loses it going through turn 1 and 2. Can't get it back on the racetrack because that grass out there is soaking wet still from the rain they had, and just wasn't able to get back on the racetrack. Hernandez and Adams slide past into first and second. Opolsky tries to use the horsepower of that Mustang to catch up and at least take second place on the podium at 24 1/1000ths of a second, the difference between second and third at the end of this race. Wow, what a finish.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our very first race of the day here at Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors. Next up, another race you definitely don't want to miss. 45 cars strong. It's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. And we'll be back with you in just a few moments here from the Speedway with more racing action. You are, again, listening to the opening round of the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. We'll be right back. Yes. So
Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, Palm Tree Winter Majors, Florida Region, SCCA. The first U.S. Majors Tour race of 2024. I'm Brian Bielanski, along with me, Gregg Ginsberg. And we've got 7 more races of action ahead this morning. And Greg, I got to tell you, if the next 7 are like the first one, I'm going to need a defibrillator, some more blood pressure medication, because the first one was fast and furious.
Well, Brian, if there are 7, I think that's going to be everybody watching us run around this racetrack, because I think there are only 6 more races.
Really? I've lost my mind.
Yes. So maybe we should change that lower third to say commentators and foot racers or something. All right, so heading out on track right now, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We had 45 drivers go out and set qualifying times. Since we're already on the pace lap here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the first 20 drivers in this field, the top 10 rows. Starting in 20th position, driving the number 33 machine. They call him Viz. It's Gary Vizzoli. John Vogel, who was our provisional pole sitter after the first day of qualifying. John is going to be starting 19th today in the number 47 machine. Mark Greb will start 18th. He's driving the number 71 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, with Jean-Luc Liverato starting in 17th position. Jean-Luc's been racing prototype cars for years out of the Atlanta region and starting to get his feet wet here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Dave Spitzer will start 16th today in the number 27 machine, with Chris Current out of the Washington, D.C. region. He's going to start 15th, driving the 0-1 car. Jace Petty, and I met Jace at the runoffs. He is all of about 3'5", and that's because I believe he's 15 years old. He's going to probably be about 7'4" the next time I see him, I'm sure. But Jace is starting 14th today, driving the 0-2 machine. He had a top 10 finish at the runoffs, had a great run at the runoffs. Josh Hansen driving the number 44 machine. He will start 13th, with Arvid Albanese starting in 12th in the number 77 machine. Then we've got Ben Jacobs in the 171 car. He's going to start 11th. Mark Eaton will start 10th. He's driving the number 92 car, with Sandy Satullo III starting on the inside of row number 5, starting 9th. Then we've got Trey Ayers driving the number 7 machine. Great to see Trey back in a Spec Racer Ford after a couple years away. He starts 8th, with our pole sitter from the 2023 National Championship runoffs, Morgan Burkhardt, in a brand new car, driving the number 102 machine. He starts in 7th. Grant Vogel, and I said John Vogel was our provisional pole sitter. My apologies. It was Grant Vogel, driving the 46 machine, was our provisional pole sitter. He starts this race in 6th position on the outside of row number 3, and to his left will be James Goffrey, who had a top 10 finish at the runoffs. James is driving the 68 car. Brian Schofield, who swept this event last year, he will start 4th in the number 61 machine, with Todd Vanacore starting in 3rd, driving the number 19 car. And then your front row today, Russ Turner driving the number 23 Spec Racer Ford, who I believe finished 2nd at the runoffs this year, and Denny Stripling, your pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 129.869. He is starting on the inside of the row number 1. The McKinney, Texas driver takes the field over now as the pace car has come to the pit lane for the start.
And we're just waiting now to see if the starter likes the lineup here, if it's good enough in the front of the field to get that green flag in the air. We'll know here in just a second. And the starter does like what they see. And here we go, 60-some cars headed down to turn 1.
All right, and as they head down and come in, that red number 4 machine of Denny Stripling takes the point. As look at this, in some cases 4 wide, funneling into turn number 2. We'll see if it's like that. Still coming out of turn number 3, as the front of the field now has certainly got in line, as looks like James Goffrey and Morgan Burkhardt battling it out for 6th position, but we are still 2 by 2 through the majority of the field. But up at the front, it's Stripling, his teammate Russ Turner, Schofield, and Vanacore. And actually now it looks like Schofield there, you can see him in the 61 machine. He's got a little bit of an advantage over Vanacore. Grant Vogel slotting in the Carrier air conditioning number 46 machine as well. And still, Brian, you can see this, still 2 by 2 coming through turn 6 and 7.
Yeah, it looks like a centipede of cars going around this racetrack right now. I was mistaken. 45 starters, 60 is next weekend at Sebring, but nonetheless, 45 cars on a 2.3-mile track, and this is awesome.
Now let's see, as we get back a little further in the field there, as they were 3 wide going into the hairpin. Those drivers, they're not going to get a big jump, a great jump out onto the oval. So we'll probably start to see a couple of folks straggling off at the end of lap number 1, as our leaders now in this big, long train, this big centipede now, 2-car breakaway, and it's Stripling, and it appears to be Russ Turner getting a little bit of an advantage now over Schofield and Grant Vogel. And Vogel has gotten around Todd Vanacore, so move Vogel now up to 4th. Morgan Burkhardt finally is entering James Goffrey at the line, move him up into 6th. And Sandy Satullo now fighting it out with Trey Ayers in that battle for 8th.
Yeah, definitely, and there's multiple national championships, I think, up front there. Stripling, Turner, Schofield, lots of experience in the front of that pack. And as you can see, as they start to string out and pull away here, still lots of side-by-side action back in the middle and back of the pack. But now it's time for that for those drafting trains to get started. And the front of the pack will try to avoid. There's one car going off. Nice way to pull that together and get back on the racetrack. That ends one of 2 ways, and it ended well for that particular car.
Yeah, and we'll pick up that car. I thought that might have been Burkhardt that ran a little wide, but he's in that second pack, and I think that it actually is him in that second car in the Apple Motorsports 102 machine, a brand new car to him. They had some teething problems on the test day on Thursday. I think only got about 4 laps in, but managed to put it on qualifying second after the first day of qualifying. So very strong run for a driver who's never been down the Homestead before, but it is a car way at the moment. The field, it is Stripling still with Turner, Schofield, and Grant Vogel. And now Schofield making a move down on the inside. He gets around Russ Turner to move Brian Schofield up into second position. And notice now just that little move, Brian, brought that second pack of Vanacore, Burkhardt, and Satullo right back up to our lead.
Yes, now we have a 7-car battle, and if they keep the car in 8th, be able to scooch back up there into that a big time where you just either you need to stay in line to be able to pull away, or if you're going to be racy, which is be great for us because it'll be a lot more to talk about. That's what happens away, especially high speed areas like coming out of 4 going down towards turn 1.
All right, and as our racers now coming down the back straight here into the hairpin, and again, what was a 4-car breakaway is now a 7-car breakaway. Oh, we've got a car that has maybe broke something, had some mechanical issues.
Oh, definitely
coming through the hairpin at turn 8.
Yeah, you could see the back of that car bouncing up and down, so I don't know if it's a flat tire or if there's literally something broken in the suspension, but I can tell you from experience that's not supposed to look that way.
We'll try and get a number. That was one of the red cars. It was, I believe, either Vanacore or Burkhardt that might have had the problem there. We'll take a look, and indeed, it's Morgan Burkhardt in the 102 machine as he is dropping back through the order now. So it looks like the initial outing for the 102 machine now, at least today, is done. Vanacore, who was the car just ahead of that injured car, just ran the fastest lap of the race, and you can see there he's right at the tail end of that field. As Vanacore has now opened up about a 3-car length advantage over Sandy Satullo in the white 07 that is has now been escalated up to 5th position, and you can see they're kind of equidistant between Vanacore, Satullo, and then James Goffrey now finds himself back in 7th in that grayish number 68 machine.
Yeah, if you look at this weekend as a tune-up for Sebring, this is the good time to have the car have a problem, although where it's sitting there, we're going to end up going full course yellow, I think, to get this thing out. Yeah.
And there it is, Brian. We're going full course caution here at the Speedway.
Yeah, as much as I'd love to keep racing here, you just can't leave that car there for any length of time, and it's probably broken enough to the point where the quarter workers can't push that car because it was really making some very unusual gyrations in the back of that car as it was rolling to a stop there. So not surprised here, but with 19 minutes to go in this race, it'll be plenty of time to get that car yanked into a safe spot, and then we can get back to Racing X. What I was saying, Greg, is that a good time here for, if you're going to have problems, this is the weekend to do it. Work on it tonight, have another test session tomorrow, essentially, and to be able to get that car ready to go for next weekend at Sebring.
All right, so Brian, I'm also getting, our directors are giving us word that there may be another car over there as well. It's actually between turns 7 and 8. It's making the run down towards the hairpin, and I believe that it is likely the 65 machine of Walt Hernandez. As a matter of fact, there you can see, if you look at that shot now, driver's left, right up against the wall. Actually, it would be driver's right up against the wall.
Yeah, I wonder if those two cars got together, maybe.
It's a possibility, although Fernandez had started quite a bit further back in the field.
Okay.
And I feel bad because we and our producers think it might be Dave Spitzer. I was gonna say, I hope it's not Walter Fernandez, because I'm showing him as also being 2 laps down, and Fernandez was the driver that we spoke to during qualifying this morning, and I'd feel horrible if he wasn't able to continue. But we show also Dave Spitzer as only having completed a single lap as well, the Port Orange, Florida driver of the number 27 machine. And unfortunately, because of where that car is positioned right up against the wall, a little hard for us to get the number on it at this time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with 2 cars, it'll take a little longer to possibly get this cleaned up, but the cleanup crew proved to us in the last race that they work pretty fast here. So it'll be we'll get this thing cleaned up now that the cars are under the control of the pace car. The field slowed down. Now those tow trucks can get out there safely, get these cars scooped up and moved back into some racing action here.
Hey, Brian, real quick, as long as we're here under full course caution, we have up in the booth right now joining us Yuri Colossos. Yuri is our pole sitter for this afternoon's race in E-Production, driver of the number 77 Mazda RX-7, the number 77 Mazda RX-7, the car that he calls Lord X7. So welcome to the booth, Yuri. And by the way, I want to apologize right now before Stephen Clark and his girlfriend tell you this. I said that Lord Vader was a Star Trek character instead of Star Wars. And so I figure I'll let you know now because you're going to hear it point this weekend.
No, you are forgiven. Don't worry about it. It's
Thank
good.
you.
It's all in the family. Yeah, enough.
Yeah, close enough. All right. Well, it was an honest mistake, and having been around there for the premiere of Star Wars back in 1977, that might have something to do with the car number that you're running. I apologize. So, Yuri, why don't you tell us a little bit about how your weekend's going so far?
Well, so far so good. We are doing a new motor for this one. We broke at the runoffs, so we had a good week at the runoffs, but then in the race, my motor broke. So we rebuilt it, and this is the first weekend after that. We're really excited. The motor's doing good. This is going pretty well, so we're really excited about this week.
Very, very good. And so I guess I probably shouldn't have started off with all the Star Wars stuff, but why don't you tell us a little bit about it was very interesting when you sent everything over. I mean, obviously your race team has to do with Star Wars. We've talked about the car name and the number. Turns out you're quite, huh?
Yeah. You know, I grew up watching Star Wars, and it's just one of those things. You know, when I watched it, I guess I'm telling my age now. I was a little kid, and it just kind of gets to you, impresses you. So. Always loved Star Wars. The Lego collection that came out about 1999, I started collecting that. And so you want to go to my house because you'll be going into the Star Wars universe. The dark side, by the way. That's why my car's black and red and all that kind of, just having a fun with the SCCA, fun with cars, as we say.
There we go.
Absolutely. So Brian Bielanski here, Yuri. And by the way, it sounds like you and I are the same age, so I'd love to visit your house and see your collection. That would be so cool. But
absolutely.
How are you using this weekend to get ready for next weekend?
Yeah, it's a great setup for next weekend because it's not quite just a test weekend here, but almost, right? So it's a great connection to have these 2 weekends back to back, especially because of the level of competition. I would consider myself a mid marker to late marker, and these events provide the opportunity to really get engaged with some of the national guys. And sometimes pick their brain, and they'll tell you a little something that maybe you weren't trying, and then that helps you maybe pick up a half a second or a second or tire setups, or all kinds of stuff. So this weekend, it's tremendous. It's a great weather, and I tell you what, it's a great preparation for the Super Tour next week at Sebring.
This track is so different from Sebring. Sebring is like going on a off cross race compared to the smoothness of this track. Does that make it any harder to get ready or any less useful this weekend?
A little bit, and I think people are aware of it, so they know that the setup for this weekend will be a little bit different than next week, perhaps. But it's a great time, like I said, to just make sure your car's okay, make sure that you put it to the paces here before you head to Sebring, because it's such a demanding course that something could happen, right? And usually something does happen at Sebring International.
Definitely. It looks like we've got one car already in motion here by the tow truck, and with about 12.5 minutes left to go in this race, they're going to try to get this race back to green as soon as possible. Haven't seen the other car yet, but that is that is the situation. So when you're in a situation like this, got a couple of laps in the middle of a race, where you get to slow down and recollect. What are you doing right now to get ready to go back?
Yeah, definitely watching the RX-7s, the rotary engines. So sometimes it tends to get a little bit hot. So we definitely keep an eye on that, and just collect your thoughts. Really, what am I doing? Who's behind me? Who am I trying to catch? But at least for me, I always know kind of where, sort of where I should be. So I really try to drive within myself. I know that kind of is my performance, but try to go too crazy on folks that I know they're faster than me by quite a bit. Then I just, I try to hang with them and find the little edges to the better point.
Before we let you go, we'll get back to green here pretty quick. Do you have any sponsors or anybody you want to thank?
Absolutely. We have a full list of sponsors. Let's start with my main sponsor, Road Tech Motorsports out of Orlando, Florida. Chris Harris been doing rotary stuff and fabrication for a long time. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate your help all the time. Star Wars is our unofficial sponsor. I wonder about that, because, tell you what, but I probably spend so much
Anyone
money.
know George Lucas here that we could make a phone call?
And all that kind of, exactly,
Or Disney for that matter.
Gonna borrow a couple thousand,
Yeah, exactly.
Let me use the name. So those guys, Mazda, of course, Mazda is a great supporter of ours with parts and all kinds of good stuff at the runoff. So thank you, Mazda. Hoosier Tires has always been great as well. So that's the list, and all my family and my girlfriend.
Of course, I got to make sure you get that all taken care of. So, thank you. We appreciate it and helping us out. I don't see cars left there, so my guess is we're going to go back to green here pretty quick. Good luck in your race, and we will chat again.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. This is awesome.
There you go, everybody. That's Yuri Colasso of the number 77 E Production Mazda RX-7. His race scheduled to come up. Actually, Yuri's coming a little bit. Race of the day scheduled to start 4 p.m. this afternoon. All right, so Brian, as you mentioned, all of the cars have been removed, and keen eye. One of our SCCA flaggers, Ben Tyler, who asked if the entire field was going around NASCAR 1 and 2, and yes, so that they could avoid the entire area of the track where both of those cars had to be removed. And there you go, pace car now on the pit lane, turning the field back over to our leader, Denny Stripling, and they should have the green flag here in a moment. There it is, green flag is in the air, and Brian, we've got now just about 9.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 9.5 minutes remaining. Here they go, too wide in the first 3 or 4 rows going into turn 1 here for the first time here. And like last time, they're going to be wanting to get to the front as quick as possible as time will be running out quickly here. Real quick, want to report Morgan Burkhart had an ECU problem, that electrical problem they've been fighting all weekend, rearing its ugly head again. And so it wasn't something broken. I'm not quite sure what I was seeing on the feed.
Yeah, it looked like the car did a little jump, and it may have just been a lurch when the power gave out.
Yeah.
But Brian, as we come down into turn 6 and 7, you'll notice we've got a new leader, as Brian Schofield had a great jump on the start, was able to get around Denny Stripling. Stripling now falls back into, I believe, 3rd position, as Grant Vogel was able to get around him as well. So move the 46 machine up into 2nd position. Russ Turner now in the blue 23 machine. He lost the position as well, as it looks like Sandy Satullo moved all the way up to 4th position from 6th. So big changes here on that restart.
Yeah, Brian Schofield is one of the best drivers that's ever strapped himself into a spec racer Ford, and not surprising to see him make a move for the lead early here.
All right, as they now come out of the final corner, and again, Schofield having taken the win last year, and I was talking, Brian, as qualifying, as they spread out now, coming down towards turn 1, 3 wide, and Schofield manages to come right across the nose of Grant Vogel, who did indeed get around Denny Stripling, who's sitting in 3rd, then Satullo, then Russ Turner, then Todd Vanacore. That many times coming into that Sebring event, we talk about Brian Schofield being the winner, coming out of Homestead, and there have been many a time where he has had 4 wins to start to start off the season. We'll see here if he can get his first of 2024.
Right there, Schofield, Vogel, Stripling, Satullo, Turner, Vanacore, Goffrey, Ayers, Ayton, Albanese. There's your top 10 here with 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this race.
All right, here, and we've got a bit of a breakaway now as the top, top 6 cars. It looks like back to, actually, it looks like back to, yeah, it looks like James Goffrey in the reddish. The Goffrey's in the gray 68 is leading that second pack. So we've got a 6-car breakaway at the front. Todd Vanacore being the trailing driver in that group in that reddish number 19 machine here, but still most of these drivers using the draft. You'll notice there are a couple of them coming out of turn 8 still side by side. Certainly here with a Roval type course, not the fast way around, but we'll see here if they can start to close up. Looks like side by side a little bit further back in the pack was Arvid Albanese and Josh Hansen battling it to see who would come into turn 1 first. That is the battle for 10th.
Yeah, battle for 10th. It's a battles all over the racetrack right now. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on this front pack. It looks like, unless there's some big schmozzle, that our podium's going to come out of that group. But you can look at anywhere on this racetrack and see guys and gals racing against each other here. And that's one of the joys of this type of spec racing, is that, you know, even if you're racing for 30th, you got a bunch of people around you to race with.
Oh, good, Brian.
I was going to say 5 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Schofield, Vogel, Stripling still your top 3. And those first 6 cars pulling away now from that second group of cars. And as long as they keep it a straight line, that second group probably won't catch them at this point. And then we're going to come down to one final move. It looks to me, Greg, like it's going to be a move going on the last lap into turn 1. May be the determining factor who's going to come home with the front 3 spots in this race.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the case. Is with Brian, we now have side by side for the lead as they're coming through NASCAR turns 3 and 4, and it is Schofield protecting the inside with Vogel sitting right there in the center. Stripling going to the outside. Now Stripling comes all the way down to the inside, tries to come underneath Schofield, and I think in doing so that has given Grant Vogel the lead. Now coming into turn number 3, Russ Turner sitting in 4th, and Satullo, then Vanacore here, and big move from Mark Eaton now moving up to 8th as he gets around Trey Ayers. Ayers was leading that whole second pack there in the number 7 car with Albanese in the same liveried 77 car directly behind him. A great move by Eaton to leapfrog both of those drivers here with only 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's just a preview, Greg, of what we're going to see here in about 3 minutes, because I think it's going to be that same type of action here going into the final lap that's going to determine whether or not. But I will say that pass was made before the start-finish line, so this might be how it comes out at the end as this front pack going side by side into the hairpin here, turn 8.
Wow, and what a move. Russ Turner in the 23 machine goes very deep down into the hairpin at turn 8, and that is not a place that we would have expected drivers to try and make a pass here, although with maybe 2-3 laps to go, might be okay. But the 23 machine, who finished 2nd at the runoffs this year, the Mount Pelier, Virginia driver, now moves to the lead, but it may be very short-lived, Brian, as they're coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, this is going to be quite crazy. We're going to have to probably look at the scoring monitor at the end of this race to decide who actually takes the checkered flag first, because these 5-6 drivers, they are not putting anything to chance, and they are really racy right now.
All right, so it's Turner, it's Stripling, it's Schofield and Grant Vogel, who had been leading just a lap ago. Sandy Satullo and Todd Vanacore, that is that lead group, with now Vanacore trying to come underneath looks like Grant Vogel there, and then we've got in the second pack, well, James Goffrey just ran his fastest lap of the race. He's kind of in no man's land between our top 6 and then that second group with Eaton, Albanese, who's just gotten around Trey Ayers, and Josh Hansen. Well, actually, I'll tell you what, there's Goffrey in that gray machine. He is starting to make up some ground on our lead pack.
Yeah, definitely making up ground. He will get into the mix here, but we're coming up on kind of crunch time here. But as long as those front 6 cars don't stay in a straight line, that's what's giving Goffrey the chance to pull up to the back of that pack. And he could be part of this discussion here as we get to the closing moments.
That's right. So we've got a little bit over 2 minutes remaining on the clock, and I would suspect, Brian, that when they cross the stripe, they will have 2 laps remaining here at Homestead. We should be starting that penultimate lap. Wow, look at that bird flying by. All right. All right, here we go. And now it is a 3-car breakaway at the front of the field as they come around the final corner, around the bend, and into turn number 1. It is let's take a look. I think we've got a car that has just now gone around at turn 1, and that is I think that was in the second pack, and it looked
was.
like, and I think that was Goffrey possibly, and Mark Eaton will catch up on that, but we saw Turner, Stripling, and Schofield separate out from the rest of the field, and the 2 teammates running 1 and 2 with Schofield, last year's winner, at 3. But huge run in that, Brian. That's the 2nd race in a row where we've seen drivers maybe try to make up some ground, and actually it wasn't Goffrey. Goffrey is all by himself now in 4th, so I think it was Sammy Satullo and Todd Vanacore that had gone off at turn 1. But for the 2nd race in a row, we've seen drivers just push into that turn 1, turn 2 complex on the last laps, and it's bit them hard.
Yeah, unless something else big like that happens, that means Turner, Stripling, and Schofield. That's going to be your podium. The question I have no idea is who's going to be first, who's going to be second, who's going to be third.
All right, well, as they come onto the oval the next time by, they should be getting the white flag. And we've got just about, as you can see there at the clock, about 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Our leaders now should be coming down, and here they are. It is Turner, then Stripling, then Schofield. I'm still wondering how the top 3 separated out from what was a pack of 6 on the last lap. All right, 1 lap remaining. Turner goes to cover. He holds off his teammate Denny Stripling. Both Turner and Stripling ran their fastest laps of the race that last time by, but Schofield, he's hanging on. He's hanging on tight there, and all 3 of those drivers now starting to separate themselves from Goffrey. Goffrey almost a full second off of the pace of our top 3.
Yeah, if I'm Denny Stripling, I'm liking where I'm at right now. 2nd place, I believe, is the place to be when they get on the NASCAR oval, and I think that is the catbird seat right now. And Schofield might try to take advantage and do a slipstream as well. But right now, if I'm Russ Turner, I'm thinking I am a sitting duck right here coming into the last 2 corners of this racetrack. Let's see what happens, Greg.
All right, now we saw where Russ Turner tried to make a pass coming into the hairpin earlier in the race, and there you go. Schofield takes a look to the inside, and Denny Stripling thinks better of it, gets back in line. He's going to try to use the draft. All 3 of these drivers, well, 2 of the 3 drivers are going to try to use the draft as they come back onto the oval for the very last time here in our first Spec Racer Ford race of the weekend at the Palm Tree Winter Nationals, and they now coming through NASCAR turn 3 and into the final corner, and it is Turner, your leader, with Stripling 2nd, then Schofield. They'll fan out from here, and there they go. Can Turner hold them off? Can he hold off the Schofield? Schofield comes down, makes a late move down to the inside. He is going to finish 2nd to Russ Turner. Margin of victory for Russ Turner, 0.15 of a second. Denny Stripling will finish in 3rd. James Goffrey will finish just off the podium in 4th. Great run for Arvid Albanese, who moves the 77 car up into 5th position. Great run for him. Mark Eaton will finish 6th. Trey Ayers 7th. Ben Jacobs 8th. Josh Hansen will finish 9th. And John Vogel in the 47 machine will round out your top 10.
2nd race in a row where that turn 1-2 area is the kryptonite corner here at Homestead for the lead pack. Those 3 cars are 2 races in a row in the final laps. Podium potential cars going off and not being able to vie for the lead here. But what a great finish here in Spec Racer Ford. The type of racing we've come to expect from this class. They delivered it again today here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Oh, absolutely. So just to put a capper on this, Albanese, who finished in 5th, started 12th. John Vogel started 19th. and finished 10th. So a lot of big jumps here for a lot of racers and throughout the field, but very tight, very close running here in Spec Racer Ford. That is our second race of the day. We've got, Brian, 5 more races remaining. Next up is going to be the first of our 2 open wheel groups. I guess as Brendan Kaczmarek referred to him earlier, as things without wings, but there is an exception here because it is going to be Formula 600, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V, as well as Formula Continental. So yes, we will have some wings in our next group here, so stay with us. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Actually, Brian, before we take a break, wanted to pass along, for those of you that might be interested in racing down in the Southeast this year, wanted to talk quickly about the upcoming schedule hosted by the Florida region of the SCCA. Next race, and it's going to be a little while here, but April 6th and 7th. And these are all, I believe, at Homestead, going to have a combination of South Atlantic Road Racing Championship and HPDE, or track event. That's April 6th and 7th. Then just a month later, May 11th and 12th, SARC, the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship, and another HPDE. That's May 11th and 12th. Then June 29th and 30th, end of June. And then we will be back mid-September, just before the runoffs. And then just after the runoffs, actually begins the 2025 SARC Championship. And I believe it is the very first event of the 2025 schedule for the SARC Regional Championship. That'll be November 2nd and 3rd. And it looks as though this event might be a week earlier next year, Brian. We're showing it as being January 2nd through 5th. So that's for the test day and the 3 races. So it looks like we may be here. We may be here for New Year's.
Yeah, well, let's try. Let's hope that happens. All right, we'll be back here in just a few minutes with our next race. This is the SCCA Majors Tour Florida Region Palm Tree Winter Major. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute. You're looking live at Homestead-Miami Speedway, Palm Tree Winter Majors, Florida Region SCCA First Majors of 2024. Brian Bielanski here, Gregg Ginsberg in the house.
Hi.
And we are getting ready for our third race of the day. This is not so many wings, but a couple of wings. Formula open cars, open wheel cars. Gregg's got our starting rundown.
All right, let's take a look here as we are going to have a split grid here with our Formula Continental, Formula F, and Formula 600 cars in our front pack. And then we'll have our Formula V racers in the second pack. Let's go and we'll go and run down the order. Let's start off with Formula V, where we have 5 racers that set qualifying times. Starting 5th, driving the number 21 Vortec, is William Straczynski. Starting 4th in his Caracol is the number 23 machine of Russell Fredericks. Ray Carmody driving a Mysterian. Pardon me. Oh, hey, look, I forgot somebody. I feel bad. Jeff Phil, and I know somebody in the chat's going to get upset. Jeff Filipkowski actually is starting 3rd in Formula V, driving the number 20 machine, with Ray Carmody starting 2nd. Carmody is driving a Mysterian, and that's right, Filipkowski driving the Caruso. As we learned this morning, probably the newest Formula V in a very long time. That chassis was debuted last spring at the 60th annual Formula V Fest at Pit Race. And your pole sitter driving his Agitator, the number 30 machine of Donnie Isley with a qualifying time of 141.08. Now let's move over to our Formula Continental, Formula 600, and Formula F drivers, where we had 10 drivers set qualifying times. Starting 10th in the field, driving the number 79 Formula F Swift, it is Dan Thurgood. James Morgan will start 9th. He is driving the number 01 Swift DB6. Then we've got Keith Jocelyn, our sole Formula 600 or Formula 6 racer in the field, driving his Scorpion Rotax. He had a qualifying time of 127.712. Starting 7th is John Robinson, and John Robinson will start 2nd in Formula F in a 92 Swift DB6, okay, driving the number 108. Brendan, I'm going to need your help again. It's a Miguel. I do this just to off producer Brendan. He is Kotek, who's a former national champion, driving Miguel SJ13. He is your pole sitter in Formula F with a qualifying time of 126.162. As the pace car now comes around turn 4, let's take a look at our top 4 cars, or top 5 cars, all Formula Continentals. We've got Mark Deffer in his Van Diemen RF02 starting 5th, Robert Wright in his DPO8 starting 4th, Paul Farmer in his Radon RN10 start, Chris Shaw on the outside of the front row in a Van Diemen RF01, and your pole sitter starting 2nd at this year's National Championships, driving a Van Diemen RF02. It's 2-time national champion Robert Aller is the green flag.
All right, we've got your front pack now already through turn 1. Here comes your second pack going to turn 1 as well. And these cars will spread out here pretty quickly because we've got a lot of different differential cars here throughout the field. Formula Continental cars not normally in with this group, so it'll be very interesting to see how long it takes them to catch the back of the Formula Vs. I'm going to guess by the end of lap 2 or 3 it's going to happen here, because those Continentals are wicked fast when you compare it to the very low horsepower Formula Vs.
All right, and we can already see now jumping out to an early lead is Robert Aller in his Continental. Again, 2-time national champion, took the wins both in 2014 and 2020. And this past year finished 2nd. I think it's one that he still feels somewhat good about, because the national champion at VIR in Formula Continental, his son Nolan. And he has opened up now about a 25 car length advantage. And here's an interesting thing, Brian. It looks as though Jonathan Kotek, our Formula F pole sitter, may Mark Deffer and Wright. We'll see what happens the next time they believe that yellow, the yellow number 83, a 108 machine may have moved in second. No, actually, it looks like the 108 now is still sitting back in 5th as drivers are coming across the line to complete lap number 1. It's Aller, Charno, Deffer, Wright, and Farmer. And then in Formula F, kind of the way we started, it's in Morgan Thurgood, and then Keith Jocelyn, our sole Formula 600 drivers. The Formula Vs now, Brian, come down to the start-finish line.
Yeah, that's definitely Robert Aller getting out there fast. That is, he is a sports television producer out of Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, and that car, that he calls it Black Sunshine. So he is out with an early lead here, and one of the stalwarts in this Formula Continental class for many, many years.
Indeed, as our Formula Vs have completed their first lap, and as they do, Ray Carby gets to Donnie, Lee, Jeff Filipowski, and William Straczynski rounding out the field. And if we take a look here, only in that Formula V field, 1.6 seconds separating the entire field there after one.
Yeah, and a strong Formula V field here this week. Well, it's good to see those cars out there having a good, but when we get 5 Formula Vs at once, that always makes me just a little giddy with it.
Well, you know, and as we were talking about folks like Wheel Greg that were racing in SMX earlier today, and that the difference in experience levels in some of the classes from folks that are 14 years old and are, it's their first or second year racing versus their 20 or 25th. To talk about experience in Formula V as they're coming out of turns, that was actually our Formula Continental folks. 3 drivers in particular. Bill Straczynski, he has nothing but Formula Vs over his time, and of course we've got his son who's always in the chat here. 46 years of SCCA racing experience. Ray Carmody, out of the Glen region, 40 years of experience. Donnie Isley, our pole sitter, who makes a living as a driving instructor for the North America. They're putting grounds down in South Carolina, 42 years. So it's kind of hard to pull the wool over somebody's eyes and pull out racecraft that these 3 racers haven't seen before.
It's like that in commercial. I know a lot because I've seen a lot. Yeah, these guys, they know what they're doing in these cars, and it's a special kind of driving style to make a Formula V go fast. So they certainly know what they're doing here. Not up front, Robert Allaire's opened up second, lead over Chris Charnow. Mark Deffer is in 3rd, Paul Farmer 4th, Robert Wright 5th. Then you've got Jonathan Kotek, John Robinson, and James Morgan rounding out your top 8. That's your combined Formula Continental Formula F field there.
Well, let's watch this battle as we just saw these racers coming out of 3 and 4 going into 5. They're going to be coming down this short straight into turns 6 and 7 right now. This is the battle for 3rd in Formula Continental. It is Mark Deffer, Paul Farmer, Robert Wright, all in very close proximity, about a car length and a half at most, separating those 3 drivers. Pardon me. And we'll see if they can close things up. But as always, we were talking about this earlier. It's a bit of a challenge. This being the only class in this grouping where the drivers have and the crews have the ability to do more than just adjust for mechanical grip, but can adjust wing angles for the front wings, for the rear wing as well. And there's a bit of a balancing act here because these cars do quite a bit of on the oval that you need to be able to trim them out, but you need to make sure that you've got grip through some of the places in the infield that are pretty tight. And you can see here where they were all in very close proximity going into the hairpin, that things open up to like 5 car lengths on the oval, Brian.
Yeah, no worries about racing through the oval, plenty of racing, but then, man, it bottlenecks up really fast going into turn 1. We were talking earlier about speed differential. Robert Allaire is in that Formula Continental car up front. He's turning laps in the 122 range. Then you go back to our lead car in Formula V, Ray Carmody, and he's going in the 142 range, so a clear 20 seconds a lap difference between your fast cars and your slower cars.
All right, let's see, producer Ryan, if we can get back to our Formula Vs, if possible. We'll try and find where they are. All right, and they're coming into NASCAR Turn 3. They're going to be coming into our view in about 45 minutes. Oh, there they are. This is your Formula V race, Brian.
Yeah.
All right.
And there's your Formula Con. There's Robert Allaire going past the entire Formula V lap, or at least he's going to try to, right here on the main straight. He's actually going to let these guys get through these first couple corners, realize that he was going to mess up the race for the lead for these cars. And he did a real gentlemanly thing there by backing off and letting them race. He'll get a better time to go around them when they get through the oval here.
And so as they're coming out of turn 3 now, Donnie Isley in that blue agitator, he is your leader with Russ Fredericks in the black 23 running second. Ray Carmody, who had a brief dalliance with the lead in the number 81 machine. He is back now in third with Straczynski and Filipkowski. But the gap from front of Formula V to back of Formula V when they crossed the line, Brian, was 67 hundredths of a second. And you can see there now is our Formula Continental drivers trying to find a way past without interrupting that race. And a great Arno in the white number 24. He made up a lot of ground to Rob Aller as Aller was being incredibly conscientious to the entire Formula V field. But same thing, Charnow, he waited until they got out of turn 7 and got onto that straight running the hairpin before he made the move.
Yeah, it was very interesting because when Eller was trying to be nice, I was saying to myself, wow, that second car is going to catch them really fast, and he was able to scooch by, and then it's kind of right itself. It kind of became kind of a self-clearing pass there. So very, very lucky for Aller to be able to get back out front and probably open up a very similar last 2 seconds to Charnow, but really that's not a big deal.
All right, so here as that Formula V field working their way through turn 3, and Brian, I should point out, you said that the Formula Continentals would probably pass those Formula Vs on lap 2. It doubled that. It was about 5.
Yeah. All right, we got a guest that's going to join us now, Miata driver, Jordan Rick Zagrini. Jordan Zagrini, how you doing, Jordan?
Well, let's give it a second. I think Brendan's got to give him the headset. You're going to be
there he goes.
There he
is.
We
go. There's Jordan. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing amazing. How about you guys?
Doing good, doing good. You're here this weekend in Spec Miata, right? Any other classes?
I'm actually watching Spec Miata. I used to run it, and I've made the move up to Toyota GR Cup North America, so just here having a good time.
Fantastic, fantastic. What do you think of the racing you've been watching so far today?
Homestead's always a great place. Love this track. It's local to me. I live about an hour north of here, so always love getting over to come watch here.
So have you done Sebring and Homestead?
I have.
So these guys, a lot of these guys and gals to go up to Sebring next week. What's the difference between what you experience here at Homestead and what you experience in Sebring?
Speaking from my experience in the Spec Miata, this is a more of a teamwork-oriented track, to be honest with you. With the long banking, it really switches a whole second or two lap time wise based off of if you have a dedicated drafting partner out of 8 all the way into 1 or not, and that can really make a big play into what happens during the race.
Yeah,
you can be in the lead pack and lose that draft, and all of a sudden you're getting passed by the time 1 comes around by 6, 7, 8 cars.
Absolutely, absolutely. So tell us about what you're doing this year.
I have some unreleased plans that are still in the works right now, but I'll definitely be racing the whole series of Toyota GR Cup North America with BSI Racing. So shout out to Mick and Shay and the whole team there, my crew chief Alberto. Those guys we're hoping to have a good campaigning this year.
So how did your time in SCCA Club Racing prepare you for that?
I came from zero background in racing. I actually started, my first ever SCCA race was here at Homestead 2 years ago at the Homestead for 2. And that was my first ever racing experience. Before that, I had gone to a racing school and had no previous karting experience or anything like that. So SCCA and initially the Spec Miata class has really helped hone my craft in such a short amount of time. Everybody's so helpful, and the racing's so tight, especially in Spec Miata with everything being so competitive. They really enabled me to get up to speed, and I credit all my success towards that so far.
All right, Spec Miata's up for us. Who do you like in that field? Who should we be looking out for?
The ESR getting strong in qualifying so far, per usual. Danny Stein and Frankie Barroso were putting some good laps together in qualifying from what I saw earlier. They're starting about 6 or 7. I definitely keep an eye on them too going into this first race.
All right, great. Jordan, thanks for stopping up and talking with us. We're going to get back to our race action here and look forward to seeing what you're going to do for the year in that series. So thanks a lot for stepping in the booth for a few minutes with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, back here looking at this Formula Continental, Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V race. Robert Allaire still our race leader. He's now widened his gap up to 6.4 seconds. Looking back to Formula F, you've got Jonathan Kotek in the lead there, and 6 seconds behind him is John Robinson. One car in F6, that's Keith Joslin. Then down to Formula V, our best race of the moment. All these cars nose to tail. Carmody, Isley, Frederick, Straczynski, and Flipkowski. That is the best race on the racetrack at the moment, Greg.
Yeah, Brian, I was going to say, and here they come. Actually, those are the Formula Continentals again coming through, and that is once again, and if we can follow that for a little bit, that is still that battle for third in Formula Continental with Mark Deffer, Paul Farmer, Robert Wright. Here coming down into turn 6 and 7. Looked like there was a little bit of brake lock up there from Paul Farmer. And again, you know, they seem to compress down in the oval. We'll see if they stretch out, or probably down in the infield. We'll see if they stretch out again once they get up. But now you can see here, making a move down to the inside, Paul Farmer. He takes a look on Mark Deffer, gets back in line. And the one thing that we've noticed is it looks like Robert Wright, he's really having to push that car to keep up with both Deffer and Farmer. He will fall quite a bit off them on the oval there, and he spends that entire infield portion just trying to get back to within a car length and a half to 2 car lengths. But in Formula V, you said it, here they come through turns 3 and 4. Ray Carmody had opened up, had gotten around Donnie Isley, had retaken the lead when we broke for that interview. Carmody had been sitting back in 3rd position, and you can see now it is a 3-car breakaway with Carmody, Donnie Isley, and William Straczynski. Jeff Filipkowski and Russell Fredericks now have fallen quite a bit off, and I think that's our leader, Aller. Once again, kind of sitting back and waiting for the best opportunity to blow by the Formula V field.
Yeah, definitely helping out with that and being really respectful. And with a 6-7 second lead, I guess there's no worries about that. So he can definitely allow that to happen. Where it comes a little bit harder is for that grouping of Farmer, Wright, and Kotek. I'm sorry, Deffer, Farmer, and Wright. They're in a heated battle for 3rd place in Formula Continental. It will make picking through the Formula V field even harder for them because they're not going to want to give up a centimeter on this racetrack as they go around them.
Yeah, and you know, we'll have to take a look here, and we can see here pulling all the way to the inside. I'm wondering if that is Russ Fredericks. When we saw Robert Aller go by both Jeff Filipkowski and Russell Fredericks on that run down to the hairpin. Actually, I think it might be Jeff Filipkowski. Fredericks got into the draft of the Continental for the briefest of moments and got pulled about 5 car lengths ahead. And I thought, well, maybe that's how strong the draft is. But indeed, it looked like Filipkowski really fell off the pace, and something might be up with that car. We'll have to see the next time they come by. That last time around, he was almost 2 seconds off of Russ Fredericks' pace, and they had been, again, sitting nose to tail for pretty much the entire race.
All right, 9 minutes left in this race. Aller, Charnaud, Deffer, Farmer, Wright. That's your top 5 in Formula Continental. Then you've got Kotek, Robinson, and Morgan, your top 3 in Formula F. Joslin still your lone Formula 6 car. And then you've got Carmody, Isley, Straczynski, Fredericks, and Filipowski. That's your top 5 in Formula V.
As we watch that battle coming down into the hairpin, and look at that battle for third in Formula Continental comes up onto the back of the Formula V field, and given the situation, I didn't think that they were going to be nearly as generous, Brian, in respecting that Formula V race, but somehow it played out right. The Deffer Farmer and Wright were able to get by just on the exit of the hairpin, but once again, you can see there how far Robert Wright drops off from the two ahead of him there as they come onto the oval. But I think we actually have a change, and I think Paul Farmer has now gotten around to Mark Deffer, so move Farmer up into third, and Deffer now down in the fourth.
Well, and the big loser in that situation, if you go to the Formula V field, letting those cars through, Bill Straczynski, who was in third place, but right up on the tail of Donnie Isley. He's now dropped back 3 seconds, and that's definitely what happened in that exchange with those Continental cars trying to get through there coming out of the hairpin.
Yeah, he was just if they had been maybe 2 car lengths further ahead, he might not have been balked on the exit. But what ended up happening is those Continentals, they came underneath him and slid right across his nose, and he just had to get out of the throttle. And when you're coming on to an oval here in such a long run down the oval, it is definitely not the spot where you want to be going 3/4 throttle, and it certainly bit him all the way around. And there's Brian Straczynski. Brian Straczynski, that's Bill's son, who I believe will be joining him on track a little bit later this season. He's saying it as well. That's got to be rough being broken away from the V-Pack. And so here, as we now have just a touch over 6 minutes remaining, just about 6.5 minutes remaining. The 2 large battles we've got here: battle for third in Continental, battle for the lead in Formula V. Jonathan Kotek is now we've got a car that goes around. And Brian, was that the Wright machine? I think that might have been Robert Wright in the number 90 Continental, indeed, that went around going into turn 1. And once again, we see where a driver picks up a little more speed, and they're maybe not prepared for the lack of grip coming through 1 going into 2, as Robert Wright had just run his fastest lap of the race and was almost was about 0.2 faster than Farmer ahead, and just had the rear end walk around on him. All right, so we'll take a look here as Wright has recovered, but he's got a long way to go. And now side by side, and again, this is the battle for the lead as they come down in the 6 and 7. And Donnie Isley in the blue number 30 machine, he retakes the lead in Formula V from Ray Carmody, and it looks like Straczynski's starting to close that gap down as both Carmody and Isley were battling for the lead. So he may have lost a little bit 2 laps ago, but he is definitely tightening things up. And it looks like a lot of the Formula V field starting to get closer. There is one of our Formula F machines a little bit further behind there, and I think that is, check that out, I think that is James Morgan, who's currently running, Morgan is currently running third in Formula F in the 01 machine. But Robert Aller, we talked about Brian, how Aller back on lap 5 had let that Formula V race continue, and Chris Charnow had closed up to within about 2.5, 3 seconds. The gap now from Aller back to Charnow now over 14, and as Aller crosses the line to start lap number 16 for him. And that battle, that was a 3-car battle for third, now a 2-car battle for third, almost another 10 seconds back from Charnow. So that Continental race is really stretched out over the course of this 25-minute race.
Well, it is, and you can also notice that Robert Allaire put that his fast lap down, his purple lap on lap 12. He went a 1:22.2. Last lap a 1:24.6. So he now knows with about 2, maybe 3 laps left in this race that he's got this thing in hand, and he's just gonna nurse this car home, not put any more stress on it, and take his first race win of the year if all continues to go as it has.
All right, so Brian, let's jump back to this battle for the lead in Formula V as they're coming out of the hairpin now and heading onto the oval. So it's Isley and Carmody, but Straczynski now, he has made up the 3 seconds. I don't know where that time came from, but he is now right back on the gearbox of the 81 of Carmody, and it is a 3-car battle now here for the lead with a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining. So, somewhere around for the V's, probably about 4 laps
and he's right
to
there.
Go at most. Yeah, he's right there.
It is not 9/10 of a second anymore. He is now right there on the back. I wonder if he's been able to take advantage of drafting off of some of these big cars to get himself back into the field. It's the only thing I can think of, because usually there's not a lot of power to make up 3.5 seconds in this kind of a situation.
Well, and you can see he certainly was in the draft of both Isley and Carmody on that last lap, as he was able to run almost 0.7 of a second faster than either of our 2 leaders. So great run for him. And you can see one of our Formula F racers there trying to make his way past the Formula V field. Again, kind of hitting it right at the right time, just at the right time. Coming out of turn 5, going into turn number 6, is able to clear them, as our corner worker there was giving our Formula V racers the blue flag, letting them know that there was some faster traffic behind. But they're going to have to deal once again fairly soon, it looks like, with Chris Charno in the number 24 car, currently running 2nd in class.
Yep, since there are no battles for the lead in our other classes here, let's stick with Formula V here till the end of this race. 1.5 minutes to go. 1st through 3rd in Formula V, covered by less than a second. And it is going to be a very interesting race here to the end. White flag is out for the overall leader at the start-finish line with Donnie Isley, Raymond Carmody, and Bill Straczynski. Your 1, 2, 3 in Formula V, and we'll see how this thing plays out, Greg.
All right, so there you go. Robert Aller working his very last lap, and again had almost a 15-second advantage over Charno. That advantage now drops to 13. But here comes our Formula V field. They are working their last lap now as they fan out 3 wide. It's Donnie Isley in the lead in the blue number 30 Agitator, and then side by side in the turn 1, it's Straczynski and Carmody.
Yeah,
and
Straczynski took that 2nd place spot there going into turn 1, and we will see if he can keep it together and catch up to the back of Isley in this last bunch of corners here.
Yeah, and so we've seen where Straczynski has had the pace. A lot of that is aided by the draft, and again, he is now sitting right underneath the gearbox of the number 30 machine, but likewise, Carmody is right back behind him. All 3 drivers, they're getting the blue flag once again, as one of our Continental drivers is coming up behind. And I believe that this is actually Mark Deffer, who has now managed to work his way clear of Paul Farmer. So that battle for 3rd is now done, as our leader, Robert Aller, coming out of turn number 4, NASCAR turn 4. There he is, and taking the checkered flag. There you go, Robert Aller. He will win Formula Continental. So, Brian, let's move back to that Formula V race if we can.
Waiting to see where they are. Here they come. They're going to come out of 3 and 4 here, and that's going to be here they.
We're going to get them here eventually, Brian. They're coming. They're pedaling as hard as they can. They should be coming into our view in just a moment. We'll give you a rundown of the other classes here in a moment. There they are.
There they are. And it looks like that's the 3rd place car of Carmody trying to come around into 2nd. Not quite sure how this is going to pan out, but we're going to see in just a second.
And there you go, as they come to the line, Brian, Donnie Isley, our pole sitter today, he manages to hold off Ray Carmody. Margin of victory, 111 thousandths, 1,100, something along those lines. William Straczynski, 94 thousandths of a second back. Yes, all right, it was 1/10 of a second. I'm just trying to make it sound more dramatic. But but 205 thousandths, 2/10 of a second, separating our top three racers in Formula V. Russ Fredericks will finish fourth. Jeff Filipkowski will finish fifth. Let's move over to Continental, where, again, our overall winner, Robert Aller, the class of the field, took the win. Chris Charnow finished in second. Mark Deffer finished in third. And Farmer and Wright, we saw the spin that Wright had, and Farmer may have had some issues as well, as they both finished 2 laps down. In Formula F, Jonathan Kotick takes the win over John Robinson. James Morgan will take the third step on the podium. Dan Thorogood finishes in fourth, and then finally Keith Jocelyn, our sole racer in Formula 600. He finishes sixth overall.
What a great finish here for that Formula V field. What a dominating performance by Robert Aller. And I would give him the move of the day. We wondered why we would give him the move of the day for a guy who finished 14 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. My move of the day is him not messing up Formula V race when he had the opportunity to do so early on. That kind of respectful driving is why this multi-class racing works, and big kudos to him for that. But what a great finish here.
Hey, so sitting in our chat right now, Brian, we talked about Brian Straczynski, who is the son of William Straczynski and also a Formula V racer, but we've also got James Brookshire as a Formula V racer as well. And he says that Donnie's car is tough to draft. Ask me how I know. And I should mention that Donnie has pretty much been the class of the Formula V field this weekend. In qualifying yesterday, he was up by, I think, on the rest of the field by almost 8/10, and he was very quick in practice as well. So great run there for those racers. All right, so next up, and I know we already have some folks in the chat waiting and online waiting.
I wonder why.
But yeah, I can't imagine. We know Jordan Rick Segrini is waiting for our next race of the day. It's going to be our 4th of 7 races. That is Spec Miata. So stay with us. We're going to be back in just a few moments with more action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway and the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA Live on DriversEye Live, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway in the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors, presented by the Florida region of the SCCA, the first stop on this year's U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. Hey, there are names right at the bottom of the screen. Write them down.
Sorry, I was taking a selfie. What are we doing here?
All right, Brian. Well, we've got our 50-car Spec Miata field heading onto the track for their pace lap. Because I'm never going to get through all 50 cars. Let's run down the top 20. Starting 20th today, driving the number 00 machine, is Jose Alfe. Alex Acosta will start 19th. He's driving the number 24 machine with John Hotz. Starting 18th, he's in the white number 63 car. Ethan Ayers will start 17th. That's the inside of row number 9 in the number 78 machine with John Raudat. Starting 16th, he's driving the number 3 car. Mark Gibbons will start 15th today. He's in the number 169 car with Anthony Garacci. We typically see him in STU in a Lotus Elise. Today he's in a Spec Miata. He's driving the number 08 machine. He starts 14th. Boris Said Jr. is driving the number 133 car. He starts 13th today. And then row number 6, we've got the Stretch brothers. Starting 12th, driving the number 98 car is Logan Stretch. His brother Matt Stretch will start 11th, driving the number 89 car. Then we've got Max Schweid starting 10th. He's in the 198 car. He is right next to Danny Stain, driving the number 39 machine. Row number 4, it's Frankie Barroso. He is driving the 98 car. He's starting 8th with Brett Kowalski, and we know now that Brett Kowalski is in a yellow car. He is driving the number 15 Spec Miata. He starts 7th. Then look at this. They started side by side at the runoffs this past. They're starting side by side once again. Starting 6th, it's 14-year-old Ethan Goulart driving the number 80 machine Spec Miata. The number 8 Spec Miata starting today, 14 years old, is multi-time national champion Elvin Goulart driving the 70. Row number 2 today are your national champions in Spec Miata. Starting 4th with a qualifying time of 1:39.211, it's Nick Bruni, and then Preston Pardis starting 3rd today, 1:37.03. Starting on the outside of the front row as we start our second pace lap here from Homestead. Leveroni, driver of the number 143 Flat Out Motorsport car. He had a qualifying time of 1:38.702. Jim Drago of the number 2 East Street Racing Spec Miata with a qualifying time of 1:38.657 is your pole sitter. And look at this, Brian, the second pace lap. They're taking him out on the oval. You know, hopefully, you know, getting like a 200-mile-per-hour start here going into turn 1.
Yeah, let's say no. And after all of that, I can't get all the names in because we're only going to do one pace lap. We got a second pace lap, so but it's all good. We'll get all packed up here 2 by 2.
Cars 21 through 50. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We'll talk about that later. So, but anyway, it is Mike Collins in the chat. He's out here in California with me. Yes,
That's
it
right.
is coming up on noon here, and we're a little behind schedule, but that's nothing else to do. It's January. What else is there to do, right?
Nothing. Sure that Mike Collins is sitting out beachside with his PBR in hand, ready to go. Hell, John Davison might even be. Actually, Davison's down in Florida. He might be doing the same thing.
All right, so now the pace car is slowed down. The front of the field is packed up nicely. Hopefully the rest of the field will be as well. And we will see what happens when the starter takes a look at his coming straight at him. And yeah, little stragglers in the back, but I think they'll probably like what we're seeing here. Look at how pretty that looks going down the main straight.
My, oh my, as Jim Drago has the field. Flag is in the air. Drago and Leveroni in your front row. Pardis and Bruni, the co-national champions, in the second as they split wide. Pardis takes a look to the inside of his teammate, Jim Drago, and he's going to get around Nick Leveroni, move him up. And Leveroni will slot back into 3rd, and appears that Elvin Goulart now in that had gotten around Nick Bruni. Bruni is going to fall back, and Ethan Goulart looking to grab onto Daddy's coattails and around They go through turns 4 and 5 and make their way down to the two right-handers, turn 6 and 7 for the very first time. And yeah, it looks like Bruni's now falling behind Elvin Goulart. Then it's Ethan Goulart, Brett Kowalski going for a wild ride there. I think that is, I think that might have been Barroso running wide, but that's the car back on track as we still have drivers 2 and now Brian making their way down to the haircut from Drago, but does not lose the position going into the hairpin.
Yeah, if you would have asked me to give up week's pay as to whether or not this whole field was going to get through 1 and 2 without anybody going off, I would have not made that bet. That's what happened here. All these cars getting pretty clean through the first lap of this race as they now get on to the NASCAR portion of this racetrack. And but look at all those cars.
and a pair of out from the Jason has in drinks than Mike Collins does. Thank you.
Very nice.
And John, I'm not even going to repeat what John just put into the chat. Here we go. We've got a bit of a breakaway up at the front of the field now, and look at that. 2 by 2 by 2, 6 cars side by side going into turns 1 and 2, and Nick Leveroni now taking the point away from Jim Drago. He is your new leader as they come through turn 3, but it rows of 2, and then about 8 car lengths back to our second pack. Stain, Barroso, Goulart, Ethan Goulart, that is, Boris said, Logan Stretch, and now with our leaders here as we come down the short straight to turn 6, second lap.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive for a second time through one in the pack like that. Still pretty much doing it all what they have to do, taking advantage of that little piece of cement there to be able to go a little wide there. And but no issues as these cars now come down towards the hairpin again. This time they're single file, and until you get to about 9 cars back where they're going side by side.
That's right, and we had a nice little battle there with Brett Kowalski, who just ran the fastest lap of the race, and Danny Stain. Kowalski in the yellow number 15, Stain in that Dayglow orange and blue car. They are currently running 6th and 7th, and Barroso and Ethan Goulart has lost a number of positions here on the start. He finds himself back in 9th position in the number 80 car. We'll see if he can make his way back through the field, but great start now for Boris Said Jr., and Said started off, where did he start off? He started in 13th position. He is now up, well, he was up into 9th. He loses a couple positions on that last lap, finds himself back in 11th.
Yeah, this is a class with a reputation for some beating and banging, and they are not living up to that reputation, which I think is a fantastic thing. Very respectful driving in the early laps of this race, and it has been fun to watch. And looking at the front, you've got that Leveroni, Drago, Goulart, Bruni, Preston Pardis. Those are some guys with a lot of experience in these cars and showing us all how to get around this racetrack fast.
Yeah, and Brian, should be noted that Pardis, who started on row number 2, he is now slotted behind that yellow number 15 of Brett Kowalski. So Pardis now back in 6th position after bidding up into 2nd to start this race. So we'll see if he can work his way back. Anybody who's watched Preston Pardis win his now 4 national championships knows that he can make up a lot of positions very quickly, and a lot of times he's going to wait till the end of the race to do it. But definitely still within shooting distance. Actually, as we're watching now, like 13 or 14 cars now in this lead pack, I think, going all the way back to Anthony Garaci in 15th. Any one of these drivers has a chance, and we still got a long way to go. 20 minutes remaining here.
You know, it's interesting, Greg. Usually by this point of the race, there's definitely a fast pack up front, and then there tends to be a gap back to some of the slower Spec Miatas. But if you look here, all of these cars, pretty much through the field are on similar paces. They're all kind of keeping up, even though there's a distance between them, just because of the number of cars out there, which has really been fun to watch here. There aren't any, really kind of also-rans in this field today, and that's pretty fantastic.
And Mean Boy Jordan Fuhrman asking about the Declaration of Independence, and I think he lives closer to it than we are right now at Homestead. But regardless, here we go. Coming down into turn one, it is still in the lead, Nick Leveroni from Flat Out Motorsports. Now, remember, although we've got a lot of Spec Miata national champions up at the front of the field, Nick Leveroni is not one of them. He is your 2019 Touring 4 national champion, however, and has been racing in Spec Miata for a good 15 years, and finished in the top 5 at the runoffs this year. So certainly within good stead where he is.
Yeah, if you ever wondered why so many people are racing in Spec Miata, look at this race. You get, I forgot how many are in this race today. Let me scroll down here. We are at 50 cars exactly. And when you can pack 50 cars on a 2.3 mile track, the fun factor is, at like 12 on a scale of 10. And that's why there's so many of these folks out here doing this. Just a great opportunity to have a lot of action.
Brian, I'm just getting a kick out of some of the comments that we're getting here in the chat from, as you mentioned, our associate producers.
Yes.
And we've got a lot of folks that we know. So we know Jordan Fierman and Josh Justice, who's a Spec Racer Ford racer from out in Texas, and it's getting spicy in here right now.
Having nothing to do with the racing action, but we're having a good time nonetheless.
If it weren't for the fact that Brendan Kaczmarek told them that the Declaration of Independence might actually be stored at Homestead, we might not be in this position. Looks like Preston Pardis definitely, Brian, having some issues. We've seen where he had dropped back to 6th. He is now back to 7th position, as Danny Stain has picked up a position as well. And it looks like we may have a new leader coming into the hairpin as Jim Drago manages to get around Nick Leveroni. Elvin Goulart still sitting in 3rd, and the tiniest of breakaways now with Nick Bruni sitting in 4th, about 5 car lengths back, dragging along Brett Kowalski and Danny Stain. We'll see if that holds as they come onto the oval here and the draft really comes into play.
Yeah, we've got ourselves about, what is there, 15 minutes left in this race, 16 minutes left in this race. So lots of time for this action to heat up here. And but now that front pack's starting to pull away just a little bit. Those 3 cars, if they can work together, they can kind of leave the rest of the field behind. I'm a little surprised it took to lap 5 for that to happen. But here we are, lap 5 in this race with about 15 to go, and it is starting to play out here with these multiple national championships up front here in this field.
All right, and looks like the daggers are coming out from all Preston Pardis' best friends. Celine Roland, former Spec Miata racer and Global MX-5 Cup racer. By the way, Celine, hadn't wished you congratulations on your nuptials. Congratulations there. Both he and John Davidson are all saying that Preston's washed up. So we'll see here. All right, and our producer says they're not wrong, but actually it was a great move that Preston made. Pulled off Logan Stretch down into turn 1 a moment ago. But look at this as the Congo line comes out of turn 7 going into the hairpin, as Jim Drago a little defensive there on Nick Leveroni going into the hairpin, and what was a 3-car breakaway is now a 10-car breakaway. Excellent.
Yeah, and it looks like Danny Stain may have fallen back a couple of spots. Oh, no, he's still up there. I don't know what that other orange car is. Is that Amy Mills in like 10th?
Let's take a look here. No,
it's not.
Fact, I don't think Amy is. I'll have to check, but I don't think Amy is racing this weekend.
Okay. Who that orange car was, but that orange car is now pulled up, and then it's interesting how on the NASCAR portion of this track, it seems as though these cars are able to spread out a little bit, but by the time they get to the hairpin, they're all coming back together into a 10 car or so pack.
Brendan, I know nobody else can hear you at this point, but can you see which car that was that just came down the pit lane? I take it the answer to that is no, I cannot.
Right. Yeah, but whatever's happened on the pit lane can't be as good as what's happened on the racetrack here.
And I think that's actually Wes Stuchek in the number 32 machine.
Okay.
As he's falling through the order here, but yeah, great fights here going on.
Yeah, it does look like the draft here is really working for those first 3 cars during on the oval. But then when everyone gets into the twisty bits, they're able to come back together. And I do see a flashing light out in the distance there, which
They're
oh, it's flashing green. Okay. Okay.
And Brian, look at this, coming out of the hairpin side by side, Nick Bruni and Brett Kowalski. Kowalski got a horrible jump out of the hairpin, and he is at risk of being passed by not only Bruni, but Danny Stain and possibly Preston Pardis, as well as what was, again, a 10-car group now falls back to a single 3-car group at the lead with Nick Leveroni, Elvin Goulart, and Jim Drago. Here with, we're just a little bit past, actually not quite past halfway yet. We've got about 13 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race, and we'll see if that gap is enough, if those 3 drivers at the lead decide to just get in line and open up that buffer that they have back to Nick Bruni and decide to fight it out for the end. But it looks like that second train may be able to draft right back up. And somebody who's got a better eye on this than I do, and that person, his name is Mike Kelly. Brian, he notices now as that train goes through turn number 6 that Brett Kowalski in the number 15 car, just ahead of the red, white, and blue 98 of Logan Stretch, the hood may be popped up on the safety catches, and well, either is getting him some nice, hot, humid Florida air, or it's well, acting as an air brake out on the oval, which isn't helping his top speed, as we see Danny Stain now getting around Nick Bruni, so moves Stain back up into 4th position, and now leading that second group out onto the oval. But Stain looks like he may get hung out to dry on the outside there, as both Bruni and Pardis working together nose to tail try to push underneath the 39 car.
And that group of from 4th on back is going to have to really be careful, because if they're let this happen, Leveroni, Goulart, and Drago, they're just going to pull away, and you can see it happening already. If they're going to, those next 4 cars get real racy, that is not the way to be able to get back into the fight for the race here, for the race win. And the more they jostle back and forth, the more that lead pack is going to pull away. And with about 12 minutes left in this race, this is really good news for the front 3 cars up front.
That's right. And for all of you who said that Preston Pardis was washed up, well, he may be, but he had a great move on his co-champion Nick Bruni going down into turn 1. So move Preston Pardis back up into 4th position.
So we've got Leveroni, Goulart, Drago, Bruni, Pardis. That's your top 5. Stain, Kowalski, Stretch, Logan Stretch, Boris Jr., and Frankie Barroso. That rounds out your top 10 right now.
All right, there you go. And side by side, coming through turn 6 and 7, making their way down to the hairpin. There, Brett Kowalski in the yellow number 15 machine, side by side. Looks like with Logan Stretch just behind the 39 machine of Stain, Borsett Jr., Frankie Barroso in that fight, as well as we now have 10 minutes, about 10 and a half minutes remaining in this 25-minute race. I want to remind everybody that we do have 3 more races to go today, and then we do it all over again tomorrow. First race tomorrow starts at 8:30 a.m. and they are our feature races. They're going to be 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. And Brian, look at this, as Nick Leveroni has been able to break away from both Jim Drago and Elvin Goulart, who have been racing side by side all around the oval, and that has allowed Leveroni now to open up about a 7-car length advantage over Drago, who manages now to hold off the 70 car, and Goulart's going to have to slot into 3rd.
Well, and it's the same situation that I was talking about with the cars from 4th on back. You know, when 2nd and 3rd place race side by side, that is, you know, I'd be licking Leveroni, looking up my rearview mirror and licking my chops going, you guys keep having fun back there. Race all you want because I'm just going to drive away. And that's really what happens when you let that draft break. It's probably still there a little bit. I don't think he's far enough back to really have broken the whole draft. But now look at the field from 4th and 5th all the way back to 10th have now caught up to that 2nd place and 3rd place car, making this whole thing really, really interesting.
All right, so Brian, real quick here, as this race is unfolding, let's bring in a racer that we have here. He's sitting in the green room right now waiting for us. That's Osiris Pena. We saw him just a little while ago in his STU Honda CRX. We're going to have him racing again in our very last race of the day in an STL Honda CRX. If you don't mind, let's bring him in and we'll talk to him.
Hey, Osiris, how you doing?
I'm great. Thank you for having me. How you doing, guys?
We're doing good. You enjoying watching this Spec Miata race?
Oh my God! And from this view that you guys have over here, amazing.
It's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. How's your day going so far?
Well, so far today was the first race for my car, the STU1. It's called Sonia, my in honor for my wife, and we won. So first race of the car, and we won. It's fantastic.
That's pretty awesome. And you got one more race coming up. What are your expectations there?
Well, the old man is really fast. I snatched the pole position yesterday, but he snatched it from me today. Expectations are high because, you know, my pace is good at the end of the race because I have a really light car. I am 1.6 liter with a 2,100 pound on the car. So I'm hoping they green to checker. So on the last lap, 3-4 laps, I hope to have a better car for him. Let's see. But it's going to be a fun race to watch.
All right, as we watch the Spec Miata race unfold here now in the final 7 minutes here to go, the second pack there, second place and back working together to try to catch Nick Leveroni. And now they're racing again back in that pack. And it'll be, they're all trying to get there. And I think we have a new second place car.
Indeed, we do actually. We have a new second place runner because Jim Drago now has fallen back behind Preston Partis. He's fallen back in the 4th position. So move Partis up to 3rd. That also means move Elvin Goulart in that silver number 70 machine up into 2nd place behind Nick Leveroni. And Goulart is starting to close things down. He's probably right at the tail end of the draft right now as they're out on the oval. And so Osiris, last year was a very good year for you. You came away with 2 podiums at the runoffs. You finished 3rd in STU in your old Toyota, and you finished 3rd in the CRX in STL. And so I'm wondering, what are you doing? What are you looking to do to move up and maybe end up on the top step of the podium in either one of those classes?
Well, actually, I don't know if you've noticed on the last year, like at the beginning of the year, we was struggling a lot with the Toyota, especially. It was a struggle race after race after race with a lot of problems. And we moved to the CRX platform. I feel more comfortable with the front wheel cars. I am getting comfortable each time that I go into the car, so I'm getting faster and faster and faster. So let's see, we run with a low power engine on the runoff, and we finished 3rd. We are preparing a new engine, so let's see how it goes. But the expectations are high as well for the runoff.
Very good, and it is definitely a difficult class. And I think when you were talking about the old man, I assume you were talking about Danny Stain.
That's correct.
All right, let me put the name to the name to the term there. Don't want you to have to do it. Excellent.
All right, so that's Osiris Pena. Thanks for stopping in with us here. 5 minutes left to go in this race. We're going to take it here to the finish here. And for the guy they said that was washed up, Preston Partis, he's now worked his way up into 3rd place in this race. They're trying to get themselves back to the lead here. Partis is now hooked up with Jim Drago. and they're going to try with 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go here to bridge that gap to first and second place. And now Nick Leveroni has got a little bit of company there up front with Elevin Goulart. He's been able to catch back up, so that little bit of lead that Leveroni had, that has disappeared. And with 4 minutes left to go, probably 2, maybe 3 laps, Greg, things are going to be a lot of fun here as we get to the end.
Yeah, and Brian, when I said that on the last lap when they came out of the hairpin that that Goulart was probably right at the tail end of the draft, and it is amazing what the draft can do here with these Spec Miatas, as Goulart was almost 4/10 of a second faster than Nick Leveroni, and now you can see that Preston Pardus and Jim Drago have made up the majority of that ground as well as they come out of turn 7 to make the run down to the hairpin. Now they are going to have some slower traffic just ahead of them. You can see that slower car just coming through turn 8 through the hairpin now. Likely they'll be able to dispatch with him on the oval, and it should not be a problem. But it is once again now a 4-car battle for the lead, and they're sitting 5th and 6th. No love lost between these two racers. Nick Bruni and Danny Stain nose to tail. Or actually, Danny Stain, who just got back around Nick Bruni, running 5th and 6th. They're going to be trying to get back up to that lead group, but as you mentioned now, with only 3.5 minutes remaining, we are looking at maybe 3 laps remaining here in this race.
That's right, and that gap seems, first and second seems to be just a little bit better together than the 3rd and 4th place cars. They seem to be able to break out a little bit more on the oval, and just enough to keep and have the marker on the 3rd and 4th place. So Leveroni and Goulart really, really working well together. And if they continue that, but you see right there when they get to the twisty bits, Pardus and Drago start to pull back together again. So. Oh, there's Jim Drago decided to use the racetrack and then some.
And we're starting to see a lot of drivers do the same thing. We just saw Danny Stain do it. We saw Brett Kowalski do it as well, taking not only the curbing there at the inside of turn 2, but also the dirt and probably a little bit of mud over there as well.
Yeah, Josh Justice said that he feels like that Goulart's pushing Leveroni to try to get a bit of a gap so that he can go after him on the last lap without having to worry about the cars behind him. That's a great strategy if he can make it happen. And right there you see all 4 even closer together now than in the past. So that strategy would be fantastic. We got 2 minutes to find out if it's going to work.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, Jim Drago broken back just a little bit there, a little bit back from 3rd place, but it seems to be on the oval, they can start to work together again.
Right.
So,
yeah, and I've noticed this the past 3 laps where Drago coming out of turn 5 and then all the way around to the hairpin does end up falling back off of Preston Pardus. So everybody who thought the 42 car was washed up. He's certainly got more pace than the 2-car Jim Drago. As the white flag is in the air, Brian, we are now working the last lap in our first of 2 races this weekend in Spec Miata at Homestead. And as we sit here, it is Leveroni and Goulart locked nose to tail, and you can see there Pardus. What did I say early on? That Pardus could make up ground late in a race, and he has now left his teammate Jim Drago, and Pardus is now locked in with Leveroni and Goulart as they make the run down towards turn number 6. We saw Pardus take a look to the inside on Goulart. Goulart went to cover, and Pardus moved back out to open up turn 6 and now turn 7, but only a few corners remaining and just 1 more here on the infield.
Yeah, it's just a determining factor of when you want to make the move, when you think your car is strongest, where you think it's going to make the best horsepower, where you think it works the draft better than the cars in front of you, and that's what's going to happen. Nick Leveroni hoping they race hard behind him, but look there, Leveroni goes wide, might be opening the door for Goulart and Pardus.
That's right, as Leveroni had to get the rear wheels to hook up on the curbing. It looked like both Elevin Goulart and Pardus, and I think maybe he was assisted by a little shove there from Pardus, got a much better run out of the hairpin as they come down into NASCAR 3 for the last time, and now dropping to the inside to protect. It is our leader, Nick Leveroni, and that is going to force both Goulart and Pardus to go the long way around, Brian, as they come to the line.
3 wide, 2 wide. Who's it going to be at the line? It's going to be Elevin Goulart's going to take the win. Preston Part is second. Nick Leveroni third.
Wow, wow, wow. Jim Drago will come home in fourth. Danny Stain beats Nick Bruni to the line. Brett Kowalski will finish in seventh. Borset Jr. works his way up into eighth position. Frankie Barroso ninth. Logan Stretch will finish in 10th position. Jose Olfe will finish 11th. Ethan Goulart 12th. John Rodak 13th. John Hotz 14th. Anthony Garachi, 15th. Max Schweid 16th. Chris Clark 17th. Matt Stretch will finish 18th. Alex Acosta 19th. And Alfredo Zidane will finish in 20th.
Heartbreaking for Nick Leveroni to lead lap after lap after lap, only to be in the unadvantageous position of first place going into the final group of corners and just gotten eaten up there on the oval. Elevin Goulart played the strategy absolutely perfect. Preston Partis comes up second, pushing Goulart across the line. What a great finish here at Miami Homestead.
Indeed, and so I mentioned it during qualifying, Brian, but last year here at Homestead, Elevin Goulart took the win on the Saturday race. He wasn't able to complete the sweep as on Sunday. Connor Zilich took the win, but Zilich isn't here this weekend, so we'll see how things play out. But great run for Elevin Goulart, who worked his way up. Again, Goulart started off side by side with his son back on row number 3, and he converted it into a win. All right, so we now have, Brian, 3 races remaining today. Next up is going to be our final open wheel race with our Formula Atlantic drivers, Formula Enterprises 2, big, strong Formula Enterprises 2 field. Formula X and our prototypes, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. We'll be bringing you that action here from Homestead-Miami Speedway in just a few moments, where you're watching the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA here on DriversEye Live, and we'll be right back.
All right, we are here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the Palm Tree Winter Majors, Florida Region SCCA. Our first U.S. Majors Tour race of 2024. We're getting ready to get the action going again here. This is our Big Wings and Things class. And we've got a starting lineup here coming. Gregg Ginsberg is going to bring that to us right now.
All right, sounds good, Brian. And so we've got here in our Wings group, this is Formula Atlantic, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. They're going to be split up into two different groups here. Let's take a look at the front group, which is basically everybody but the Formula Enterprises 2 racers. We have 18 drivers, I'll get it right eventually, in this first group, starting 18th, driving, and our sole driver in Formula X, driving a Formula Mazda, it's Ken Denal, that's the 99 car. Camille Kopko, driving a Pro Formula Mazda, starts 17th in Formula Atlantic. AJ Snyder also AJ Snyder, pardon me, is in Prototype 2, and he is running a Store WF1. Derek LaManna in Formula Atlantic, the number 12 machine, will start 15th today. Then we've got Mark Lurden, also in Formula Atlantic. Lurden is in a Pro Formula Mazda, much like Derek LaManna was, and he is starting 14th. Starting 13th is Rob Radman, also in a Pro Formula Mazda. It's the 15 car. He starts 13th. Bart Wolf, Prototype 2 driver, driving the number 28 Ligier JSS1. He will start 12th today with Adrian Morrill. And we'll have to see if Morrill makes it out for the race. He had some issues, actually, and there he is, I think, passing right by us. Morrill had some issues during our second qualifying session today. He is in a Formula Atlantic Ligier JSS3, one of the Formula 3 machines. Peter Shadowin starting 10th. He's driving the number 3 Prototype 2 Store WF1. Then John Dunches in Prototype 1 will start 9th. He is driving Nolan DPO2. Then we've got Sherman Chow. He is our P2 pole sitter. He's in a Store WF1. He starts 8th. With Brandon Schwartz starting 7th. He is in a Formula Atlantic Ligier JSF3. That is the number 48 machine. Then we've got starting 6th, J.R. Smart, also in Formula driving a Swift, with James French in the Prototype 1 Swift. He starts 5th today. Then we've got Asen Yelkin in Formula Atlantic. He's going to start 4th in his Swift 014. Matt Butson starting 3rd. He's in a Swift 016. And then Dudley Fleck, he's our Formula Atlantic pole sitter. He's going to start on the outside of the front row. He is driving a Swift 016 Mazda powered machine. Todd Vanacore, who's our reigning national champion in Prototype 1, he is your pole sitter for group number 1. And then in Formula Enterprises 2, and we're going to get through these as we're probably going to see the pace car pull onto the pit lane here momentarily. There it goes. 8 drivers. Russell Straight starting in 8th. Brian Yates starting in 7th. John Weishite starting 6th. Steve Whitson starting 5th. Eric Cruz will start 4th. Alistair McEwen will start 3rd. And then our front row in Formula Enterprises 2, it's Paul Schneider and your reigning national champion.
Well, there's our green flag, and one car already decided that it wasn't going to make that corner, going out on NASCAR 1 and 2 to the escape route there. But that first pack, other than that car, seems to have made it through the first corner just fine, and they'll start to pull away here. We'll get our start from our other group here in just a second as well. But the first group of cars is doing just a nice job negotiating that first set of corners here.
And all right, and our second group is coming through turns 3 and 4, so we'll be getting them in just a moment here.
There they are.
Oh, there they are. They've already had their start, Brian. It's the Formula Enterprises 2 machines. And Russ Turner has opened up a pretty substantial lead now over the rest of the field. I believe it's Eric Cruz has gotten around Paul Schneider with Steve Whitston of Formula V fame, and getting word that all of the Whitston brothers are going to be in Formula Enterprise 2 machines over the course of the season. So look out for that. But Steve is the first of the brothers to show up and win the season. We've got a driver who's got some issues, and that might be Morrill. I'm wondering if that is Morrill, the number 5 machine that had the issues. Oh, John Dunches apparently is the driver that had the issues there. We'll see what happens. We're probably at least going to be going to a local caution here in just a moment. Is at the front of the field there. Dunches in the Prototype 1 machine. Did he go off? Oh, gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so Dunches now coming into the pits. That was the number 2 machine, and he was the one who had that early off at turn 1 on the opening lap, Brian.
Yeah, definitely. And that first place car is taking out a bit of a lead here. A little bit of brake lock up there as that car went through that turn 6 area. Going into turn 6 anyway, and but it's interesting to see where all of these cars play out here. You can see our first 2 cars breaking away just a little bit here, and up front there, I believe that's Todd Vanacore in first place, despite what my scoring screen says.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that is Vanacore in the number 19 machine. There is, we've got another driver off pace coming out of the infield onto the oval. We'll try and get this squared away as we're already starting to see some attrition very early on in this 25-minute race, Brian.
Yeah, there was a car slow right at this camera last lap by. That car seemed to have cleared, thankfully, but we'll watch for that as we come through here.
Yeah, hey, I think we got it squared away now.
Yeah, there we go.
Possibly. All right, as things are now coming into focus for us here, it was John Dunches who went off on the opening lap, and it appears that it may have been Austin Yelkin. We'll double check on that, as the Formula car that had gone off or had some issues coming out of the infield onto the oval that last time by, as he has now dropped a number of positions as well. We'll continue to follow that. And it looks as though we've got 2 drivers that did not take the green flag. One of them was James French, who was scheduled to start on the inside of row number 3 today. He did not take the start. Alistair McEwen in Formula Enterprises 2. McEwen was scheduled to start 3rd in Formula Enterprises 2, and it looks like he did not take the green flag either.
We've got 2 different groups of cars on the racetrack right now, and it looks like they're about to come together here, and that means at the front of the pack, the Todd Vanacore, Matthew Butson, and Brandon Schwartz are going to be coming up on the back end of the FE2 field here. And that's one of the things with the split starts. The second pack needs to split start as close to the first pack as possible to really make it worthwhile, and to give them as much action separated as possible. If there's too much of a distance between the first group and the second group, they just catch the first group just catches the second group just a little bit too quickly.
Hey, Brian, first off, in the chat, one of our associate producers this afternoon is one of the Scots, Scott Dobler, who we're going to see next week at Sebring, hopefully. And Brendan, I hope you told him about the headsets. And then also, and here's an interesting one. We talked about James Brookshire, who's the Formula V racer, and he says he just checked with his Vegas bookies, early money on Eric Pablo Cruz for the FE2 win. His daughter is seeking where her sprint is, wondering where her spring tuition check is. And all I can say is that, so Cruz is a 3-time American Road Races champions, winner down at Road Atlanta, but part of Cruz Associates, and I know we've had some interaction with Mr. Cruz at the runoffs. But when we asked him what his occupation is, his occupation is doing bad things to bad people. So all I'm going to say, Mr. Brookshire, is, don't depend on the bookies, okay? So let's take a look. And right now, Cruz is running in FE2. Cruz is currently running 4th behind Steve Whitston, sandwiched between Whitston and Brian Yates. Russ Turner now already, Brian, and we saw the early jump that Russ Turner had made in FE2, now with almost a 7-second advantage over the rest of the FE2 field. In Formula Atlantic, Matt Buxton, who is currently running 2nd overall, has a 10-second advantage over Brandon Schwartz. But a good battle going on right now between Schwartz and J.R. Smart for 2nd in Atlantic. And things are already opening up in Prototype 1. We might want to take a look, though. Bart Wolf in the 28, and I think this is them coming down into turn 2 and 3 right now. We'll see as they come through 3. No, certainly those are not 2 prototype cars. That is 1 prototype car. I was looking to see where we stand with Bart Wolf and Peter Shadowin, because Shadowin was keeping up a very good pace, only about second behind Bart Wolf for the lead in prototype 2. Sherman Chow was our pole sitter in the class, falls back into 3rd, and he is right. I want to try and pick up where they are on course, because Chow was right with Shadowin as well. So we got a real good battle here for the lead in P2.
I want to clarify.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something I said earlier about the split start. I was suggesting that maybe the second pack was too far back, but what's actually happening is it's that second pack has caught the lead pack, and as we've been talking about, Russ Turner has been working his way through the field all the way up to 10th overall already, and a lot of the other FP2 cars also working their way through the field. So I was contemplating something that didn't happen at all.
See, and I thought I was the only one who saw things and heard things from here. Hey, Brian, I guess this would be a great time to mention, of course, that next week kicks off the 10-week, 10-round Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour for 2024. And we will be, both Brian and I will be at Sebring International Raceway to kick off the season, the Super Tour season, as we always do. And we would love for you to be there with us. And if not in body, but be there in mind. We currently have we are about 290 subscribers short of 10,000 on the SCCA official YouTube channel. And if you go and click that subscribe button, or as Morgan Burkhardt tells us to demolish that subscribe button, you can find out when we go live next week. We're going to be bringing you coverage Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from Sebring International Raceway, and I know I can't wait.
Well, and there are 487 of you who are watching right now. So if you are not subscribers and you're one of those 487 people, now is the time. I feel like I'm an NPR trying to do our yearly ask. Now is the time to press the button and subscribe. Hit the bell button as well so you get warned when our races are coming on. And tons of good stuff there. We would love to have you with us for the entire 10 weeks. 20 races in the Super Tour this year, and Greg and I will be part of almost all of them. One of us will be here every weekend, and we'll be here together on most weekends, but it would be great if you could join us for that as we get kicked off next week at Sebring, and then we go all the way through to the June sprints, of course, in June. See how that works? Ooh. And I know, crazy, ain't it? And but it'll be a good time. And then, of course, the whole season ends in October at back at Road America for the runoffs this year.
All right, so Brian, I think I finally found it, and I'm bringing it to you live. Going down into turn 2 right now, that is the battle for the lead in Prototype 2. Bart Wolf in the number 28 machine. He is your leader. Peter Shadowin and then Sherman Chow. There they are going through turns 3 and 4. Actually, that is going through 4 and 5. Shadowin running his store WF1. As is Sherman Chow, and right now the only Ligier in the field, that is that light blue number 28 of Bart Wolf. He's got the point here as they make the run, and we've got a car that's gone around over at the hairpin, another one of our prototype cars. We'll try and get the number on that machine as he comes back underway just ahead of that battle for the lead in P2.
Well, I hope he didn't drag too much stuff onto the racetrack, because if he did, it was right in front of that battle for first place. Wow. Looks like everybody's able to negotiate that area without any issues here. As we come up to 14 minutes to go here in our race, there is your battle for P2.
All right, and they're coming up onto the back of one of our, I believe, P1 machines there, and I'm wondering if that is John Dunches, who had that early off in the white prototype machine before. Dunches driving an Elan DPO2, and I think indeed that is, judging by the rear wing there, I think that might be John Dunches just ahead. And let's take a look at the overall order here, and yeah, and I think it's Dunches who's a lap down currently.
All right, Trenton Kramer says he's going to be with us at Watkins Glen in Mid-Ohio this year. That's fantastic. Pedro Leo watching from the French Alps. Hopefully you sit in front of the fireplace with a side-by-side for the P2 lead here going into turn 8. Looks like the pass was made there.
And let's see it, and now look at this, getting a pretty poor jump out of the hairpin, pushing our P2 leader a little bit wide. Bart Wolf, he's in that light blue number 28 machine. Shadowin and Chow trying to come underneath the 28 car as they now make their way through turns 3 and 4. And there you go, side by side. It is, I believe, Shadowin and Wolf, and as they come to the line, 77 thousandths of a second separating them. Bart Wolf, he manages to hold off Peter Shadowin. And remember, Shadowin, a multi-time GT Light national champion, but this Prototype 2 store, very different from a rear-wheel drive Honda CRX, I should say, Brian.
Yes, very different. Truer words have never been spoken. 12 minutes, 11 seconds left in the race, right about the halfway point here. Vanacore is in first. Overall, Matthew Butson second. He's got a 20-second lead over the second-place car in Formula Atlantic. The big battle right now on the track is for P2. We've been talking about it now for a few minutes. Wolf, Shadowin, and Chow right there all together. And it has been, here we go again, coming into turn 8, the hairpin. And there are those 3 cars, first, second, and third in P2.
Yeah, and you can see there, and Dunches has been able to work his way clear. The P1 machines certainly have a horsepower advantage over the P2 cars, and Dunches has been able to stay clear of that battle for the lead in P2 solely by his pace on the oval here. But that battle starts to close down on him as they go down into the infield, and now as Dunches is going to have to work his way through some slower traffic and through some FE2 traffic, I believe, we may find that things start to bunch up. As a matter of fact, we're now seeing that P2 battle now getting bottled up behind one of our FE2 cars, and I think we've got a new leader here, Brian, in P2. Indeed, Peter Shadowin in the red number 3, he has gotten around Bart Wolf and Sherman Chow in the red and white machine. Let's take a look and see where he is. He's now side by side with Wolf as they come under braking, going in on, and the Formula X machine of Ken Denault comes right across the nose of Sherman Chow.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the multi-class racing just bit that group in the butt there because they came up on some of those slower cars at really the wrong time. And a couple of them got through cleanly, a couple of them had to check up, and that's the situation we're in now.
And so now it was a very tight battle for the lead in P2. Peter Shadowin opening up almost a 10-car length advantage over our new second-place runner, Sherman Chow. And Bart Wolf, who's led this race in P2 pretty much from the beginning, now finds himself in third, but he's right underneath the gearbox of the 03 machine. Chow as they come out of NASCAR 4 and onto the front straight.
Yeah, definitely 1.5 seconds now, the gap between first and second, Shadowin and Chow. And like you said, Wolf right there trying to take advantage of that. 1.5 seconds, and these cars could be made up here in the final 9 laps or so, or 9 minutes, I should say. Looking at the FE2 race right now, Russ Turner, no problems out front there. And then you've got the second and third place battle of Paul Schneider and Steve Whitson. And the gap there is 2.5 seconds from Schneider to Whitson, but that's your podium right now. Eric Cruz, who apparently Vegas thinks is going to win this race, is back about 6 seconds from third place, just a little out of the podium order at the moment.
All right, so Brian, as a big thank you to all of our participants here at Homestead-Miami Speedway this week in the Florida region, is going to have a big get-together. And, you know, this is something that we see at most SCCA events, and they are going to be having paella for all the participants, for all the attendees. So it's not just the drivers, it's the crews, the families, the volunteers as well. So that will be taking place in the little get together and social, we'll call it, will be happening in the infield once the track goes cold this evening. But of course, we want to thank everybody for joining us here this weekend And, you know, we want to thank the volunteers. It's the Florida region. We know a lot of folks from the Central Florida region come on down for this as well. And we could not hold these events without our volunteers from the Sports Car Club of America.
We got to get our good friend Stu Cowett to pack up some of that and bring it to Sebring for us.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I am all over the paella, folks. All right, here comes... There's your open wheel battle there. I'm not exactly sure who we're looking at there. It might be the FE2 group as they come through the field here. Yeah, I think that's up front. I believe that's Russ Turner, and then the car's a couple of car lengths back here. I believe that is Radman, and then Fleck, and then Schneider and Whitson coming through. So you've got your FE2 leader, and then yeah, a couple of Formula Atlanta cars and a couple of Formula FE2 cars. So that's your battle for FE2 with a couple of Atlantics there in the center.
And that little Formula Mazda coming through turn 8 right now, the sole Formula X car. I feel weird saying X car, but a Formula Mazda, that's Ken Denault in the number 99 Formula Mazda, little rotary powered machine there, trying to keep up as best it can with some of the prototype cars out here.
So Pedro Leal's asking in the pack Formula cars and Pete prototypes in the same field. So we try to gap them together here, Pedro, in kind of like speeds. And obviously you can't put the prototypes of the Formula cars in with the sedans. So the way this group works out, you've got kind of similar speed cars here, and that's why the prototypes in this particular group of Formula cars get together in the same race.
All right, I was going to say, Brian, let's jump back over to that P2 fight here, as now it appears to be a 2-car fight with Peter Shadowin and Sherman Chow. Bart Wolf in that light blue machine now finds himself mired much further back in traffic. There he is, just now coming out of the hairpin as he has 2 more Formula cars ahead of him, and I think that's some slower lapped traffic that he's trying to work around. But you can see there is our Formula 2 leaders come through and cross the start-finish line. Wolf is now a good 10 seconds in arrears. There's Wolf now just coming onto the front straight.
I love the fact, Greg, that we get people from all over the world who stumble upon our feed here and see us maybe for the first time, and we can kind of introduce them to what we do here in the SCCA and explain a little bit about the nuances of how we put our groups together, all that kind of stuff. It's really a fantastic opportunity for us to open the door and pull back the shades here on what we do with the Sports Car Club of America. So, Pedro, thanks for being with us. And Erwin, I know, is here from the Netherlands. So it's a good time here to have everybody here from all over the globe.
Yeah, I mean, we have like Jordy Fu from, I think, New Jersey. You know, yeah. I mean, all over the world.
All over the world.
Yes.
Exactly. Good stuff. Good stuff. Todd Vanacore, your race leader now in P1 with a 12-second lead over the second-place car, which is a Formula Atlantic car. That's Matthew Boutsen. Then you've got Brandon Schwartz, J.R. Smart. That's your top 3 in Formula Atlantic. P2, you've got Peter Shadowin, Sherman Chow, and back a little bit now, Bart Wolf has fallen back a bit. There's a couple of cars between them. Charles Russ Turner, FE2 leader, followed by Paul Schneider and Steve Whitson in 3rd place. Eric Cruz a little ways back in 4th place in FE2 with about 4.5 minutes to go here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Hey, Brian, now you've brought out everybody. We've got Road Rash from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Nice.
WT Ranger from Colorado. Want to thank all of you for joining us here this weekend. Hopefully you'll stay with us tomorrow. Again, action is going to, we've got what, 2 more races here this afternoon after this one, but we've got a lot more racing action tomorrow. We've got our feature races, 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first, for all 7 of our race groups, and the action gets underway at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So definitely make sure to join us here back on the Sports Car Club of America official YouTube channel.
Havoc Motorsports says it's great to be able to bring 4 Formula Atlantics and the little FX Rocket from Chicago. Havoc's one of those great Midwest prep shops who supports the SCCA. Oh, that's why it's waving there.
It's raining. It's raining prototype cars. Yeah, local caution, Brian, over at turn 4, the right-hander there, and we do have that one. I believe that is. Well, it's not Vanacore. I'm trying to pick out, and I think that might be AJ Snyder in the number 49 machine that has come to a halt. He was running fourth in P2, and he was running, I believe, 5 laps down. But we'll see here in just a moment if that is indeed him.
They're not going to be able to let that car sit there. I have a feeling we're going to get a checkered flag and end this race early with only 2 minutes left.
Brian, that is, I take that back. That is Todd Vanacore,
wow.
who was our overall leader in the number 19 machine. As I just went back and took a look at some photos from the runoffs, and the 19, I'm so used to him being in a red car, but the 19 is indeed green. And Vanacore, who is our 2023 national championship champion in P1, finds himself dead stick here with about 2 minutes remaining. And yeah, if this is anything like what we saw, at least in qualifying, where they checkered qualifying sessions early, we'll see if they do the same thing here and checker this race early. So far, we do not see a white flag. We do not see a checkered flag as we take a look at our starters there on the starter stand looking over the field.
This is one of those situations where it would not surprise me at all. They're maybe trying to let the leaders get through as much of a lap as possible.
Brian going down into turn 1, and I thought for a moment there might have been contact. We had side-by-side that battle for the lead in Prototype 2 with Shadowin and Chow, and they were mere inches away. And there you go, going through turn 3, Sherman Chow goes around, and Peter Shadowin continues here on the last lap. They were getting awfully close there here, and what is, I'm sure both of those racers realized that, not only was the clock counting down, but this race was almost over as the checkered flag is now out on the field with maybe about a minute early, but I think that was the final straw.
Yeah, definitely. I think they realized that people weren't taking as much caution through that section as they needed to. And it's just a bad place for a car to be sitting on the exit of a corner like that. So no doubt that the right decision was made to throw that checkered flag as we get this race wrapped up here.
All right, so let's quickly take a look here as our final racers are coming across the line, and we'll break things down here by class. We will say, first off, our overall winner, Matt Butson, in the number 24 Formula Atlantic out of Snohomish, Washington. And now if we break it down by class, Brendan Schwartz finishing second in Formula Atlantic with J.R. Smart taking the third step on the podium. Dudley Fleck, who I think was in the chat here a little bit earlier today, finishing fourth. Adrian Morrow finishes fifth. Rob Radman, Derek LaManna, Camille Kopko, Mark Lurden, and then Asen Yelkin rounding out the 10-car field. In Formula Enterprises 2, Charles Russell Turner. Russ Turner takes the win over Paul Schneider. Steve Whitston, in I believe what is his first Formula Enterprises 2 Majors race, finishes in third. Eric Cruz finishes in fourth. I'm sorry there, Mr. Brookshire, your daughter is not going to have her tuition paid, at least not this week. Brian Yates finishes fifth, then Jonathan Weishite, Russ Straight, and Alistair McEwen did not turn a lap. Interesting to see Weishite and Straight there. Is Weishite, we know, has run Formula V for years, Straight Formula 600 for years, and they both made the jump to FE2. In Formula X, Ken Denault, our sole racer in the class, and he finishes up 20th overall. In Prototype 1, I think even with Vanacore's spin and not taking the checkered flag, he takes the win over John Dunches, who had lost a couple laps based on that early spin. James French did not take the green. And then finally in Prototype 2, at least on track, Peter Shadowin is your winner. I'm not going to say anything beyond that because we were not able to see what happened there. But obviously, Shadowin and Chow, with one of those two drivers battling it out for the lead, did not make it to the checkered flag. Bart Wolf will finish second in P2. Sherman Chow will finish third. And AJ Snyder finishes 8 laps down in fourth.
All right, now one correction: Steve Whitson did race several FE2 races last year.
Oh, yes.
So, and I know the rest of the brothers are going to be kicking in this year as well. So, all right, let's not go away, anybody. Up next is our ground pounders, our GT cars, T1 and A sedan, and then our last race of the day, B-Spec, STL, our production cars, and GT lights. That's all coming up. So don't go away. 2 more races to go from Homestead-Miami Speedway. This is the SCCA U.S. Majors Tour from Miami area. We'll be back in just a minute.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region of the SCCA, the first event of the year on the 2024 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we've got our 6th of 7 races heading out onto the track for the pace lap now. It's our big bore group. Going to be, well, we don't have any GT1 cars, so I believe we're looking at GT2, 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Let's run down the starting order. We had 18 cars qualify, scheduled to start 18th, although he has not set a time yet in qualifying. Driving the number 112 Touring 1 Corvette, Steven Ryder, scheduled to start 17th, driving the number 80 GT3. Surprise, surprise, Mazda, but this is an RX-3, not an RX-7. It is Scott Sansone. Then we've got Kelly Lubosh driving the number 3 American Sedan Chevy Camaro, scheduled to start 16th. Michael Lewis, scheduled to start 15th. He's driving the number 32 GT3 Mazda RX-7. That's a second-gen Mazda RX-7. Then we've got Mike Henderson, scheduled to start 14th. He is driving the number 21 Chevy Camaro. It's a 2019 Chevy Camaro. Andrew Lott starting on the inside of row number 7 in 13th position, driving the number 76 machine. That is the GT3 Mazda RX-7. Then we got Tom West. He's your American Sedan pole sitter, starting 12th in the number 56 Cadillac CTS-V. Then we've got Rabs, Richard A.B. Smith, starting 11th today. He is in the number 143 GT3 Mazda RX-7 schedule. He's qualified second in class. And your pole sitter in GT3, driving the number 69 FD Mazda RX-7, it's Bill McGavick with a qualifying time of 1:30.922, starting 9th, driving the number 7. Actually, I take that back. Ray Stevenson was your pole sitter in the class, driving his FD Mazda RX-7 with qualifying time of 1:32.415. He starts 9th, starting 8th in the GT2. Starting 8th, driving the number 60 GT2 Ford Mustang. It's a 2018 Ford Mustang. It's Tim Gray with Patrick Utt starting 7th. Patrick is driving the number 49 GT2 machine, starting 6th. Hugh Stewart driving his number 23 T1 BMW M3 with Michael Schmitz, our sole GTX driver in the class, in his Norma prototype car. And then our top 2 rows, Michael Smelly starting 4th in the number 8 GT2 machine. That's a Mazda RX-7. Max Opolsky in his T1 Mustang starting 3rd. And then on the front row, Ray Mason in his GT2 23 Ford Mustang. It's the 82 car. And then looking for some more cool points today, Brian, it is Barry Bowes, your pole sitter, in his GT2 2021 Ford Mustang.
Well, there's the whole field heading down through turn 1 and 2 now. Looks like they've been cleaned through the first group of cars, and there is that blue Mustang out front. I believe that is Ray Mason in the Mustang.
Well, we'll take a look. The light blue one, I believe, is Barry Bowes, who was our pole sitter. He's in a 21 Mustang, and then we've got Ray Mason there, I believe, in the white one, coming under braking.
Gotcha.
With a portion of the field directly behind him, and that is, I believe, Hugh Stewart in the Touring 1 BMW, trying to get around the 82 machine now as they come through turn 6 and 7.
And look at the big lead that Barry Bowes has there, really driving away from the field early. I'm not quite sure if the rest of the field kind of had to check up at some point to get through 1 and 2, but whatever is the case, Barry Bowes really taking advantage of that opportunity, and he's going to have a 4 or 5 seconds lead here by the time they finish the first lap.
And so Barry Bowes finished 2nd at the National Championship runoffs this year in GT2. Finished 2nd to Jared Odrick, who we had expected to be here this weekend. I'm sure we'll see him next weekend, and whether he's in GT2, which he can take the champions exemption and go all the way to the National Championship runoffs, or not, we'll have to see. But we also thought that he might be running an STL this weekend, and apparently did not go out for at least the second qualifying. We'll see if he's out for our last race of the day. Jared Odrick, that is. But Barry Bowes so far opening up a very large lead on the rest of the field. And again, Ray Mason running third now behind Hugh Stewart's BMW. Stewart, I saw Brian back in 2019 at Virginia International Raceway come home on the podium at the runoffs then in a damp race, and it was just a masterful drive by a machine that in T1 was, I think, maybe a little underpowered. But already, I mean, he has opened up a gap on some much more powerful cars.
Yes, no question. Mary Bowes is having a good ride at the moment. I said that it was going to be about a 5.5-second lead across the line after the first lap. I was wrong. It was 5.7 seconds as they came across the line after the first lap.
So interestingly enough, now running in fourth position overall, and he was our T1 pole sitter, started third, Max Opolsky. Now remember, we saw him a little bit earlier today in his Ford Mustang, in his, I believe, 2019 Ford Mustang, and in Touring 2. And that car is out, and I don't know for sure if it's the same chassis or not, but again, out there again, supposedly doing some testing of some newer 2024 Mustang parts. We'll see how Opolsky does. Remember, Opolsky had that huge lead on the rest of the T2 field back in that earlier race, and went off at turn 1 on the final lap. And definitely looking for a little redemption today, but I mean, so far, Hugh Stewart, who just turned the fastest lap of anybody here, Brian, certainly has the measure of them. So let's take a look now at GT3, or what I like to call, Spec 3rd Gen RX-7. Are coming through the field. No, and the majority of these racers are in those 3rd Gen RX-7s, the FDs. Rabs, Richard A.B. Smith, currently leading the field in the number 43 machine. There with Ray Stevenson and Bill McGavick very close behind as they're all coming out of the hairpin over at turn 8, coming onto the front straight.
Greg, it's interesting, not everybody probably understands how we do the class structure here, and we kind of take for granted because we've been doing SCCA stuff for so many years. But someone mentioned that they were looking for like the FIA GT3 spec cars here. We do things, our GT classes are legacy classes, so they're basically tube frame classes with 1, 2, and 3 being the fastest cars in 1 and the slower cars in GT3, but they don't necessarily line up with the FIA classes. So the FAA classes are sprinkled in throughout our class structure here. But yeah, so for those who aren't always with us here, that's kind of how we do the GT classes here. We're full course yellow. We've got a car off. Oh, there it is.
There he is.
That looks like a, what is that? Is that a Corvette, a T1 Corvette out there?
Yeah, it looks like a Chevy Camaro, Brian, but we'll try and figure out who that is. And I'm wondering, and it looks a little bit too new, I'm wondering if that is the American sedan Camaro of Kelly Lubosh. And likely, yeah, it does look as though it is a 3rd gen Chevy Camaro, which would make it Lubosh driver, the number 3 American sedan car. I was, as we were talking here, now, as we called the Super Tour last year, we did not see our GT3 leader all that often, Mr. Smith, Rabs, Richard A.B. Smith, but he's got a pretty substantial regional racing and local racing history here, Brian. Started off all the way back and I might add that it's pretty much all involved rotary motors. He was the Florida Region ITS champion, improved touring champion back in 1994-95, also again in 98, and then again in 2000. He moved over to production, E-Production, and he was the Florida Region E-Production champion in 04. And then the following year, he took the win at the Southeast Division's, what's called the SIC, the Southeast Invitational Challenge. And it looks like we've got another car coming down the pit lane, or heading to the pit lane now. And Brian, I couldn't tell. I just saw the white blob. I couldn't tell if it was the Mustang or if it was a Camaro. We'll pick that up in just a moment. And that was the 60 car coming onto the pit lane. Tim Gray, again in his GT2 machine. He was running 11th at the time, and essentially this race is probably over for him as the safety car now bringing the field through right where our emergency services vehicles are, trying to get Lubosh's Camaro back to home base. But you know, I could continue on here. Just a huge the 07 GT2 champion. Down in the Florida region, he ran the 2011 runoffs as well. But you know, again, we never see a lot of these racers. We never see on the Super Tour. They don't necessarily come down or go up to Sebring following this event. But you know, they have these long storied histories, and Smith here has been doing nothing but winning down in Florida, down in the Southeast now for almost close to 30 years.
Yeah, definitely, that's the case. And you know, let's take a chance here in our full course caution here to talk a little bit about A Sedan, the Camaro that is causing this particular yellow. But people are asking, well, what's A Sedan? A Sedan is a group of basically American muscle cars that are not highly modified beyond the safety gear. So you're looking at your 80s and 90s Camaros, Mustangs, Dodge Challengers, I believe, are in there as well. And it's a class basically for those cars, with so many made here in the States and available. We created a class for them, and that's what A Sedan is.
And interestingly enough, now is our leader in A Sedan, or what is known as American Sedan, is actually a true sedan. Is a Cadillac CTSV, which you may not think of as like a pony car. The American Sedan was primarily built up as a class for pony cars, for the Mustangs and for the Camaros. We have, over the past couple of years, seen the Dodge Challengers come out as well, and the CTSV was classed, I'd say, probably around 10 years ago. Here in the class, and matter of fact, it's very interesting. This Cadillac that West is driving, I go back and I believe this was back in 2019 that West came down racing a different car, an American sedan, and this Cadillac was for sale at this event. Here at Homestead, and then 1 week later, Mike West was racing it at Sebring. If I remember correct, I'll have to go back and check my records, but I believe it was in 2019 when he started racing that car, and we can see another machine coming down the pit lane or heading into the pits as well now. And we'll get the number on that machine here in just a few moments. And I think from looking at it, I can't tell, but I believe it was one of our GT2 machines. There is a time at which the racing must conclude, but we are going to have, the last two races are only going to be 22 minutes in length rather than 25, and we know that we just had a small issue with our stream here, a little hiccup, so we definitely apologize for that. We'll get that fixed up for you here soon enough, but little shorter race. So we've got now just about 11 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's take a look. Our overall leader and leading GT2 is Barry Bowes. Currently second in class, Ray Mason. Patrick Gutt is running third in GT2. In GT3, we saw all those RX-7s battling before the yellow flag came out. Rabs, Richard A.B. Smith, then Ray Stevenson, then Bill McGavick, and I'm getting word that we are going to be going back to green flag racing, Brian, this time by. And there you go, green flag is in the air, and we're back to racing here at Homestead.
And the good news is we're back to racing with about 13 minutes to go here, so a lot of time left in this race, at least in the sprint racing world. So these guys are still going to get a pretty decent amount of time to go out racing here, and we'll have some fun here watching this happen.
All right, and if there was one saving grace, and well, not a saving grace again, because this is not a battle in class. We now have Hugh Stewart, our T1 leader. He's pulled up right to the back of our overall leader, Barry Bowes. Now, certainly that GT2 machine, purpose-built tube-frame race car of Barry Bowes, when he gets out on the oval, I think he's probably going to leave Hugh Stewart very far behind. But more importantly, look at what is right behind Hugh Stewart. That is Max Opolsky in the number 2 Ford Mustang. And by nature of this full course caution, he was able to close things down on Hugh Stewart. Now, he wasn't able to keep the race pace up of Stewart early on here, but we'll see. This may be an opportunity. And again, you know, Brian, I guess we have to ask ourselves whether or not this Touring 1 Mustang is the same car as the T2 machine that he was in earlier, and whether or not Opolsky might have to worry about the longevity of that machine and whether it can make it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Barry Bowes kind of walking away here again. We should remind everybody that these are the GT2 car, and second and third place are a GT1 car or T1 car. So they're not racing each other for the trophies here. So it shouldn't necessarily be a surprise that Bowes pulls away from Stewart and Opolsky in this situation, so we can really keep our close eye on the Stewart-Opolsky battle here, because that is a battle for a race win in that class.
All right, and Brian, it looks like we've got a change now in GT3 as Ray Stevenson in the number 7 Mazda RX-7 has gotten around A.B. Smith. As Smith is going to go deep under the brakes going into turn 6. But not quite deep enough. So the blue RX-7 of Stevenson, your new leader. Smith second, Bill McGavick running in third. Just ahead of him, though. Great little battle going on for second in GT2 between the 49 of Patrick Gutt and Ray Mason in the 82 Ford Mustang. And another pass, and it looks like Smith is retaking the lead in GT3. Brian, as they come out of the hairpin and onto the front straight, or onto the back straight, pardon me.
Yeah, that battle for second place in GT2 is pretty close with Mason and Utt, and only 0.04 of a second between those two cars. And there they are right there going into going through turn 2, now towards turn 3.
Yeah, and so Mason, he's got a long history both in club racing and pro racing. Has raced Formula cars in SCCA, has raced tin top cars, obviously GT cars right now, put in some time. I remember very well when he ran in Pirelli World Challenge in the touring car class. And good to see him back in GT cars after a long time. And he's trying to hold off the Camaro Patrick Gutt right now. And looks like that white 82 has the measure as they come out of turn 7, making their way down to the hairpin at 8.
And anybody who's ever worn RaceQuip products, either helmets or driver suits, Patrick Gutt used to own RaceQuip. So he's been a long supporter, fire suits and everything. So a long supporter of club racing through his company there.
Yeah, indeed. And so I think a couple years ago, sold the business as you learned, and should mention, and this might give a little bit of fear to Mr. Mason. Patrick Utt's nickname, Brian, is Badger.
Exactly. Exactly. Let's not say Honey Badger, but the Badger.
No. But well, maybe it just means he's from Wisconsin. Who knows?
Yes.
And Utt had raced for quite a number of years in the Trans Am series as well. Was also your 2023 Sendiv champion in GT2. So certainly a bit of a racing pedigree there for the former Safe Equip owner, and we'll continue to watch that race.
All right, 9 minutes to go. Right about 9 minutes. Barry Bowes, your race leader in GT2. Your T1 battle, that's Hugh Stewart and Max Opolsky. Then you've got second and third place in GT2, Ray Mason, Patrick Gutt. GT3, it's a three-way battle for the lead. That's our best race on the track right now. Ray Stevenson, Richard A.B. Smith, Rabs, and Bill McGavick they're the GT3 top 3, and they're rounding off the top 8.
Yeah, this is really turning out to be a great battle between Smith and Stevenson here, as they've now swapped positions 3 or 4 times, and you can see now as Stevenson is holding position, coming down from the inside, staying to the inside, going into turn 8, and making a move all the way around the outside. Look at that, is Bill McGavick, who was sitting 3rd in that trio, and he tries coming all the way down driver's right, tries to go around both Smith and Stevenson on the outside of the hairpin, not able to make it work, however.
Yeah, that was a heck of a move, and we'll see if he can make that stick here for the rest of this race. These 3 cars have been really evenly matched throughout the entire race here. Of course, getting them pulled together during that full course caution didn't hurt anything, but they're putting on a show right now as we get to the closing laps.
That's right, as we now have just about 4.5 minutes remaining here in this race, so probably 5, maybe 6 laps at most, but probably 5 laps here to go. And watching that battle again between Mason and Utt, and here's an interesting story now, is Ray Mason has managed to put the Touring 1 Mustang of Opalski between he and Patrick Utt, giving himself a little bit of a buffer now as they come onto the back straight. So Opalski running 2nd in T1. We'll see if he's able to or wants to hold off the GT2 car of Patrick as they're here on the oval, or if he even needs to, because right now it looks like Opalski's got a little bit better pace than the GT2 car ahead behind him. Because you've got another car coming down the pit lane.
A little deeper in the field, we can tell you that Thomas West is your A sedan leader. He's the only A sedan car left on the track. Michael Schmidt's also your only GTX car on the track, so he's leading his class by default. Your GT1 car is your GT2 leader and overall leader Barry Bowes. He is in that powder blue Mustang that you're seeing right there. And then in the pits now is the 34 car of Michael Lewis, or the 32 car, I should say. That is one of those RX-7s that we keep talking about, and he is on pit lane.
Yeah, of course, Michael Lewis, multi-time national champion, multiple classes, our sole 2nd-gen RX-7 in the field. But more importantly, and Brian, we might be seeing him come in, I'm wondering, because we will likely see that car out again in the next race.
Right.
Same car as it will be running, I believe, in GT Light as well. And so that may be, you know, he's gone more than halfway. He's got the finish, and he's just wants they need to reconfigure the car for the next group.
Right. And finishes is one of the important things to qualify for the runoff. So in this particular case, he's going to sacrifice his finish in GT3 to come out and go out in GT Light. And my suspicion is that car's probably a little stronger as the GT Light's car. And so he's going to put his focus on that race here and try to run up front there.
Indeed. All right. So again, I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. Jim Wolf says thank you for the live streaming, and we definitely want to say thank you for and all of you for joining in and watching here today. And again, we've got more action tomorrow from Homestead-Miami Speedway. We'll be starting at 8:30 a.m. For our feature races, 22 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first, for all 7 race groups once again here at the Palm Tree Nationals.
All right, minute and a half to go. We should be getting our checkered flag here very, very shortly here. Barry Bowes is going to take us home. He's circulating in 1:22, so white flag should be this time by whenever he gets there, and he will hopefully be able to cruise home. He's got an 11-second lead right now. You're going to see that blue car pop into our view in just any second here. I can actually see the white flag in the air on the start stand waving proudly, and that is Barry Bowes, who's got 2.3 miles to a big trophy here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
That's right. It's either a big trophy or a big bowl of paella. And again, for those of you that are at Homestead this weekend, the Florida region of the SCCA going to be putting on a social right after we finish racing. Lots of paella for everybody there at the track, and it's a way that they thank you for supporting the Florida region and the SCCA. All right, so here we're watching that battle in GT3 that they just came through turns 3 and 4. And it is Ray Stevenson again getting around A.B. Smith. And they're going to be coming down here into turn 6 here in just a moment. There they are. Well, nope, that's actually the Norma. I think it's a little bit further back, but great battles going on here on our very last lap. Let's try and pick up our leader. Brian is as Barry Bowes coming onto the back straight, probably coming onto the oval, coming through turns 3 and 4 now. There he is with nothing but the checkered flag awaiting him. Barry Bowes takes the win in GT2 here today at Homestead. And as he does, there we go, coming across the line, finishing second overall. And I think this is pretty monumental given the number of GT2 cars that we have in the field. Hugh Stewart is our T1 leader, or T1 winner, finishes second overall ahead of Ray Mason, who will finish third overall, second in GT2. Max Opolsky, who is your T1 pole sitter, he'll finish fourth overall, second in class. Patrick Utt will round out your GT2 podium, finishing fifth overall. Ray Stevenson crosses the line. Stevenson, who takes the win in GT3, runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, and will hold off Richard A.B. Smith. For Smith will finish second, margin of victory 2 seconds, with Bill McGavick finishing in third. Tom West will finish eighth overall, takes the win in American Sedan. As we know, Kelly Lubosh retired early. And so let's finish up the podiums here. Of course, we said Tom West and Kelly Lubosh. In GT2, it's Bowes, then Mason, and then Utt. And GT3, Stevenson, Smith, and McGavick. All right, so that is going to wrap up race number 6 of 7. We have one more race remaining today here at Homestead. And looks like, and I don't want to jinx it for the last race, but looks like the weather's holding. And it is going to be small bore, Super Touring Light, E Production, F Production, and H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec, the group the class that I'm always looking for. They are our last race of the day, and we'll be back with you with that final race in just a few moments here from Homestead, where you're watching the 2024 Palm Tree Winter Majors presented by the Florida region and the SCCA. We'll be right back.
And we're back at the Palm Tree Winter Majors, Florida Region, SCCA Homestead-Miami Speedway, our final race of the day. This is our B-Spec production cars. I think there's another class we sneak in here too. Let me pull it up because I have forgotten.
E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec,
and STL.
And STL.
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, final race of the day. This should be a good one, Greg.
I am hoping and praying, and if what we saw in qualifying is any indication, I am certainly looking forward to a couple of the races in this group. Brian, it's a very big group. We're going to have a split start once again with our B-Spec cars in the rear in the second group. But let's run down. I'm going to give you the top 10 rows of our first group, which is not all of them, but we're going to start off starting 20th, number 96 STL machine, Mike Leo. Jared Odrick, who we were talking about during the last race, our reigning GT2 national champion. He's scheduled to start 19th in his number 127 Mazda MX-5. That's an STL car. Paul Capel starting 18th in the number 33 car with that's an STL machine, with Stephen Clark scheduled to start third, fastest in F production. He's starting 17th. Whitfield Gregg, we're seeing him again. He's in that same MX-5 car. He starts 16th in the number 17 car in STL. Matthew Fritz will start 15th. He's driving the number 14 E production machine. Steve Saney driving the 48 E production car will start 14th, with Daryl Stein starting 13th in the number 169 STL machine. Yuri Kalatzos, who's our E production pole sitter. We talked to him a little bit earlier. He is starting 12th today in the number 77 Mazda RX-7. Paul Mavoli in his Nissan will start 11th. That's the 151 car. Ken Kennard, our reigning F production national champion, will start 10th in the number 51 Acura Integra. But our F production pole sitter starting 9th in the 25 Mazda Miata is Mark Webber. Harbir Das will start 8th today in the number 49 STL Mazda MX-5. Paul Mavoli will start 7th in his is that right, Paul? I'm fairly certain this is an E production machine, or probably a GT Light machine, but we're showing Paul Mavoli as being in the 115 F production Nissan. Again, I think that's a GT Light car. Chris Copley will start 6th. He's in the 03 GT Light Mini with Michael Lewis in the GT Light Mazda RX-7, starting 5th. Starting 4th is Clark in his STL Mazda with Chris Bovis starting 3rd. Bovis driving the number 78 GT Light Honda CRX. Then we've got Osiris Pena in the STL Honda CRX. He will start 2nd. Danny Stain, your pole sitter in our first group, will be driving the number 9 STL Mazda MX-5. We'll get to that B-Spec group here in just a moment, Brian.
All right, ready to take our green flag here as they come past the starter stand. And that looks like, is it Denny Stain right up front there as we get this thing going?
Indeed it is. Stain leads Osiris Pena down into turn 1, but Pena coming deep under the brakes going into turn 2, and it looks as though he may have taken the lead away from Danny Stain, as he said he wanted to show the old man something, and he has, at least for the first 3 corners, as he is your leader. Then Chris Bovis, our GT Light CRX driver there, currently running in 3rd, and then Chris Clark and Copley. And the B-Spec drivers now have hit the field. Let's run down the B-Spec field here real quick, Brian. 7 cars in the field. James O'Hare in the number 07, I believe, Mini Cooper, starting in 7th. Peter Zeckert in the 85 Honda Fit, starting 6th. Luke Russell also in a Honda Fit, starting 5th. The number 30, the number 8 machine. Then Rob Connors also in a Fit, starting in 4th position. That is the number 137, as we've got a couple of our B-Spec machines going around, including the next driver I was going to talk about. That's the red and white Chevy Sonic, the number 40 car of Stuart Black, as he just now gets underway. And then at least one of our Mazda 2s, and I believe that was Kent Carter, who was starting 2nd in B-Spec in the number 92 Mazda 3. And looks like the Mini Cooper, James O'Hare, is still there as well. Chris Taylor, the last driver that I was going to give you the number for, he was our pole sitter and the teammate of Kent Carter. And we are going full course caution as it looks as though that Mini Cooper, Brian, is dead stick.
Yeah, that car is not in a good spot there, too, especially with this big field of much, much faster, heavier cars that will be bearing down on that position here very, very shortly. So hopefully they can drag it out of the way. There's a safe zone right there, so getting it clear of the racetrack should not take too long, and we're way early in this race. So.
All right, so that Dodge Challenger getting a lot of usage today, Brian. I'm sure that they've actually had to pour a bunch of fuel into that car to keep it going around. And I think a friend of the show here. Oh, look at that sunset, Brian.
Wow.
Wow, I like that. I believe friend of the show. I like that term. Amy Brown from the North Carolina region. I believe she is in the pace car this race group. I know she was in Group 5, but she's come down. Her significant other, Stephen Clark, in the yellow Mazda Miata, the F production Mazda Miata, is out there. This is her way of keeping a close eye on her. She just runs the pace car all the time. But I want to thank her for volunteering. Here, as again, only with a single lap in the books, and I believe right now it is Pena, your leader in STL, Stain, then Chris Bovis, our GT Light leader, then Ken Kennard, our F production leader, who got around Mark Webber. Mark Webber dropped a number of positions there on the start. Then Michael Lewis in GTL, so running second in GTL. Good start for him as he was towards the back of the field. And then Chris Clark in STL 7th, Chris Copley, Harbier Das 9th, and then Mark Webber rounding out your top 10.
While we're under the caution, I want to give a shout out to Trenton Kramer, who's in this chat. Says he's building a B-Spec Mini. It's going to be a number 20 and a Rothman Porsche livery. That should be cool. And it's going to debut at Mid-Ohio. So can't wait to see you out there, Trenton. This is a great group of drivers and a lot of camaraderie in this class. So you will definitely have fun once you get out there. So get that car buttoned up. Get it out here and come play with us.
Yeah, and Trenton's got a great story. Brian, of course, we probably ought to be talking about the drivers on the track, but Trenton finished 5th at the National Championship runoffs this year in a car that I believe was built or campaigned by Grass Paddock Motorsports by Frank Schwartz, and Trenton got behind the wheel of that race car with a lot of sweat equity. Working with Frank over the last couple of years, crewing and putting other racers behind the wheel. He finally got his chance last season in that Mini Cooper, and the Perrysburg, Ohio driver, as we mentioned, building up his own car this season, and Mid-Ohio making its return to the Hoosier Super Tour this year after a couple of years off.
That's right. So 70 minutes on the clock right now as we get that car cleared in. I think that's what turn 3 there, right?
Yeah, that's over turn 3. And Brian, we saw this earlier that the pace car is taking the field around the oval in order to give our emergency services workers as much clearance and as much room as possible to work the incident over there and get the car back underway, because as we've seen, that part of the track somewhat narrow. So there's the safety car, the Dodge Challenger bringing Pena and the rest of the field around.
All right, so one thing that these drivers probably need to have in their thought process is there's 16 minutes left on the clock, and we've got about 17 minutes left on the clock to get to the 5 o'clock curfew. So it looks like they're just going to make it in under the wire here, because we've got to shut the race down here at 5 o'clock for, I'm guessing, local laws. That's the 5 o'clock curfew typically. So that's
it's South Florida, Brian. Everybody has to be asleep by 5:30.
Well, that's true. That's true. And after they go to the buffet and enjoy the afternoon rainstorm, which we didn't get today. So
you're going to jinx it. It's going to pour tomorrow.
Our director producer's mad at me now because he's got to go around after we're done and pull all his cameras in. I think you'll be fine. So, anyway.
Rain.
It looks good though. I'm looking around the racetrack though. I don't see too many dark clouds right now, so I think we're going to get this one in, and you'll be fine. I don't know about tomorrow, but we'll be happy today nonetheless. So.
That's right. All right, so Brian, I've gotten word that the Mini Cooper is back under. There we go. As Director Ryan is bringing up the weather map, so we can see the horrible weather that Brendan's going to have to go out and get cameras in. The Mini Cooper is back underway, so hopefully, and you'll notice now that the the safety car is bringing the field through the infield, as opposed to going around NASCAR's 1 and 2. So hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by, with currently about 14 and a half minutes left on the clock. By the time they come back around, we'll probably be at about 12 and a half, 13 minutes left to go.
All right, we're having a good time here. 12 and a half to go, like you said, and we're going to get this thing underway here, and it's going to be kind of frantic, I'm guessing, Greg, because these drivers got to get their shot in here and try to get to the front here quickly here with these time running out here at Homestead.
Yeah, indeed. And so as we get ready to go to green, just to recap, your B-Spec leader, Chris Taylor, in the number 46 Mazda 2, with Luke Russell running second, Rob Connors running in third, and GT Light, Chris Bovis in his Honda CRX is your leader, with Michael Lewis and then Chris Copley. Yeah, that is your top three. In E-Production, Matthew Fritz managed to get around Yuri Colossos. He currently leads class. Colossos running second, Steve Saney running in third, and then in STL, Pena is your leader, Danny Stain second, Chris Clark running in third, and then finally in F Production, Ken Kennard, your leader, with Mark Webber running in second, Stephen Clark running in third, as the field now all comes on to the oval. And again, we should be going green this next time by.
Green this time by, and with, what's that going to be? I think going to be about 6 laps, maybe 7 laps.
Yeah, somewhere probably around 7 laps or so. Again, we'll have, I guess, probably around 12 and a half minutes, maybe a touch more than that.
Well, and the problem also now is that the benefit from the split start that we had earlier is gone. So that's also going to make for some challenges, probably for both sets of groups. But we will watch to see how that all plays out. Here they come out of NASCAR 4, heading towards the start stand.
All right, and Pena has the field again for the single file restart. And as they come down, green flag is waving in the air. And we'll see if Stain tries the same move on Pena that Pena put on him on the first lap. Not quite close enough to do it. And a little bit further back there, we saw Bovis and Kennard, our GT Light leader and our F Production leader. They didn't want to have anything of that STL fight going into turn number 1. But I'll tell you, right behind Kennard is Michael Lewis. He is going to do anything he can to get up to the CRX of Bovis, just a car ahead, as the rest of the field, including that huge STL field, which a lot of the STL field, Brian, made up of the same drivers and the same cars we saw in SMX to start the day off. We also have a number of Spec Miata racers racing in this group as well, and you see they're very close running through the majority of that field.
Yeah, definitely moving through again, and Stain just making mark on Osiris Pena, not trying to make any moves, biding his time. I think, Greg, as we've learned several times throughout the day, second place is really the place to be going into the final lap. So I don't think Stain is worried at all, just watching Osiris Pena drive around in front of him. As long as he can stay on that back bumper or within reasonable striking distance, that's the important part there.
No, indeed. But, Stain has been known for wanting to put down what he calls hero laps early on in the race and basically break the will of his competitors. And I think it might have been a surprise how Pena went down underneath him going into 1, as we are now going to complete lap number 4. And look at that.
Oh, here comes the over-under.
As Stain carries speed around the outside of Pena going into 1 and coming through turn 3. Let's take a look as they come through. And there you go, your new overall leader, your leader in STL it is Danny Stain, and what a move. I don't think Pena knew that was coming.
Yeah, so all that nonsense I said about wanting to be in second place, you can forget I'm even speaking, folks. That's too good. Too good. Yeah, well, I didn't call him a whole my producer that took being called an old man person. Just remember, I'm not the one that called him an old man. It was Pena. So, and how about that little mini, the actual mini, working his way up through the field, and this car is on a move.
Well, look at this, Brian. Coming down into the hairpin is Pena. He was going to have to make the move from the outside on Danny Stain. You know, the one thing that the CRXs, at least under stock configuration, are not known for is their braking ability. But in STL, the racers can run upgraded front brake calipers and rotors. And so that allows Pena to stay close, but still that very well-balanced Mazda MX-5, very deep on the brakes, able to hold off the 199 car.
Yeah, and now we've got Osiris Pena out front again. Now he goes side by side towards the start-finish line. Stain ahead at the moment, and he's going to try to dip in here right in front and makes that move one more time. But then it's Osiris Pena trying to answer back again.
Wow, you know, Brian, it was like a complete replay of what we saw on the previous lap. Stain has gotten very comfortable with that late braking move in the one, and my gosh, they can both carry a lot of speed into that corner.
You know, it's funny because listening to Osiris Pena talk and having Danny Stain on the podcast, I can tell you these two guys probably have really similar senses of humor. I'm sure they enjoy ribbing each other and talking a little trash, and it is fun to see what they're doing on the racetrack right now.
And look at this, Brian. They came through 6 and 7 side by side. They are still side by side, but the advantage here to Stain is he's got the inside position coming into the hairpin, and you can see there where Pena just tries to square the corner off. But the one thing that we're seeing is he's going to try the over-under. Remember, as they completed the last lap and came to the start-finish line, Pena was your lead car. Now, if he can continue to push that front-wheel drive machine and put all that load on the front tires for another 11 minutes, I think he's showing Danny Stain something, because that CRX definitely has some legs.
Yeah, and it looks to me like the CRX has got a little different gearing to come out of that corner and up onto the NASCAR part of the track. So they've got a little more gearing, maybe in third gear. But then the Mazda has the better gearing for the top end to go down towards turn 1, and that kind of seems to be how it's working out.
Yeah, indeed. And so Stain there, once again, was able actually to hold Pena off at the line, at the start-finish line there. But again, as you can see, such close running here between these two racers. And again, being a Honda CRX racer myself, you know, the question is whether or not Pena is going to be able to keep the front wheels underneath him for the entirety of this race. Ken Kennard gets around Chris Bovis. He moves up to third overall in the number 51 Integra. That'll be the next car that we see come by past this group here. And then that moves Chris Bovis back to fourth in that second Honda CRX, in the white Honda CRX, and he's got a pretty good advantage right now over both Michael Lewis and Chris Copley. But actually, that's something we might want to watch here for a little bit, is Chris Copley in that little silver British Leyland Mini. He's got a lot of pace in that car over the last couple of years, and he's hanging tight with Michael Lewis right now.
Yeah, I call it the Mini, the original Mini, and it just looks so tiny compared to all these other big cars. Yes. But yeah, it is definitely. It was in maybe 4th or 5th from last place when the yellow was pulled in, and now it has worked its way all the way up into 6th place right now. So it is definitely one of the quicker cars on the racetrack.
Oh my! All right, and so Brian, as we watch now again, is Stain able to hold off Pena going down into turn 1 and 2. I was just watching for the briefest of moments the B-Spec race that is mired right in the middle of a whole slew of STL Miatas, and it appears as though Chris Taylor in his Mazda 2, who's our pole sitter in the class, he's managing to hold off good portion of the field. But Stuart Black, who was part of that that lap 1 incident in the red and white number 40, he's in the big bore B-Spec car. I think 1.8 liters if I remember correctly. He is starting to make up some ground on Taylor, only about 3 car lengths back. Last I looked, and a matter of fact, I believe we'll track them down. I think that might be them coming down into turns 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah,
Right.
I was just going to say several different spots on the racetrack with some really good battles going on. There's a 4-car battle right there that they've been going back and forth here for the last several laps. And I'm not exactly sure which group that was, but they're definitely having a good time. And there's that mini we were talking about as it comes through here.
Trenton Kramer now is going to start calling it a mini. So it looks like all right, let's take a look here, Brian. I think coming into 6 and 7, we were talking about Chris Taylor getting mired in that STL traffic. And as he now works his way around turn 6 into turn 7, he is no longer your leader. He's looking at the taillights of the red and white number 40 machine of Stuart Black. As we've got Kent Carter's had a very difficult race here. Started second in B-Spec, goes wide there at turn 6. He's going to lose a couple more positions. Finds himself back in 6th position in B-Spec. But there's that B-Spec battle now, just coming through the hairpin. The last 2 cars of those 4 just now coming out onto the oval.
Yep, Stuart Black just got around Chris Taylor. He has now moved into first place, but this is not done yet, folks. Chris Taylor's got something left in it, I'm sure. And don't be surprised if Luke Russell and Rob Connors can get up there as well. But we'll watch that Stuart Black, Chris Taylor battle, and we'll see if that continues to materialize here as we come into the final 3 minutes. I guess we got about probably 2 laps to go, Greg.
Yeah, I would put it at 2, possibly 3, as we are hitting that 3-minute mark here. And there we go, coming across the line there, Danny Stain and Osiris Pena. And it looks like Ken Kennard now, well, actually, that Ken Kennard's quite a bit further back. But Stain and Pena having to work their way through some slower lap traffic. And it should be noted, and, you know, I was worried about whether or not Pena would be able to keep the front end of the car underneath him. Danny Stain just put in that hero lap. He just turned his fastest lap of the race, a 132.8, almost 0.6 of a second faster than Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX.
All right, next time by, we're going to get the white flag. It's still a very, very tight race up front. When you look at Stain and Pena, only 0.8 of a second separate the 2 of them when they took the white flag. And we will see, or when they went across the line, white flag will be next time by. And we will watch that as we get to these final minute and 40 seconds here in our final race of the day. Don't forget, we're going to do it again tomorrow here, starting just after 8 o'clock Eastern time.
All right, Brian, as we are now getting ready for our very last lap of the race here from Homestead, our last lap of the day. Peter Zeckert looks like he's just gotten around Luke Russell to move up to 3rd here in B-Spec. And so let's take a look now. I believe we've got Stain and Osiris Pena coming out of turn 4, and here they come onto the front straight. And Pena has made up all that ground that he lost as they go down into turn 1 here on the final lap, Brian. They're going to be coming up on a lot of lap traffic as Pena tries to go down the inside again into turn number 2. And they've got, looks like they've got the F Production Toyota MR2 ahead of them. And you can see there is they've got a lot of B-Spec drivers. There's that battle for the B-Spec lead just ahead of Pena and Stain as they come out of turn 5, making the run down to turn 6.
All right, they were able to negotiate the B-Spec leaders without any issues. Here they come now, back into our view. There is the orange and black car is staying. The yellow and black car behind them is Osiris Pena. Then right behind them, your lead 2 cars in B-Spec. That would be Chris Taylor in second place and Stuart Black in first place. As I scrolled out my field here comes your leaders now through the hairpin for the final time. Still staying up front, but there's some more lap traffic. Will Osiris Pena be able to take advantage? We've got about a half a lap left here to go. We'll know more in just a few minutes. Not even that, a few seconds.
Few seconds as they come out of the hairpin, and Pena about a half a car length back. Got a good run out of there, as we saw Stain had to check up a little bit with some of that slower STL traffic ahead of him as they come now down into the 2 final corners. Stain with the advantage. Can Pena pull to either side and overtake the Mazda leader? No, taking the win in STL, and our overall winner here in this group, it is Danny Stain with Jose Osiris Pena finishing in second. Chris Clark will bring his machine home in third in STL.
And Stuart Black takes the win in B-Spec by 0.6 of a second over Chris Taylor. Peter Zeckert will be third in B-Spec.
All right there, Ken Kennard, your winner in F production, coming out ahead of Mark Webber, who was your pole sitter of the class, and Stephen Clark, who will finish in third in that class. In GT Light, Chris Bovis, driver of the 78 Honda CRX, will take the win over Michael Lewis. Chris Copley, only 0.2 of a second back from Michael Lewis, and he will take the last step on the podium in GT Light. Now let's take a look at E-Production, where Matt Fritz takes the win in the number 14 machine. Steve Saney will finish second, and finishing third in E-Production. I'm going to have to go here. Looks like Paul Easy finishes 3 laps down, and unfortunately, I guess the dark side got the best of him. Yuri Kolatzos finishes 4th in E-Production and finishes 6 laps down. And am I missing anybody here? I think that's it. I think we got them all. There you go. There are our podiums. Stain, Pena, Clark in STL, Kennard, Weber, and Stephen Clark in F Production, Fritz Saney and Easy in E Production, Bovis, Lewis, and Copley in GT Light, and then finally Stuart Black, Chris Taylor, and Peter Zeckert rounding out your podium in B-Spec.
Well, Greg, that's going to do it. Great 7 races today. Some fantastic action. I don't think, a lot of times, in the course of a race weekend, you might have a snoozer race or two because that just kind of happens on occasion. Not today. Everything was fun. Good races right to the checkered flag in every race today.
All right, so first off, if you like what you see here today, if you like what you saw here today, first off, join us tomorrow. We're going to be taking to the air right around 8:30 tomorrow morning. But go ahead, smash that like button, that thumbs up. Go ahead if you haven't done so already. I know we are about 290 short of 10,000 subscribers to the Sports Car Club of America's official channel. If you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and subscribe and click on that notification bell so you can find out every time we go live. And Erwin is asking if we will be at Sebring International Raceway next weekend. Erwin, absolutely we will. Next weekend kicks off the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 10 weekends all spring long, and we started off at Sebring International Raceway next week. But first, we've got another day here at Homestead.
Yeah, we do, and it's going to be a good one. 7 more races. They get underway tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Same race group order, so SMX and STU get us started, and then we go through the day just like we did today. The only difference, got a little more racing action than we did today, slightly longer races, and so more racing action for all of you to enjoy. A big thank you to all of the people in the chat today, all of our associate producers. Can't thank them enough. Also, of course, want to thank Brendan Kaczmarek, who is our fearless leader here on DriversEye Live. Ryan Bauer is our director, and he is doing a great job for us here, bringing us all the graphics and all the other fun stuff and keeping us on top of our toes here. So that's all for me. Greg, do you have anything else before we say goodbye?
No, absolutely not. Again, if you're at Homestead, stick around for the paella. You may actually meet Brendan Kaczmarek down there, and if you see him, say hi. But a great day of racing, as we've said, Brian, and you know, this is the way the Sports Car Club of America kicks off every year, and a great way to do it this weekend. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30, pardon me, at 8:30 a.m. God, I thought I was in Central Time for a minute. Actually, then it would be 7:30. Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., same time, same place, same YouTube channel. Thanks so much, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.